Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Betrayed Issei Came Back from Revenge. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. After school, after the meeting ended, Azazel and Roswace left because they still have things to do as teachers. The Ark prepared for the school festival with the remaining members. Looks like me and Kiba have to do power-related tasks. I then glanced at Butchu. She's looking at the documents used at the meeting and is reading it. She still hasn't returned to her good mood. What should I do? If I don't reconcile with her before the game, I'm scared that it might cause difficulties. Apologizing. It seems like she won't forgive me unless I acknowledge the cause and apologize to her, and I don't know the cause of it. It happened when I was having my head all puzzled over it. A light runs through the top of the table. The light drew a circle and turns into a shape of a magic circle. It's a familiar symbol. Phoenix, Konkachan mutters. That's right. It's exactly like Konkachan said. This is the magic circle of Phoenix. It's a small magic circle which has the size to appear on top of the table, so is it a communication type? But who? Don't tell me it's Razor. What does he want? I was in suspicion. But from the magic circle a holographic image was projected and the face of a young woman appeared. She has a high-class atmosphere and looks. She has her hair up and adorned with expensive-looking accessories. Aka-sama. Ravel made a shocking voice. Aka-sama. Ravel's mother. So that means she is the wife of the current head of the House of Phoenix, which also makes her the mother of Razor. She's pretty. She looks like she is in her 20s. Since she is a devil, I don't know her real age, but she certainly looks like Ravel. How do you do, Ravel? Sorry for the call suddenly. I couldn't get any time, so I ended up calling at this hour. In the humans' world, Japan, it's still school time, right? Why yes, it certainly is. But why did you call all of a sudden? When Ravel asks, Lady Phoenix says, are Rias-san and Sekiryuta-san here? The one who was called by her is Butchu and me. Why me? Butchu stands in front of the projection. How do you do, Obasama? It's been a while. Ara, Rias-san, how do you do? It certainly has been a while. And the lady looks around. Is she looking for me? I positioned myself where she could see me immediately. Hello. I'm Hayato Issei. Hello to you too. This is our first time meeting like this, isn't it, Hayato Issei-san of Sekiryuta? I apologize for introducing myself like this. NNO. SSO, do you have some business with me? I ask while acting politely. Yes, I thought I should greet you properly normally. I should go and greet myself to Rias-san, who is in charge of the Hayato residence and the academy which my daughter will be homestaying at. But there are reasons why we couldn't visit. You know, since the demands of the Phoenix's tier are increasing, so maybe they don't have time because of it. Kiba whispers to my ears. I see House of Phoenix are the main suppliers for the Phoenix's tiers after all. I heard that there are emergency demands on the Phoenix's tiers, and that they can't keep up with the supplies, so the lady must be with it as well. That must be hard. It's much appreciated, seriously. Butchu replies while smiling. Not at all, Obasama. Your words would be enough. Please leave travel to us. I'm truly sorry, Rias-san, for having you take care of Razor after the game, and also having you look after Ravel. It seems like she isn't saying it with bad intentions. I thought they would hold a grudge against us because the engagement was cancelled, but it seems like they don't even have a bit of it. There are so many big-hearted people in the House of Phoenix, but for Butchu, it must be complicated. After all, she couldn't decline the transfer of Ravel and to look after her. Then the lady looks at me. Also, Hayato Issei-san, please especially look after my daughter. Me too. And she emphasized the word especially. Of course, I would look after. Why yes, of course. But Butchu is also here, and there are people who can look after her better than me in our club. Yes, of course, by entrusting my daughter travel to Rias-san and everyone else, then she would have no trouble at the school in the Underworld. But what I would like to ask of you is different from that. Will you please protect her so no weird pests would come near her? By having the Sekiryuta who has gained many achievements next to her, then both my husband and I can feel assured. Weird pests. So she's telling me to look after her so no guys would come near her in the humans world. I'm also a guy, you know. Well, I won't do anything like laying my hands on Ravel. She's my important junior. She's cute, but I won't lay my hands on her. I understand. I don't know how much I can do, but I will protect your daughter. When I said that, the lady made a bright expression. And besides me, Ravel has her face very red. Hey, what happened to Ravel? For a moment, the face of Butchu who appeared within my sight looked sad, but was that just my eyes? I thank you very much, Ravel. Yes, Aka-sama. You know what you must do. You have to support Rias-san, and you have to listen to your seniors. And on top of that, you have to deepen your relationship with Hayato Issei-san. As the daughter from the House of Phoenix, work very hard so you don't tarnish the name of our house, okay? Of course. Looks like the mother and daughter are talking about something. I don't know why, but Ravel has her face red, and it looks like she is filled with spirits. And lastly, Hyodo Issei-san. The lady talks to me again. Why yes, I hear that your dream is to become a high-class devil. Yes, it is, and my daughter is currently my bishop. I traded with Razor. Why yes, I have heard. Please remember it very well. My daughter is free. She is my bishop. She doesn't belong to Razor. Very well. Why yes, you understood. That's something I already know. But well, I just nod my head just in case. Hearing that, the lady nods her head. She looks satisfied. Why, my business here is done. Rias-san, Hyodo Issei-san, and everyone, please forgive my sudden introduction. And it's time now. Ravel, behave in a manner where you won't make a shame as a lady. Yes, Ako-sama. Now then, everyone, goodbye. Flash. The light brightens. It then turns into a shallow light and disappears. The greetings of Lady Phoenix which came here like a storm. It must be due to worrying about her daughter and the greetings to us. Though there were things I'm not sure of. I was in doubt and made a sigh. And Butchu, who was about to leave the room unsteadily on her foot, appeared within my sight. Butchu, where are you going? When I asked, Butchu stopped, and she muttered without turning around. Eyes, will you protect me? Why do you ask such a thing suddenly? I don't know, but my answer is obvious. Of course, I will protect Butchu. And Asia. Yes, I will also protect Asia. And Akino. Ekinasan. That is obvious. But, what happened? Suddenly asking me such a thing. I don't get it. I don't get what Butchu's intentions are at all. But, Butchu asks with a lower tone. Hey, Eyes. Why yes, to you, what am I? Who am I? I don't get the meaning of this question. But, to me, Butchu is Butchu, and the moment I said that, Baka, she scolds me mixed with the sound of her crying. Butchu rushes away from the spot. And she left. The clubroom. Rias Monosama. Asia goes after Butchu. Asia turns to me after she reaches the door. Her eyes are soaked with tears. Why is Asia crying? Ison, you are horrible. It's too much. Why can't you understand Monosama's feelings? Saying that, Asia goes after Butchu. Having Asia also say that to me, I just stood there dumbfounded. Wait a sec. What's the meaning of this? Why is Asia also mad at me? That wasn't right, Iskun. Kiba makes a sigh. Not right as in what? That, precisely. Geez, you are so. I can understand very well what the girls are going through. Exactly. It's natural for Rias and Asachin to get mad. Iknasan also sounded mad. Even Akino-san. Even I, who is dense at these sorts of things, thought you were a bit off, Eyes. Even Zenobia looks at me with her eyes half closed. Moo. Ice-gun, sure is a nano. Poor Riasan. Even Arena was mad. You are the worst. Ooh, I just received the coldest you are the worst quote from Konkachin. I don't know what I did wrong. I just don't know. To begin with, maybe I should go after her. I tried to leave, but I was stopped by Iknasan. The current ice gun will just hurt her more even if you go after her, so don't. Seriously, is it that serious? But it's my fault, right? My fault. I really don't know. No, I actually have a maybe kind of guess. But inside me that possibility is very unlikely. It's basically impossible. That's why I don't understand. Shit. I started to get confused even more thinking about it. Hey, Gasper, am I really bad here? I asked my junior. Jayasuk says it in an apologetic manner while twitching his body. Yes, I think you are very bad. Even Gasper says that to me. I felt down. Then Ravel asks while panicking. This is my mother and my fault, right? I'm sorry. Is it Ravel's fault? It seemed like Butchu tried to leave after the communication between the Phoenix mother and child. Iknasan places her hand on Ravel's shoulders. Ravelchin doesn't have to worry about it. Icegun's the most at fault here because he never tried to think about the crucial thing between Rias and himself until now. Iknasan cheers her up like that, and she starts to prepare for tea after urging Travel to sit on the sofa. It looks like I'm the biggest villain here. Ooh, what am I supposed to do? Scene break. Issei could be seen walking down the street towards his home. His mind still stuck on what everyone said, but he could not understand what he did wrong. So he decided that for the time being he should give them space and then eventually everything will be fine. But he was still confused as to why they were mad at him. So for the next few days Issei ignored the Occult Research Club as much as he could and spent the bare minimum time required. In the time that he was away he would go to the training room and get training in. And being honest, both he and Ddraig liked the results that were coming. It seemed that the others would cool down and he would become stronger as a result. In Issei's mind it was a perfect win-win situation for both sides. It was after 2 months that Issei decided that he would now go and talk to Occult Research Club and hope that everything would be fine. His mind then took a turn to Pervert Land where it imagined him playing with Rias' Appai. He giggled perversely as he felt a little leave his nose. I am coming, Butcho, he thought as he made his way back home after securing 2 new contracts. It was a good way to open the conversation. As he entered his house he saw all the lights were already off. Maybe no one is back yet. I should go add my earnings to the account in the meeting room and then get some training in before visiting Oppai Land, he thought before finishing with a perverse smile. Making his way to the meeting room, he was surprised to see that the lights in the room were on. I wonder who is in there, he thought. As he got closer, he heard the voices of people talking. Deciding to investigate, he hid his presence and moved closer to the door. Let's get this meeting underway before Issei gets back, said Rias. I wonder what they want to discuss. It's not my birthday anytime soon, thought Issei. He also decided to keep on listening and ship for more clues. His perversion is getting out of hand now. I do not know the last time I had a review which didn't mention his perverted nature, said Raise the Spire, and her voice was as clear as day. Hearing her say that made Issei's widened in shock. Not to mention that he has been perving around other girls a lot more than usual. The amount of hate the club gets because of him is increasing day by day, said Kiba. This shocked Issei, as he did not expect his best friend, who he thought of as a brother, to talk about him in such a manner. Not to mention behind his back. He has also failed to confess to you. I am starting to wonder if he is even useful, said Akino, her voice having as much spite as Rias's. Her words hurt Issei deeply as well. Were all the times he spent with her for naught? Was her hating her heritage all a lie to get closer to him? I too am becoming troubled by Issei's perverted nature. I may have to stop being with him if it gets any bigger, said Asia shyly. Ooh, to think that my childhood friend became such a perverted beast. Do not worry, I will save you. Amen, said Arena, causing everyone to sweat drop. The words of his friends were now beginning to pierce him. Was all that he did for Asia nothing? Was his perverse nature all that his childhood friend could see? Issei thought as he felt tears forming in his eyes. I honestly think it was a mistake reincarnating him. I had also hoped that his perverted tendencies would go down a notch if he had gone through a near-death experience. I honestly would not even have thought about reincarnating him if he wasn't the Red Dragon Emperor, said Rias. These words of her had finally crossed the line. He felt his whole heart breaking all over again. He summoned his gauntlet and looked at it. He at that moment realized that he did not mean anything to them at all. All they needed was his gear and his power. He was nothing but a tool for them to use and then throw away. He is the enemy of women everywhere, said Kaneko. He was used to her saying things like that, but this time it felt much colder and much more serious. I agree with you, Kaneko. Maybe if I left him to die a little longer, he would have lost his perverted nature and would have actually been able to confess to me, said Rias. This shocked me even more. The one person he held more dear than anyone in the world would be willing to let him die. He did not think that they would go as far as they were right now. Well, nothing we can do can change the past, you know, said Akino with a sigh. But change can always be brought in the future, said Zenobia. It was at this moment that Issei decided to turn and leave. He could not handle any more slander. As he quietly left his home, he started walking away, thinking about all that he had done for this group and how they treated him for it. First was Rias. He literally gave up an arm for her to keep her from getting sold off to another family. Next was Akino, where all the times he complimented her and told her that he accepted her true nature, all just an act to reduce his perversion. Asia, the one he had saved from fallen angels and the one for whom he had nearly lost his life to Juggernaut Drive, didn't want to stay with him just because of his perversion. Talk about selfishness. Arena, his childhood friend and the one who could see goodness in nearly everyone, was not able to see the goodness in him. Kiba, his brother and all but whom he had helped move on from his painful past, was willing to leave him just because of something like maintaining a perfect picture. And Zenobia, she only saw him as breeding stock for strong children. She did not care about his feelings. And lastly, Kaneko, the one he had protected her when her own family was against her, called him an enemy to all women. As he was thinking, he noticed that he had reached Kuo Park. This was the place where it had all begun. It was the place that Rias had appeared and had saved his life. Wait a minute, how did she know where I was? Issei frantically thought before his brain connected the dots and broke his heart even more. Do you think it's possible? Issei asked his resident dragon. Partner, now that you mention it, I think it was her familiar that gave you a summoning paper at the start of your date. I believe she knew of the Fallen's plan to kill you. Then she would come and save you, earning your eternal loyalty, replied D-Drake. He himself was pretty angry on how that red-haired devil was treating his best host. Son of a, they never cared for me. All they ever did was manipulate me using my perversion to get the better of me. But no more. I am done being the nice guy. If they expect me to come back after what they said and did, they are seeking in for a surprise. D-Drake, is there any way we can remove my evil pieces and get away alive? Issei finished his rant with a question. There is one. I will change your body into that of a dragon, answered D-Drake. Well then, let's do it. I will remove my pieces. I want you to begin my transformation and then teleport me somewhere far away from here, said Issei, to which D-Drake grunted in agreement. Summoning the boosted gear, Issei shouted purge as he said that all 8 of his evil pieces came out his body. They were accompanied by a large amount of hellish pain. He turned and threw his pieces into a bush. D-Drake then teleported him to an unknown location. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, he fell down face first on the ground, with profusely leaving his body. He weakly looked up to see a blonde-haired girl in a distance. "Help me," Issei weakly called out before he fell unconscious. The blonde girl, who turned out to be Lefei of the volley team, quickly ran up to him and took him to her team's hideout. She then explained everything to Volley, who had both Kuroka and Biku heal him. He would never admit it, but he liked Issei. He was like a fraternal twin of his. He needed to know what had happened to him to cause him to get into this condition. Albion then appeared and said, "D-Drag, what happened to your host?" He asked. He would never admit it, but Issei was one of the few hosts of the Welsh Dragon that Albion had come to respect. He did not want him to die this early into the rivalry. "This will take a little bit of time. Also, I kinda need your help, Albion. I am currently turning him into a dragon to help him survive, but I need help in doing so without any repercussions," said D-Drag with a sigh. "Very well then, but you better explain as me. Kuroka and Lefei help you. Volley, put your hand on his chest and leave the rest to me," said Albion, as D-Drag accepted his condition and started explaining everything that had transpired in the recent months. It took him a few hours to explain what had happened. During the time, everyone's expression went from shocked, sad to angry. Even Albion was growling near the end, as he helped D-Drag with the transformation. He then intensified his efforts to ensure that the process would go without a hitch. It was another few hours before the process was complete. D-Drag then said, "Wielder of Albion, I ask you to allow my partner to stay here until he wakes up. He will be able to leave by the end of the week." Volley just waved his arm and said, "It's not a problem, he can stay here for as long as he wishes. After all, I am not going to let him die before we have our fated match." D-Drag thanked him as everyone left. The only one who stayed in the room was Lefei, and she had a look of worry on her face. Back with the Occult Research Club, it had been a day since they had last seen Issei. Everyone was wondering where he was, but no one was particularly worried. They thought he would be back sooner or later. It was then that Zenovia asked, "Has anyone seen Issei?" "No, I do not think that he came back home from his contracts last night," said Akino with a hint of worry in her voice. "He will be probably perving around some girls." "We shouldn't worry," said Kiba. I still think we should check to see his current location," said Asia as she looked at Rias, who sighed and said he better have a good reason for skipping school and club activities. She then took out her phone and called several times, but to no avail. The calls weren't getting through. She then tried to contact him through a communication circle, which too was unsuccessful. It was at this moment that Rias was starting to worry. He had never done something like this before. "I hope he hasn't strayed from me," she thought worriedly. Quickly closing her eyes, she searched for her pawn using the magical connection from the evil pieces. She found a signal at Kuo Park. Sighing in relief, she opened her eyes and said, "He is at Kuo Park. Let's go see what is he up to this time." Everyone nodded and got into a magical circle to Kuo Park. They, however, were surprised to find it empty. Focusing her energy again, she found the signal coming from a bush. She turned to the others and with a mischievous smile said, "He is in that bush, let's surprise him." To which everyone nodded. But when they reached the bush and checked it, theirs widened in shock. Almost instantly, all of the girls fell on their knees and started sobbing, whereas Kiba just looked down and clenched his fists. This reaction was because in front of them in the bush, along with a little flesh, and were Issei's 8 pawn pieces. Issei's eyes fluttered open and he was immediately hit by a number of scents and sounds. It was so sudden that his head was hurting, and he had to tightly hold his head to stop the pain from spreading. It was at this moment that D-Drag mentally spoke and said, "Welcome back, partner. Boy, am I glad to hear you." "So what happened to me and where am I?" asked Issei. "Well, you are currently in your rival Volley's headquarters. A team member of his found you and brought you here, where me along with Albion and 2 others healed you," replied D-Drag. "Soka, I guess I owe Volley now, don't I?" asked Issei, to which D-Drag grunted in confirmation. "So D-Drag, how did the transformation go? And I need to know about any new powers that I might have gained," Issei further asked. "Well, the transformation went without a hitch. Even Albion helped ensure that. As it stands, you are 90% dragon, with an high affinity for both fire and ice. Being a dragon has strengthened all 5 of your senses multifold, which is why you can hear the different sounds and smell the different scents. Your magical reserves have skyrocketed from meager to almost as high as an average high-class devil. Getting the body of the dragon has also caused an increase in your body strength, with it getting much more sturdier as a result of your muscles and bones breaking and reforming. Even your thinking capabilities have fastened to the point you can make decisions in a matter of nanoseconds. Also, your lifespan that you lost by taking in Volley's gem and the Juggernaut drive has been recovered. And the best of all, since you were exposed to Albion's energy for a long time, you can use your dividing gear without it affecting your life. Also, the soul fragment and past host inside that gem are also awake. The soul fragment, who I address as Al, is your very own vanishing dragon. Also, your appearance has changed as well. Your eyes are now heterochromatic, with one being blue and the other green. Also, your hair, though still major brown, have strips of red and white in them. These are all of the major changes, finished D-Drake, causing Issei's eyes to widen. All of those things, specifically the dividing gear, were an amazing upgrade. Now all he needed was training to control his powers, and then he would be unstoppable. Okay, maybe not unstoppable, but strong enough to hold his own against any kind of opponent. Okay then, D-Drake, can I talk with Al? Asked Issei. Of course, partner, he is going to be our partner, so you should treat him like you do to me. Boy, Al, get over here, partner wants to talk to you, said D-Drake before yelling out again. Sish, I am here, don't shout, D-Drake. Well, hello there, partner, I am Al, a fragment of the soul of Albion that came to you when you absorbed the gem from Divine Dividing. The reason I wasn't able to wake up earlier was because I was too weak. However, after recent exposure to the Vanishing Dragon's energy and with you being a dragon, I was able to awaken. I hope we get along, said Al. Nice to meet you to Al. Let's get stronger together, said Issei. It was at this moment that his room door was opened and the same blonde-haired girl who had rescued him walked in. She, however, froze when she saw that Issei was awake, and seeing that he wasn't wearing any shirt, she blushed profusely at the sight of his well-built muscles. She then shyly spoke and said, Issei-sama, Vali-sama asked me to tell you that he wants to talk to you when you wake up, so could you please follow me after changing? She said as she kept down a fresh pair of clothes. She was about to leave, but she was pulled back into a hug. This caused her blush to intensify as she was touching Issei's bare chest. He then quietly said, "Thank you, Lefei, you really saved my life back there. I owe you one." He then let her go, causing the poor girl to only nod stupidly before she ran out of his room and into her own. Due to Issei's enhanced hearing, he could hear Lefei yipping. Chuckling, Issei began to change his clothes. It was at this moment that D-Drake said, "I'm surprised you actually did that. I thought you would push people away after what happened." Issei smiled before saying, "Do not get me wrong, D-Drake. I won't be accepting or trusting anyone anytime soon. Lefei, however, didn't do anything wrong and also was part of the people who nursed me back to health. I won't go as far as trusting them completely, but still I will give them a little trust, and from there I will see where it goes." Both Al and D-Drake nodded at this before Issei left the room to go talk to Vali. He knocked the door to the living room to find Arthur reading a book. Biku was eating a bag of chips. Hiroka was just laying flat on her back, with Vali doing something on the computer. Issei was surprised. He did not think that some famous villains who actually live a life similar to teenagers, though he soon realized that all of them were his age, so it should not really be all that surprising that they may have similar interests. Vali looked up to see Issei and smirked. He closed his laptop and motioned Issei to sit on the couch opposite to his, to which he complied. Biku went to sit with Vali. Arthur kept on reading his book, whereas Hiroka was looking at scene with interest. "D-Drake already told us what happened with you, and I want you to know that I am sorry that it did," said Vali. Issei shook his head and said, "It's not really your fault. I am thankful to you actually, as you guys nursed me back to health despite having no reason to do so." Vali smiled a genuine smile before saying, "I did have a reason. There was no way I am letting my rival die. The only one who can kill you is me. Though I do want to ask, what do you intend on doing? Are you going to join us?" Issei shook his head and said, "No, I will be leaving. I am thinking of going off the grid. But since you guys did nothing to make me doubt you, I will have D-Drake send you the coordinates of wherever I am." Vali nodded at that before saying, "Soka, then I guess I should wish you luck. Good luck, and remember, if you ever want to talk, we will be here." To which Issei smiled before getting up and walking out the door. Donning his balance breaker, he flew out into the sky. Scene break. Issei had landed at a clearing in a very secluded mountain. Looking around, he decided that this place was perfect to stay for a while. As he built himself a hut, he decided to start training once he made his living arrangements. Once it was done, Issei said to D-Drake and Al, "Guys, so what do you think we should do for training? Both of us have decided a perfect plan for you which should take you to the other level. So start mediating and then you can go meet your trainers. Me and Al have already talked to them," said D-Drake, to which Issei nodded before sitting cross-legged and breathing deeply. He was soon pulled into the gear and entered a white room full of people. Issei recognized them as the users of the boosted gear. He immediately had his guard up. He noticed a striking difference though. Normally when he appeared here, the previous users remained blurry and unrecognizable. Now though, he could see face with perfect clarity. He was unsure what that meant for him. "Hey, Hyodu Issei. Looks like you are in a pinch. You need some direction. You are facing a worthy opponent." These voices are the previous senpai. It's the first time he's heard them speak. Now that he took a closer look, most of the senpais are wearing tuxedos, holding on to wine, looking like gentlemen, and sitting on their chairs with elegance. One of the senpai is shaking the wine glass with no wine inside and says it to me with the speech tone of a gentleman. Phew. To get out of a situation like this, we can only use that, correct? What do you mean by that? Yes, we can only use that. That must be it. The senpai starts to agree with each other. Teeth eyes flow. You guys aren't telling me to use Juggernaut Drive again, right? I was worried that they must say something dangerous again. But senpais shook their fingers to the side saying no. Wrong. Yes, we already have graduated from Juggernaut Drive. We were introduced to something even more great from you. Yes, the power of H-W. What the heck are you guys saying? These idiotic senpais. They are wearing the clothes of a gentleman, so I was wondering what they were going to say. And they said power of. That is an outrageous thing that sensei predicted. And it is different from the power confirmed. Shit, why are these senpai putting on such a bright face? Even if I said that, the senpais aren't listening to me and creates a vision on the air of the white world. What appeared is, let's depend on these S. Yes, that is the source of Oppai Dragon who protects the future. We became gentlemen who enjoys after connecting with you. Phew, this really doesn't feel bad. What are these guys muttering about? I don't get it. Senpai then put on a serious face and then said it with a serious tone. Hyodu Issei, you were once called the weakest Seryude, a shameless pervert, never amount to anything. Yet your straightforward nature and sheer grit and determination made you one of the most powerful figures in the world today. You've shown us how foolish we once were, getting drunk on power and rampaging mindlessly. But you have shone a bright, beautiful light in this once dark world. You cleansed a millennia of hatred with your charismatic personality, and freed us from the chains that we were once bound by. You have shown us a future worthy of fighting for. You have also shown us the gloriousness of Oppai. That's why we have decided to help you in your ventures. We who have lifetimes of experience in a multitude of fields will give you the training, knowledge, and abilities that will make you shine, as well as aid you in groping a lot of Oppai in the future. Go forth and show the world the true power of the Sekyuite. Eyes just stood there, shocked. He couldn't believe it. The senpais of the boosted gear were banding together to train him. Some of the greatest warriors to exist, probably with deadly skills to match. He knew he could learn a lot from them. He also knew it was safe as he trusted D-Drag who sent him here. So what exactly are we going to do here? Issei asked his boosted gear seniors. He was excited at the prospect of training but still need a picture of what the final product would be. One of the senpais stepped forward and said, it's simple really. You are an up-close and personal fighter but you have no style. Here we will train you in several different martial arts, making you a lethal fighter even without the balance breaker. Also, we will teach you the perfect sword style so that you don't waste that perfect blade of yours. Moving on, you have a high affinity for fire and ice. We, along with the past White Dragon Emperor here, will help you masterfully tap into those affinities and then help you create your own spells. The past White Dragon Emperor will also help you with your dividing gear. And finally, magic training. Since you lack talent in it, we will only teach you enhancement magics, which if you pull off correctly will help you against even the power of destruction. Finally, you'll be training your new Vanishing Welsh Balance Breaker with those two lizards out there. That's the end result we are aiming for. Every night we will bring you into the gear and train you in arts and techniques, whereas the next day you can practice them when mastering them completely. The senpai finished. Awesome, that's awesome. I can already see how badass I would look. Let's get started. We've got a year to make me into the biggest badass alive. Issei was happy. Gone were the days when people would look down on him. It was his turn to fly and look down on everything. The old Issei Hyodu was gone and now a new one and a much stronger one was born. And the world needed to be ready for the force of nature that was coming their way. Time skip 1 year. It had been a whole year since Issei left the Occult Research Club. During this year he had grown exponentially stronger. He now had his own hand-to-hand style that he created after learning several different styles. He had become a proficient swordsman, one who could force someone of Arthur's caliber to fight seriously. His control over his fire and ice elements had gone up exponentially. He was now to freely manipulate them. He had his own Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker and even a combined subspecie which combined both D-Drag and Owl's power. His dragons wanted him to call the form the true Heavenly Dragon Balance Breaker, but he rejected the notion as it would be disrespectful to Volley, who had become a very good friend to Issei. So instead they named it the Vanishing Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The said form was red color. Its gems were blue and the whole armor had a white outline in it. Instead of the regular 2 there were now 4 wings and 2 tails instead of 1. We currently find Issei sitting in his cabin recalling how he had slowly gotten close to all of Team Volley's members. He had learnt that nearly all of them had suffered betrayal in one form or another. After hearing their stories, he decided to fix their traumas and help them move on. So he first started with Biku. Biku left his ancestral territory for the reason that no one appreciated the amount of work he put in. He would work his ass off to make the others acknowledge him for who he was and not for being the next Wukong. As no one changed their views on him, he eventually gave up. And after his training was complete and that he had mastered all of the techniques of the Wukong, he abandoned his ancestral right and began traveling the world. During his travels he had run into Volley, and the two hit off pretty well. It was soon after this that both of them had joined the Chaos Brigade to help Biku get past his trauma. Issei bluntly told him that he never saw Biku as a future king or anyone who could be given a position that required responsibility. However, before Biku could retaliate, Issei pulled him into a bro hug and told him that he would accept Biku for who he was, a good guy with a kind heart, and also among the best jokers in the world who could make anyone laugh no matter what the circumstance. After all, it was due to Biku that Issei had finally laughed 3 months after he left the devil's side. He did go further and found Biku a girlfriend. She was a werewolf who went by the name of Ari Lunark. Not only was she a strong fighter, but she also loved Biku for who he was. Needless to say that Biku had declared Issei to be his brother along with Vali and Arthur. He also made Issei the godfather of one of his future kids. The next person that Issei helped recover was Kuroka. Issei originally had his doubts about her, thinking that she really did give in to power and abandoned her sister to death. The truth, however, was very much different. She had killed her master because he was experimenting on his servants and was changing them into monsters with power. He was going to experiment on Kaneko, her sister, as well, but she killed him before he could. She also told Issei that the reason she ran away was that she did not want her little sister to live the life of a criminal as she does. Her reasoning was more than enough evidence for Issei that she was innocent. He had promised that he would find evidence that would one day prove her innocence and help her get back to her sister. This surprised Kuroko, who thought that he hated her sister for the part she played in his betrayal. Issei, however, just shook his head at that and said that he may hate Kaneko, but he did not hate Kuroka. In fact, he saw her as dear friend. This made Kuroka cry tears of happiness, and she expressed her desire to become mates with Issei. Issei, however, rejected her offer, saying that she was only feeling the moment. He would find a mate, but only when his heart was ready. And he did not want her to wait for him because she was someone who deserved genuine happiness. The next was Arthur. Issei found it strange that someone who cared so deeply for his sister to the point of threatening Issei to kill him if he hurt her feelings would have such a cold exterior mark. The truth, however, was revealed to him by Lefei. She told Issei that Arthur was the heir of the Pendragon family. She told Issei how their family did not care about any of their feelings. The both of them were just tools to be used by the Pendragon family. Because of this, Arthur, despite being a cheery kid, worked as hard as he could to get even the slightest of appreciation from his family. Both of them, however, were content with how life was going, as at the end of the day both she and Arthur had each other's backs. She then proceeded to tell Issei that the real situation had changed when both Arthur and her own self were engaged to heirs of separate families. In the beginning it was not really such a big matter, and Arthur was fond of his fiancée, and so was Lefei. Things went wrong for Arthur when he one day fell in love with a maid in his mansion. Her name was Ellie. As time went by, both of them had developed strong feelings for each other. To prevent a problem in the future, Arthur informed his fiancée of his decision to break the engagement as he did not love her. His fiancée, in front of his face, agreed and even went as far as to sport him. But as soon as he left, she went to their father and told him everything. Their father called Arthur and tried to talk him out of his love for Ellie. Arthur, however, rejected it with fervor. It was at this moment that their father had threatened to have Ellie killed if Arthur did not comply. This was the moment Arthur had decided to run away from his home. Around the time Arthur had developed feelings for Ellie, Lefei told Issei that she had found the real nature of her fiancé. He was an abusive person and a massive pervert. She informed her parents of this and asked them to break the engagement. They, however, rejected this notion and said she had to do it for the good of the Pendragon family. As Arthur had already decided to run away, she herself decided to join him. Arthur, in order to save Ellie's life, stole both Caliburn and Excalibur ruler. He threatened his family to give the swords away if they harmed Ellie and ran away. They encountered Vali, who offered them a place in his team and protection offered by the Chaos Brigade. Issei was stunned, but he quickly knew what to do to save the remainder of his heart. He got Ellie's location from Lefei and invaded the Pendragon mansion. He not only rescued Ellie from a prison where she was being held, but he did it in the nick of time as she was about to be raped by Lefei's fiancé. Issei saved her and kicked Lefei's fiancé in the balls before flying away to the location of Vali's mansion. Issei smiled as he remembered the look of pure relief and happiness on both Arthur's and Ellie's faces when they reunited with each other. The next few times that Issei saw Arthur, he was much brighter and actually had a small yet warm smile. Arthur then told Issei that he was worthy to be his brother-in-law and that he would entrust Lefei to him when Issei would be ready to accept her. This caused Lefei to develop a full-blown blush, and Issei could only shake his head in exasperation. The next person was the one and only Vali Lucifer. During one day of his training, Issei decided to take a break and on Al's suggestion decided to visit Northern Europe. At the end of the day, he was sitting in a park when he suddenly smelt 3 scents that were slightly similar to Vali's. Deciding to investigate, he followed the scents and finally saw a mother with 2 small children. The women then spotted Issei and her eyes widened. Making her way towards Issei, she asked in a shaky voice, "Is it really you, Vali? I can sense your dragon inside." Issei, though shocked, kept his outward reaction stoic. Shaking his head, he said, "No, my name Issei. By the way, may I ask, who is this Vali and what does he have to with my dragon?" The woman sighed before saying, "Since you must be the Red Dragon Emperor, let me tell you a story. I was originally the wife of the original Lucifer's grandson. I had a son who we named Volley, but the son of Lucifer Rizvam, who was an extremist, tortured Volley because of him being half. My husband was too weak to oppose his father, and in the end we could do nothing. Eventually we heard plans of Rizvam killing me and my husband in front of Volley to break him completely. So my husband faked my death and sent me back to the human world, where is scarifying his life. I moved and married again, but I still crave to see Volley. It's been so long since I've looked into those sweet eyes of his. Oh, I'm sorry, my ranting must be boring for you, said the woman, quickly wiping her tears. She was about to leave when Issei held her hand and stopped her before saying, I know Volley. He is fine and is still the same caring boy you knew him to be. Only this time he is a badass fighter and the team leader of a strong group of fighters. The woman's eyes widened at that, and she quickly held Issei's hands and said, can you take me to me? Issei shook his head before smiling and saying, wait here. He took out his phone and urgently requested Volley for backup. In a few moments the whole Volley team appeared in the park. Volley, who was expecting a fight, grew a tick mark on his head. However, before he could say anything he heard a gasp and turned to look in that direction. What he saw shocked him out of his core. The face he had been yearning to see in years was standing in front of him. He was unable to move due to shock. The woman slowly made her way to Volley before touching his cheek. She then softly asked Volley, is it really you? Volley could only nod as he felt tears forming in his eyes, however he fought to keep them in. Seeing this, Issei moved towards him and placed a hand on his shoulder, before he gave Volley a reassuring nod. It was then that Volley completely broke down and hugged his mother tight. Mom, 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 he kept on saying as his mother just held him, having a content smile on her face. The whole of Team Volley was smiling at the scene. A few moments later, Volley looked up at Issei and said, hi, you know, Issei, I thank you from the very core of my heart. I will never be able to repay what you have done for me. Issei shook his head and said, you do not have to thank me, Volley. Though if you really feel like making it up to me, try moving past your trauma. I will be there to help you along the way. Now I guess we will leave you to catch up with your mom and meet your siblings. As he said this, the others nodded and teleported back to the HQ. However, before Issei teleported, he said, one more thing, Volley, when you finally go to kill your grandfather, don't forget to take me with you. He will face the wrath of not one but two dragons. Saying that, he teleported away. Volley's mother smiled at what Issei had said before she said, you have found yourself a good friend, haven't you, Volley? Volley shook his head and said, not a friend, he is my brother. After today, even if the whole world is against him, I will stand by him. We will be known as the strongest heavenly dragons to have ever lived. Volley's mother smiled at him before she took him to her home to introduce him to the rest of her family. As they were walking, Volley was having a conversation with Albion. He said, I am truly sorry, Albion, but after what Issei did for me, I can't bring myself to fight him, even if he is the Red One. I hope you forgive me. It's not a problem, Volley. I was going to say the same thing to you. Both of you are now brothers. I think you should talk to him about his trauma and help him move on as well. Also, since you promised to break your chains, you should look at Kuroka as well. I know you love her, replied Albion. Hearing that made Volley frown a little. Albion, who was quick to see that, said, stop fearing your grandfather. You've got a whole family of strong individuals. They will help you take him down one day, said Albion, to which Volley nodded before cutting of his mental link and going back to talking to his mother. He had so much to tell her. Issei did not stop there. He had also helped Kuroka and Volley get together, which in the end was beneficial for both of them, as they were the most broken parts of the Volley team and needed emotional backing more than anyone else. And after this, that Issei had officially joined Team Volley, though he would occasionally go back to his cabin. Finally, Issei thought about Lefei, the blonde wizard who had somehow broken all of his walls and had managed to make her place in his hearts. Her sheer innocence and her calm aura were addictive for Issei. He had confessed to her, and he was positively surprised when she pounced on him and hugged, all the while squealing. Issei laughed before kissing her on the forehead. Finally packing his things, he made his way back to the HQ, where Volley was about to announce something big. When everyone had gathered into the living room of the Volley team HQ, Volley stood up and said, everyone, I have decided that we will be leaving the Chaos Brigade and will be joining the Alliance. I am sure all of you are well aware that over the past year all of us have gained something important and worth protecting, which is why I think it's imperative for us to return for their safety, said Volley, with everyone nodding. Volley then turned to Issei and said, Issei, do you have any problems with this decision? His voice had signs of worry in them, which Issei caught on. Issei knew that if he rejected the idea, it would be off the table. But Issei wasn't that selfish, and now he had Lefei. He did not need anyone else. So he just shook his head and smiled before saying, not really. I have Lefei and you guys with me. And it's like I hate everyone in the Alliance, it's just the orc. Also, I think I have been away for long enough, Issei said as he snuggled into Lefei. Volley smiled before saying, very well then guys, we will return and intercept the terrorist attack being set by the old Mao faction on the upcoming raiding game. It will be a good event to get our messages across to both sides. Everyone nodded at that before leaving to get ready. Sirzechs could be seen sitting in his office going through papers that needs his attention. They ranged from permissions to travel to having a raiding game. He could never actually understand why did things so trivial need his authorization. He sighed because just as he finished his current batch, another one twice as big was waiting to be checked and signed through. Grafia, who was Sirzechs' wife and queen, was standing beside her husband clad in her maid's uniform. She was waiting for him to ask her for assistance. She knew how hard this job was on Sirzechs. He was a free-spirited soul that enjoyed freedom rather than being confined to a room all day. Maybe one of these days she could convince Adjika to take over his work for a day or two and she could take Sirzechs for a day out. She was bought out of her musing when a communication circle formed near Sirzechs' ear. "Oh, hello, Riot, and did you need something?" asked Sirzechs as he leaned back into his chair. "Oni-sama, it's terrible. 3 need you," said Rias while sobbing. Sirzechs immediately turned serious and he said, "I am sending Grafia over to get you. We can talk in my office." "Hi, thank you, Oni-sama," said Rias as the communication circle disappeared. Sirzechs then turned to Grafia and just looked into her eyes. Any unspoken request was made and she nodded before disappearing in a red flash. Sirzechs sighed as he leaned back into his chair, hoping that his Riatan was safe. If not, then whoever hurt her would be lucky to have his head on their shoulder. With Grafia. When Grafia appeared at Rias's location, she half expected them to be facing a strong opponent who they could defeat alone. However, she was not expecting all of the girls to be on their knees and to be crying their eyes out. She also noticed the glaring absence of a certain brunette. She then asked Rias-sama what happened. "Why are all of you crying so badly?" "It's Issei, he is ddd." Rias stuttered out. Grafia went cold as she heard that. She may not be as expressive as Sirzechs when it comes to her emotions, but she still viewed Issei as her lovable younger brother. So she asked in an urgent voice, "Rias-sama, are you absolutely certain?" "Hi, look, these are his evil pieces. He did not come home last night. When we searched for him today, we found his evil pieces here." Rias answered in a shaky voice. "Very well then. Please step into this magic circle as we go to Lucifer-sama's office," said Grafia, who had a stoic expression on her face, but inwardly she was worried, very worried. The others nodded and soon disappeared in a flash of red light. Back with Sirzechs. It had been 30 minutes since Grafia had left. We could see Sirzechs pacing up down his office, anxiously waiting for his queen to return with his sister and her peerage. A few moments later, a magic circle with the Gremory emblem appeared, and from it Grafia appeared with Rias and her peerage. Grafia nodded to Sirzechs before excusing herself and left the room. Sirzechs was pleased to see that she was fine physically, but frowned when he saw that nearly the whole peerage was crying. The only one who wasn't was Kiba, and he looked as if he had seen something ghastly. "Riatan, what's wrong? Tell me, I am worried," asked Sirzechs. "Oni-sama, it's Issei. He is dead. We found his evil pieces in Kyo Park. It's all my fault. 4 pushed him too hard and he left me," stuttered Rias as she sobbed. "Wait, what? Issei's dead? Your fault? Explain to me what happened, all of it," said Sirzechs, using his experience as a faction leader to not show any emotions. However, on the inside he was in complete and utter turmoil. Rias tried to speak but was unable to form any words. Everything she said about him came back to her and hit her like a truck. Overcome by sorrow, she started sobbing again. It was then that Kiba stepped forward and motioned Sirzechs to follow him outside. Once out on the porch, Kiba began to explain everything that had happened over the few months. He of course omitted the part where the Occult Research Club had badmouthed Issei. He said it all began 2 months ago, around the time that Ravel had transferred into the school. Issei-kun had failed to confess to Rias, which caused her to run out of the room. Despite the fact that Issei looked genuinely confused, everyone ganged up and called him on it. After that, Issei-kun started spending a lot of time away from the club. He was there only for the least possible time, performing his contracts and leaving. This continued for 2 months before we found his evil pieces in the bush and contacted you, said Kiba. Sirzechs was taking in all that had been said before he finally spoke. "Did you find Issei-kun's body?" Kiba shook his head and said, "We did find a little flesh but no body." Sirzechs brightened a little at this before saying, "Then there is a chance that Issei is alive. I will organize a search party for him and will let you know of the findings as soon as possible." Kiba nodded, and soon the peerage returned to the Occult Research Club, hoping and praying that Issei was alive and safe. When Rias and her peerage left, Sirzechs immediately called Azazel, Michiel, and Yasaka and summoned them for an emergency meeting. Azazel appeared after a few moments, whereas Yasaka and Michiel participated using holographic spectrums of each other. When all 4 leaders were available, Sirzechs informed them of what had happened and the possibility of Issei being kidnapped by the Chaos Brigade. For a moment the leaders were silent before Michiel said, "That is troubling. I will contact all the churches with information on Issei and ask them to keep on a lookout for him. If he is being held anywhere in Europe, we will find him. I will send the information to our temples and other yokai kingdoms. Hopefully, if he is in the eastern part of the world, we will be able to locate him," said Yasaka. Sirzechs thanked them both, and both of them soon left to organize their parties. Sirzechs then waited for Azazel to say something. He knew that for Azazel, Issei was very much like his own son that he never had. So among all the leaders he must have been affected the most. Azazel was however staring at the ceiling lost in thought. After a while Azazel said that wasn't the complete story, was it? Sirzechs sighed at that before saying, nothing escapes you, doesn't it? No, there was a small piece that I chose not to reveal. Azazel HM'd before saying, can you tell me? I am sure you know how I viewed Issei, right? Sirzechs nodded before proceeding to tell Azazel what had happened over those 2 months, and what it had resulted in. Azazel then became silent again before he got up and started to leave, but was stopped by Sirzechs, who asked, you aren't going to harm Rias, are you? Azazel shook his head and said no. She is also somewhat like a daughter figure, and moreover she is a maiden in love. I understand that a heart in love can get desperate, so no, I'm not mad. Though I will sending in a team of my best trackers out hoping to find out where his body was taken. Sirzechs sighed in relief before asking, what do you that his body was taken? He could still be alive, you know. Azazel turned around before touching Sirzechs on the shoulder and saying, I have been a faction leader for over 5,000 years, and I know when a cause is lost or not. This time it is. I suggest you mentally prepare Rias and the others. This news won't be good for them. Sirzechs did not say anything. He had to admit that Azazel made a valid point. Compared to Azazel in terms of being a leader, Sirzechs was green. He knew the chances were slim, but he needed to hold on to the hope and possibility of Issei being alive. It was then Sirzechs decided to visit his best friend Beelzebub, the person who created the evil pieces. If anyone had the slightest idea of whether Issei could still be alive, it was Ajika. Sirzechs then disappeared into a magic circle, appearing in front of a man with green hair. The said man looked up in surprise and said, Sirzechs, what are you doing here? And why didn't you inform me that you were visiting? Ajika, it's serious. I want to ask you, is there any way for a person who lost his evil pieces to be alive? Asked Sirzechs. Ajika was initially surprised at the question, but nonetheless answered, evil pieces strengthen the soul-holding ability of dying body. If they were removed forcefully, then death is almost sure. However, if by any chance the body somehow by another way managed to strengthen its core before the soul leaves it, it is possible for them to be alive. I see. Thank you for the assessment, Ajika. I will explain everything in detail soon. Bye, said Sirzechs as he vanished into a magic circle. Time skip 1 year. Issei had been officially announced as Kia. The peerage in the beginning were heartbroken but nonetheless moved on. And once again everyone in the club was smiling. However, Issei's disappearance affected the girls in more than one negative way. Rias and Aquino had both started sleeping over with different guys. Asia had abandoned all of her faith. Zenovia had become something similar to Kaneko. She hardly showed any emotion at all. Kaneko had gone from monotone to downright emotionless and hardly even talked anymore. Rias even had 2 new pawns to replace Issei. They were the wielders of the Kusanagi and the legendary water dragon Mizukai. However, Rias and the rest of the peerage had become laid back and hardly trained anymore. The only ones still serious were Kiba, Gasper, Kaneko, Zenovia, and Rosway. Suho wasn't affected by Issei's supposed death as she wasn't that close to him. And because of their strength, Rias had managed to get a decent record in the rating games. We currently find the peerage in the Gremory Mansion in the Underworld. They had a rating game at the weekend and hence were waiting in the Underworld. Before suddenly a very loud explosion was heard. What was that? Shouted Rias. At that moment Sirzechs and Grafia appeared. The latter one then spoke and said, the old Satan faction have attacked 4 territories. The Citri territory is one of them. Go there and try to free as many kids as you can before they kill them. Please hurry. Milikas is also in the same school. Rias and her peerage nodded before teleporting to the Citri territory. Once they got there, they began their operation and somehow successfully managed to take out most of the low-class devils and rescued most of the kids. However, they weren't able to find Milikas. Soon after, they heard a booming laugh come from the roof and rushed to it. Upon reaching the roof, they saw that the old Mao Shalba Beelzebub, who they thought was dead, was in front of them, and he had an unconscious Milikas in his arm. Rias shook in anger as she saw the unconscious figure of her nephew. I will kill you. Rias growled out and fired a wave of destruction at Shalba, who simply shrugged it off, shocking Rias and her peerage. I was expecting Sirzechs to show up. His power of destruction is worth facing. Yours barely even tickles, much less can kill me. Now I will kill this boy and then all of you and force Sirzechs to become a cold-head Avenger who can be manipulated. Ha ha ha, said Shalba. However, before Rias could reply, a voice boomed the area. Even after coming back from death, you haven't learned your lesson, have you, Shalba? This infuriated Shalba, who shouted, how dare you insult me, the great descendant of the original Beelzebub. Show yourself or I will kill this boy right here and now. Shalba was about to stab Milikas before a blur rushed past the peerage and punched him hard, forcing him to release Milikas, who was then caught by the blur. As Shalba was flying back, the call of divide was heard. Shalba looked up from the ground and shouted, volley, how dare you betray a fellow old Mao. The figure, who was wearing a hoodie, removed it to reveal the face of Issei. He was instantly recognized by everyone there. He put Milikas on the ground and jumped in front of Shalba before the peerage could say anything. Issei looked at Shalba and said, balance breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker rang out Drag's voice as Issei was now clad in his scale mail ready to fight Shalba. With Sirzechs and Azazel. Sirzechs and his peerage along with Azazel were fighting of the Jabberwocky bought by the Old Mao faction, along with other ultimate class devils of the Old Mao. The monster was inching its way to the center of Lilith before they heard a chant. I, who is about to awaken, am the White Dragon Emperor who will take the law down to the darkness. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, I shall become a pure Emperor of White Dragon, and I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Juggernaut Imperio Overdrive. A white mechanical dragon appeared and started battling the Jabberwocky, whereas the rest of the volley team scoured the city and started taking out any threat to the civilian. This scene surprised Sirzechs and Azazel, but they none the else accepted the help and got back to facing the ultimate class devils of the Old Mao faction that were attacking the city. Back with Issei. Everyone was staring at Issei, their eyes wide open in shock. Shalba pointed an accusing finger at Issei and said, "You bastard, how are you here? You were supposed to be dead. The reason I am here is simple: to kick your ass. And for how I am alive, I never really died, I just decided to go off the grid for a while," replied Issei. "HMPH, it doesn't matter, today is the day you will die along with the boy and the sister of that fake Mao," said Shalba as he fired a concentrated blast of demonic energy at Issei. Issei, however, remained rooted to his spot and took the hit head on. There was a loud explosion, resulting in a crater and smoke from Issei's position. The peerage looked on worried. They thought that Issei was gone again, after he had just come back. However, from the smoke came Issei's voice as he said seriously, "Is that the best you can do? You sure are an insult to the rank of Mao. I thought you'd be a little strong considering the fact that Sirzechs and Volley are also at Mao level. You insolent fool, how dare you speak that way to me? You are nothing but a bug when compared to me," shouted Shalba. Issei sighed before he began charging an attack. Fire in his left, ice on the right. When the attack was ready, Issei disappeared from his position and appeared above Shalba and shouted, "Flaming Freeze Cyclone." The attack hit Shalba head-on and an explosion ensued. Issei picked up his lifeless body before taking Milica's from where he left him. Issei was about to leave when Eyes-kun, Eyes-san, Issei-senpai, Eyes-senpai, Issei-kun. The whole of the peerage ran towards him and bear-hugged. He, however, did not react at all. After a few moments he asked, "Could you please let me go? I am running late and my girlfriend is waiting for me to come back." This shocked the girls, who did not say anything. After a few moments, Rias asked and said, "What do you mean, Issei? Don't you remember us?" "Oh, I remember you all right. You guys are just ease who want to use people and then throw them away after you are done playing with them. Now if you'll excuse, my team is waiting for me," said Issei as he released his wings before flying up in the air. The girls were all shocked. They now understood why Issei had left them. He had overheard them talking about him behind his back. They knew that they needed to apologize to him as soon as possible, and hopefully he would forgive them and give them a second chance. Rias then turned to her peerage and said he must have gone to Lilith. "Let's head there." The others nodded before quickly following after Issei. With Volley in his improved Juggernaut drive was fighting the Jabberwocky. He had gotten in several strong and devastating hits in, but the regenerative ability of the damn monster was way too overpowered. TCH, how am I going to defeat something with regenerative abilities of this scale? He thought. How about destroying it completely all at once? Suggested Albion. Volley grinned at that before he flew into the air and shouted, "Compression." Compression divider came out. Came voice from the divine dividing. Suddenly the Jabberwocky was being pushed down hard. Albion was repeatedly shouting divide, and the Jabberwocky was screaming in pain. The monster's very existence was being divided. Soon the monster had been completely divided. Volley had literally removed the Jabberwockies from existence. He then removed his armor before sighing. As he did that, he heard Issei's voice, "Seems like you are done as well." Volley nodded at that before saying, "Let's go get the others and then meet Azazel and Sirzechs." Issei nodded and both of them flew towards the two leaders while sending a message to the rest of the team telling them to converge. When both of them reached the two leaders, they found out that they too had defeated their enemy. Hearing them arrive, Azazel nonchalantly turned to look in their direction before his eyes widened at the sight of Issei. "Issei, is that you?" Azazel croaked out. Issei smiled warmly at him, and while he dropped Shalba and gave Milica's to Volley, he said, "Yo sensei, did you miss me?" Azazel did not say anything. Instead he went up to Issei and pulled him into a hug. He hugged Issei for a while before breaking away and then chopping him in the head. "Itai, what was that for, sensei?" asked Issei as he rubbed his head. "That, my dear boy, was because you left everyone without telling me and for making me think that you were dead," said Azazel, making Issei whistle and look away. "Ahem, what did you do to Milica's and why are the two of you together?" asked Sirzechs in a strict tone. "Oh, I didn't do anything to him. I stopped Shalba from killing when he was about to stab him sometime soon. And as for why we are together, Volley decided that it was time for his team to return to the Alliance. He decided to infiltrate this attack and stop the old Mao as a message to the Chaos Brigade that he was leaving. As he was short on numbers, he asked me for help, which I gladly gave, replied Issei, getting nods of understanding from both the leaders. We may be able to forgive the other members of your group, but Kuroko will be executed as she is a stray devil, said Sirzechs. Vali then tossed him a journal and said, read that and you will know the real reason why she did what she did. Sirzechs opened the journal and began to read. As he read it, his eyes widened before he had a look of disgust on his face. He looked at Vali and said, very well, this is big evidence of her innocence. I will be removing her name from the stray list. Also, now that you are back, what do you intend on doing? Me and my time will be moving to Kyo and hopefully start our 3rd year at Kyo. Most of us are around Issei's age, replied Vali. Very well. However, Issei, I need an explanation of where did you go and why did you leave, said Sirzechs. Sure, that is a reasonable request, replied Issei. As he said that, the rest of the Vali team appeared along with Ellie and Ari. Kuroko jumped on Vali's back and kissed him on the cheek. Lefei moved to stand beside Issei, who picked her up in a princess carry before kissing her on the cheek. Lefei blushed at that but soon returned the favor by kissing Issei on the cheek. Rias and her peerage soon landed and saw the whole scene take place. Looking at the way Issei was treating Lefei made their hearts sink and caused their rage to rise at the blonde. She then weakly said Issei. Issei turned to look at her with emotionless eyes, causing her to flinch at the coldness of his look. Issei then looked to Sirzechs and said in a calm tone, do you want my answer here or in a meeting room? Everyone was sitting in a meeting room. Rias and her peerage, including her pawns, were standing beside the wall. Sirzechs and Azazel were sitting together at one end of the table, whereas Issei and the Vali team were sitting opposite to Sirzechs and Azazel. The room was silent, with everyone waiting for a person to break this eerie silence. So where do I begin? Asked Issei. Why did you stop spending time in the occult research club following the arrival of Ravel? Asked Sirzechs in a formal yet curious tone, with Ravel looking on in interest. She had spent the whole year blaming herself for Issei's death. Now that he was back, she would ensure that she won't let him go again. Well, considering that everyone ganged up and berated me for something I was not aware of, I decided it would be best to give them space to cool down before we talked again. Issei answered calmly before looking at Ravel, who was fidgeting. Issei then said to Ravel, Ravel, I am not mad at you. You weren't the reason I left. I look forward to having cake with you again soon. This caused Ravel to sigh in relief and the other girls to slightly glare at her. The next question, what happened on the day that you disappeared and how did you end up joining the volley team? Asked Azazel. Well, it was about 2 months after the whole berating incident. I decided that it had been long enough and I would go talk things with everyone. As I was returning from my contract, I was going to the meeting room to submit my payment. Issei stopped at this point and closed his eyes while his hands balled into fist. Seeing this, Lefei quickly placed her hand on his, making him look at her. She smiled at him and nodded to him, showing that she was and everyone of the team were there for him. Issei smiled at her before continuing, however, as I reached the room I heard some not so friendly things about myself. I do not want to repeat, but I can show you. D-drag if you would, said Issei as the boosted gear appeared and a holographic stream appeared from the central gem. Holographic memory. Let's get this meeting underway before Issei gets back, said Rias. I wonder what do they want to discuss? It's not my birthday anytime soon, thought Issei. He also decided to keep on listening and ship for more clues. His perversion is getting out of hand now. I do not know the last time I had a review which didn't mention his perverted nature, said Rias. The spite in her voice was as clear as day. Hearing her say that made Issei's widened in shock. Not to mention that he has been perving around other girls a lot more than usual. The amount of hate the club gets because of him is increasing day by day, said Kiba. This shocked Issei as he did not expect his best friend, who he thought of as a brother, to talk about him in such a manner. Not to mention behind his back. He has also failed to confess to you. I am starting to wonder, is he even useful? Said Akino, her voice having as much spite as Rias's. Her words hurt Issei deeply as well. Were all the times he spent with her for naught? Was her hating her heritage all a lie to get closer to him? I too am becoming troubled by Issei's perverted nature. I may have to stop being with him if it gets any bigger, said Asia shyly. Ooh, to think that my childhood friend became such a perverted beast. Do not worry, Ice-kun, I will save you. Amen, said Arena, causing everyone to sweat drop. The words of his friends were now beginning to pierce him. Was all that he did for Asia nothing? Was his perverse nature all that his childhood friend could see? Issei thought as he felt tears forming in his eyes. I honestly think it was a mistake reincarnating him. I had also hoped that his perverted tendencies would go down a notch if he had gone through a near-death experience. I honestly would not even have thought about reincarnating him if he wasn't the Red Dragon Emperor, said Rias. These words of her had finally crossed the line. He felt his whole heart breaking all over again. He summoned his gauntlet and looked at it. He at that moment realized that he did not mean anything to them at all. All they needed was his gear and his power. He was nothing but a tool for them to use and then throw away. He is the enemy of women everywhere, said Kaneko. He was used to her saying things like that, but this time it felt much colder and much more serious. I agree with you, Kaneko. Maybe if I left him to die a little longer he would have lost his perverted nature and would have actually been able to confess to me, said Rias. This shocked Issei even more. The one person he held more dear than anyone in the world would be willing to let him die. He did not think that they would go as far as they were right now. Well, nothing we can do can change the past, said Akino with a sigh. But change can always be brought in the future, said Zinovia. It was at this moment that Issei decided to turn and leave. He could not handle any more of their slander. As he quietly left his home, he started walking away, thinking about all that he had done for this group and how they treated him for it. First was Rias. He literally gave up an arm for her to keep her from getting sold to another family. Next was Akino, where all the times he complimented her and told her that he accepted her true nature, all just an act to reduce his perversion. Asia, the one he had saved from fallen angels and the one for whom he had nearly lost his life to Juggernaut Drive, didn't want to stay with him just because of his perversion. Talk about selfish. Irina, his childhood friend and the one who could see goodness in nearly everyone, was not able to see the goodness in him. Kiba, his brother and all but whom he had helped move on from his painful past, was willing to leave him just because of something like maintaining a perfect picture. And Zinovia, she only saw him as breeding stock for strong children. She did not care about his feelings. And lastly, Kaneko, the one he had protected her when her own family was against her, called him an enemy to all women. Memory end. After this I decided to leave the area as I did not want to listen any further. When I reached the park I had realized that I was being manipulated from the very beginning, said Issei. Everyone was quiet again. Sirzechs looked shocked. He never thought that his younger sister would say something like that, specifically not to someone she loved. Azazel was emitting an aura of silent fury but did not say anything. Rias and her peerage, except the new pawns, looked down in shame. The volley team and Ravel were glaring at them. After a few moments' silence, Sirzechs looked up again and asked, "Can you tell us what you realized at the park?" Issei nodded before saying, "Tell me, Sirzechs Naisama, is it possible for a high-class devil to not know if any unplanned activity is happening in his or her territory?" Sirzechs shook his head and said, "That is impossible. They would know if something like that happens. Then how is it possible that your sister ignored the fallen angels in her territory? Also, on the day of date I had received a summoning paper from her familiar. So what do you think that entails?" Sirzechs stayed quiet for a while as his brain mentally connected the dots. He gasped as soon as realization hit him. Issei then smiled emotionlessly and said, "That's right, your dear sister knew that the fallen were in her territory. She knew of their plan to murder me. And instead of warning me, she let them kill me so that she could come in and be a savior." Issei shouted in the end before stopping and panting in anger. Azazel then said to Issei, "Son, I am really sorry for my faction did to you. If you can find it in your heart, please forgive me." Issei shook his head and gave Azazel a real smile before saying, "It wasn't your fault, Sensei, it was Cockabille's. And Volley took care of him, so it's even. Though I do not think I will be able to forgive them," he said, pointing at Rias and glaring at her. Sirzechs then turned to Rias and said in a very cold voice, "Rias, is what Issei said true? And don't think about lying to me. If I catch you lying, the consequences will be severe." This surprised Issei. He did not think that Sirzechs would say anything to Rias, but it seems that he was a good leader after all. Issei smiled as he was happy that he did not lose his big brother figure. "Hi, it's true, but I only did it because I was being forced into a marriage with Riser, and I did not want that," Rias weakly replied. "Fuo is taken from under your jurisdiction and will now be Sona's territory. This decision is to be effected immediately. You may leave," said Sirzechs in an authoritative tone, leaving absolutely no room for any argument. Rias dejectedly moved out of the room with her peerage following her. Sirzechs sighed before turning to Issei and saying, "I am really for letting THST happen. Issei, will you ever forgive me? I'm not angry on you, Naisama. You did nothing wrong. We will be cool if you permit me to play with Milikas one of these days," replied Issei, causing Sirzechs to smile in gratitude. "Sorry to ruin the mood, but what will you be doing, Volley? Will you be coming back to the Grigori or will you be joining the Devils?" asked Azazel. "Well, I am thinking about joining the Devils and getting my own evil pieces," replied Volley. "Okay, then that sorts that out. All of you should go to Human World. I had Shemheza build a mansion for you guys while we were in the meeting. It should be complete now," said Azazel. Volley nodded and stood up. The others followed as they left the room to return to the Human World. "Nimena, what do you guys want to do when we go to the Human World?" asked Issei. "We don't really have an idea since none of us has had the opportunity to actually see it, replied Volley. Issei smirked at that before saying, "How about all of us go a quadruple date?" Everyone stopped moving abruptly and looked at Issei incredulously. "Hey, don't give me that look. Everyone here is in a relationship and dates are a common feature in a relationship. All you get ready, we are leaving in 2 hours, said Issei as they entered their new home. Everyone followed his command when to get changed. Scene break. "Oi, Issei, what do you think I should wear?" asked Biku. Issei came into the room with some clothes in his hands. After examining them, he nodded to himself before handing Biku a black jacket, black t-shirt, and black jeans. Issei then said, wear this, you will look irresistible. The Monkey King nodded his head, after which Issei left the room to go to Volley. Issei, how do I look? Asked Volley, who was in his normal attire of a black shirt and gray jeans. You know that is what you normally wear, right? Issei deadpanned at him. Well, excuse me, but this outfit is good for combat, so I bought many copies of it. I never thought I'd have to go on a date someday. Volley replied with a shrug. Hi, battle maniac Sama here, wear this, said Issei as he handed Volley a white jacket, blue jeans, and a silver shirt with a white dragon design on it. Volley grinned as he looked at the clothes before he went to his washroom to change. He came out of the bathroom and was surprised by how good he looked. He turned to Issei and said, how come you knew that this combination would look good on me? Issei shrugged in response before saying, I'm wearing literally the same thing, only difference is my jacket is red and shirt is black with a red dragon along with the white one in it. Volley nodded it before leaving to join Biku in the living room. Finally, Issei sighed as he went to the person who he knew would be the most difficult to dress considering his background. Entering Arthur's room, he saw that he was wearing formal clothing. This caused Issei to raise a brow at Arthur, who noticed this and said, what is the matter? What is with that look? Dude, you are going on a date and not on business meeting. Here, change into this. It is much more convenient for the occasion, said Issei as he handed Arthur a blue jacket, a lilac shirt with a cross-blade design on it, and blue jeans. Arthur silently took the clothes and changed before leaving for the living room. Issei then made his way to his own room before changing his own outfit, which consisted of a red jacket with a black shirt that had a red dragon and a white one flying side by side, designed on it, along with black-colored jeans. Finally ready, he made his way to the living room where the guys were waiting for the girls. It was after a few minutes that all of the girls had appeared, and needless to say, all the boys had been blown away by their beauty. Ari was wearing a purple sleeveless summer dress along with long heels, along with a brown hat that fit in perfectly with her blonde hair. The way she looked left Biku gawking at her. Kuroka for once was not in her usual kimono. Instead, she was wearing a black jacket, a light blue shirt, and blue jeans. She also changed her hairstyle from her usual open look to a twin tails one. Needless to say, Volley had a hard time taking his eyes off her. Ellie was wearing a purple full-sleeved shirt, along with blue jeans and heels. The said shirt had a teddy bear embroidered on it, whereas the jeans had streaks of red going through it. She had braided her hair and was keeping them in place using a butterfly ornament. The said ornament had been a gift from Arthur. It was then that everyone had finally seen something they never thought they would. Arthur was blushing and he was trying to look away, only to fail miserably. This caused Ellie to giggle cutely as she thought that Arthur's reaction was adorable. Issei LeFay was the best looking of all four girls. She was wearing a red full-sleeved frock, along with a skin-colored hat. She looked like a princess. Issei smiled before walking up to her and grabbing her by the waist before saying, you know, if I didn't know better, I'd think that you were an angel sent from heaven. LeFay blushed at that before playfully slapping him on the arms and teasingly said, you must say that to every other girl you see. Oh, so maybe that means that I see you in every other girl I see, said Issei before he leaned down and kissed her square on the lips. When they broke apart, LeFay had a look of bliss on her face. Issei turned to look at the other, who were looking at their counterparts with looks of expectation. Issei face-palmed. Were they really that clueless on dating? Issei turned to look at the guys and looked at them with a deadpan expression which said, go tell them how they look, and do something similar to what I did. Somehow getting the message, Volley moved towards Kuroka and said, you look beautiful, you know. You should dress like this more oftenly. This caused Kuroka to develop an automatic blush and she wasn't able to reply. Seeing that, Volley chuckled before taking her hand and kissing her on the cheek. The next boy to move was Biku, who did what you would expect from a prankster. He moved towards Ari and without speaking lifted her in a princess carry before spinning her around and then kissing her. After they broke away, he looked straight into Ari's eyes and said, you know, you would pass as a queen right now. And not just any queen, yeah, would be my queen. This caused Ari to blush and she simply pushed her head into Biku's chest. Elicting chuckles from Volley, Kuroka, LeFay, and Issei. Everyone then turned to the final couple in the room. Everyone was waiting in bated breath to see what the noble Arthur would do. Arthur followed in the footsteps of the other guys. He looked at Ellie with a loving smile before touching her cheek and kissing her on the forehead before saying, you know, if you keep looking like that, I will have to become a full-fledged knight again. Everyone chuckled at that before Issei clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. He then said, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on this quadruple date. I hope you like what I have planned out for us. The first thing that Issei had planned for the group was a visit to the amusement park. Why, you ask? Simple. All of the others, due to circumstances in their lives, weren't able to visit an amusement park as kids. So he wanted them to experience it, and also that it would be fun to see their reactions. So then the first ride that we are gonna go is the roller coaster, said Issei as he pointed to a ride behind him. Everyone looked at the ride before paling. The exact feelings were translated by Volley, who said that looks more like a Death Valley than a ride, causing the remaining six to nod as Issei scoffed. Before leading the group to the roller coaster, They were soon in the waiting line, and after a few minutes it was their turn to sit. Issei then turned to the rest and said, I will be sitting in the front with Lefei. You guys can sit in any order you want. He then helped Lefei sit down before he made sure all the safety contraptions on her were functioning. He then sat down beside her and turned to the group before saying, okay, if you feel afraid during the ride, just scream. The others were confused by his suggestion but nonetheless agreed. The ride started moving before reaching a peak and then speeding downwards. As expected, Issei was screaming in enjoyment with Lefei clinging onto him for dear life. Arthur and Ellie surprisingly both were calm and composed and seemed to be unaffected by the ride. Both Biku and Ari were screaming in enjoyment just like Issei. It was mainly because of their nature as yokai. The worst of the bunch were Vali and Kuroka. Both of them were clinging on each other and were screaming out of pure fear. When the ride finally stopped, Vali, Kuroka and Lefei looked like they had seen a ghost. Biku and Ari were overexcited and wanted to go again, only to be stopped by Ellie, who looked green. Issei chuckled before lifting Lefei in a piggyback and led the group to the cups to get them to relax. After that they went for the crashing cars. It was then both Issei and Vali had reignited their rivalry and only targeted each other's cars, all the while shouting insults at each other. The girls and Biku laughed at the scene while Arthur simply shook his head in amusement at his friend's antics. Issei then said, okay guys, let's go for a movie next before we grab dinner and then go home. Everyone nodded and made way to a restaurant. Once they entered the restaurant, Issei went to the manager and said 4 tables for 2 going under Issei Luke Dragon. The manager nodded before checking the system. A few minutes later he looked up and smiled before saying, this way please. Issei nodded and motioned the others to follow him. He first made the girls be seated on the 4 tables before turning to the boys and saying, listen up guys, if anyone asks, say we are cousins with the surname of Luke Dragon. Also, I arranged separate tables for all of us, so don't be shy and do what you want to do. Okay. The rest of the boys nodded before Issei made his way to Lefei. She smiled at him before saying, you really are working hard to make sure they don't mess up, aren't you? Issei sighed before he sat and took her hand in his and then said, hey, I learned a lot in my life last year, and I am just giving them pointers so they don't get hurt like I did. Lefei nodded at that but did not say anything. After a few minutes of silence, Issei squeezed the hand he was holding. Getting Lefei to look at him, he said thank you. This confused Lefei a little, who titled her head in a cute way and asked for what? Well, mainly for not giving up on me. When I woke up a year ago, I decided that I was going to cover my heart in a layer of ice so that no one would ever be able to enter it again. But you stuck by me and made your way into my heart. You melted the ice all by yourself, and because of that I will forever be in your debt, replied Issei. Lefei smiled before saying, oh, it was nothing. My heart fell in love with you. There was no way I was going to let you be an ice king, you know. Although there is something that I want to ask you. What is it? Asked Issei. Lefei blushed a bit before shyly saying, we'll be going back to having a harem. Issei blinked once at that, then twice before he started chuckling, confusing the young blonde sitting in front of him. Well, Lefei-chan, if you must know. No, I'm not going to go for the harem route anymore. All my heart needs and wants is you. And I already have you. Lefei developed an atomic blush at how sincere his words sounded. To hide her embarrassment, she opened up her menu and started reading of it, trying to decide what to order. The remainder of lunch was a peaceful affair. All 4 couples were enjoying each other. Vali would never admit, but if this was what peace offered, he was all up for it. After dinner, everyone felt slightly tired, and they decided to head back home considering they had to go to school tomorrow. Issei smirked a little at the thought of school. Oh, it would be so interesting to see how the others would react to his return and his relationship with Lefei. When they reached back home, Issei locked the doors while Lefei charmed it with spells of protection. When it was done, Issei turned to Vali and with a serious voice said, I am sure you noticed. But what do you think about him being here? Well, it could be many things, but for now I'm guessing he is here to gauge how strong have you become, replied Vali. Are we going to talk about Switch following us today? Biku asked in a carefree manner. I don't think it'll be necessary. Her power doesn't seem to have grown over the year, replied Issei. Though both the holy demonic sword wielder and the Durandal wielder seem to be leagues ahead of their old selves, they might give us a challenge, said Arthur. Oh, we'll get by fine, Naya. After all, we do have the support from the Alliance after all the information and evidence we provided them, said Kuroka. I think we should get to bed. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, specifically because we do have to go to school, said Issei. Only you, Vali, and Lefei have to go. The rest of us are overage, said Kuroka with Arthur, Ari, Ellie, and Biku nodding at her sagely words. This caused Issei to sigh as he said, if you aren't going, try keeping a lookout around the city. Who knows what is happening? The others nodded before leaving for their respective rooms. At the Hyodu mansion, Rias was brooding. This day was the worst day in all her life. Not only had her love interest, who she thought was dead, came back and ignored her for another girl, she also had her territory taken from her. It was giving her a headache, but she knew who was responsible. It was the blonde-haired witch. Just you wait, I will take Issei back from you. thought Rias, but that she got up to go to bed, her mind full of ways to try and get Issei back to her and the other girls. Remind me why we are doing this, asked an exasperated Volley. The reason for his exasperation was simple. As soon as the trio of Issei, Volley, and Lefei entered the school, whispers broke about 2 Bishounen and 1 Bishaojo. Needless to say, Volley, who was used to be known as the fearsome White Dragon Emperor, was greatly unnerved by the whispers. "Oh, so is the big bad White Dragon Emperor afraid of a few girls?" Issei asked as he snickered. This caused Volley to sigh and Lefei to giggle. They then made way into the school, dropping Lefei into her class and then moving to their own class 3A. In truth, Issei was relaxed despite the presence he felt the night before. The reasons for his relaxation was that most of the senior orc members had left and that he was happy to be back. Soon they were waiting to be called inside and introduce themselves. Issei, despite being who he was, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was facing his past in one way, and that unnerved him a bit. After a few minutes, the teacher called them in and said, "We are having 2 new students, one is returning and the other is a transfer student. Please introduce yourselves." "My name is Volley Drucifer and I am from Northern Europe. Nice to meet you all," Volley said stoically. Issei sighed at how uptight his partner was and smacked him on the back of the head before saying, "Issei, hi, how do I am sure you remember me." The result of his announcement was almost immediate as the class gave a combined WHATTTTT. "Issei, is that you?" yelled Matsuda and Madohama in unison. "The pervert's back," yelled Murayama. "He looks hot," said Kuryu. Looking at their reactions, Issei could only sigh and shake his head while Volley snickered at his fate. After a few moments, the teacher said, "Now settle down. You can ask them both 3 questions each." Immediately hands went up and then the teacher randomly pointed to a girl sitting near the back. "My question is for Volley-san. Do you have a girlfriend?" asked the girl. "Indeed I do. One of the reasons I came to Japan was because of her." "Before you ask, I do owe Issei here for helping us get together," replied Volley with a small shrug. "Does that mean you are already acquainted with Issei?" asked another girl. "A simple acquaintance is a weak word. I'd say he is my best friend and my partner," replied Volley. "How did you meet?" asked another male student. "Well, both of us were kidnapped by someone, and he managed to break me out of there. I in turn informed my parents, who led a successful operation to rescue him. After that, my parents adopted him as a thank you," replied Volley, causing the class to stare at Issei in shock. Who knew that Perv would be a good person? Everyone thought. "So Issei, if you are back, does that mean we get to be a trio again?" asked Madohama with Matsuda nodding. As he asked this, all the girls in the room glared at him as if daring him to answer in the affirmative. Issei sighed before saying, "Nope, not really interested in peeking on them." "What?" came a collective response from the class before a pink-haired girl called Cadis said in a sarcastic tone, "Why aren't we good enough for you to peek on?" "Nothing like that, all of you are pretty in your own right. I just have a girlfriend, whom I'm completely devoted to," Issei replied with a shrug. No one in the class answered. They were all overtaken by shock. "I think you broke them," said Volley while Issei just shrugged, not caring in slightest. The two of them moved to the seats by the windows and sat down, and waited for the day to begin. A few hours later it was finally break time. Issei motioned Volley to follow him and both of them made way to get Lefei. After they 3 met up, they made way to a tree by the occult Reconnecting club and began to eat. "Damn it, Issei, remind me, why are we here again?" asked Volley. "Sirzechs wanted to keep us under probation until we prove that we aren't spies, hence sending us here," replied Issei. Yeah, I really hope we get some good badass missions sometime soon. It's getting boring," sighed Volley. Issei nodded and turned to Lefei before picking her up and placing her on his lap. He didn't say anything except sighing calmly. He closed his eyes and just enjoyed Lefei's presence. Lefei in turn leant back in the hug, melting into Issei's embrace. They were brought out of their musings when Murayama shouted, "Pervert, let that poor girl go." As she said that, other girls also gathered round. Most of them were from the Kendo club. Issei, however, did not say anything, neither did he open his eyes. "Oi, pervert," yelled Cadis. Still no reaction. "You beast, let the poor girl go," said another girl who had long blue hair. Even she was ignored. "Issei, how do let her go," yelled Murayama. It was at this moment Issei cracked an eye open and said, "Did you say something, Murayama?" As he said this, all the girls' face faulted while Volley laughed and Lefei giggled. Issei stood up and led Lefei away. The girls turned to a still laughing Volley and asked, "Is that really the Issei we used to know?" Volley stopped laughing and stood up before looking at them. He then spoke, "He is Issei Hayao, but not the one you knew. When someone with his heart and kindness gets betrayed, it's not unusual for them to change. Though I personally think he changed for the better," said Volley as he turned around and left, leaving all of the girls deep in thought. After school, the 3 were making way towards their home. As they were walking, Issei came across his old home and stopped. He then said, "Guys, I am going to see my parents. I'll be back home later on." Both of them nodded and continued on their way. Issei took a few deep breaths and went up to the door and then knocked the door. After a while, the door opened and both of Issei's parents stood at the door. "Hi, can we help you?" asked his mother. I wanted to ask, is this the home of Issei Hyoudu?" asked Issei. "Well, we are the Hyoutus, but we certainly don't have a child named Issei." "Why do you ask?" asked his mother. Issei's heart stopped beating for a moment before he connected the dots in his brain. "That," Issei growled in his brain. "I think it's about time we visited Sirzechs, don't you think?" Drake said with a growl. Al did not say anything except roaring in anger. "I see, I must have mistaken you someone else. Might I ask if you have any kids?" asked Issei with a slightly bated breath. "Well, we have 3 lovely daughters who make up our whole world," replied his father. "I see. Well, thank you for your time," said Issei as he turned around and walked back to his home. He may have looked normal, but anyone who knew him could tell that anger was rolling off him in waves. He went to the park and flared his aura before settling it down. A few minutes later, Volley appeared and sat down. After several minutes of silence, Issei said, "She got them, Volley. She got my parents." Volley stayed quiet for a while before bringing Issei into a hug and let him cry a little before asking what had happened. After revealing the conversation he had with his parents, Volley immediately called Azazel, asking him to come over. Issei flared his aura again, this time releasing his draconic presence as well. An air of domination went around the whole of Qo. He turned around to see that Volley smirking. "I guess it's about time we show the Alliance just how much damage 2 heavenly dragons combined can do," said Issei. "And here I thought you said we would lay low. When do we begin?" asked Volley. "As soon as Azazel gets here," said Issei with a feral grin. It was going to get wafty far here. Issei and Volley were in a meeting with Azazel and Sirzechs. After revealing what Rias had done, Sirzechs had bowed his head in shame. He was hoping that Issei would let it go, but that was not the case. "So then give me at least one good reason why I shouldn't go and rip her apart," said Issei, his tone steely yet quite leveled. Could you write it off as a maiden in distress mistake?" asked Sirzechs sheepishly. "Fine, I won't rip her apart, but I am not going to forgive her either. What I will do will make her wish for death, but she won't be able to die," said Issei, his face now adorning a look of pure malice. "What exactly are you planning, Issei?" asked Sirzechs, all uncertainty in his voice gone, and there was an underlying threat in his voice. "Nothing, I will just keep ignoring her until she grows mad and messes it up completely," replied Issei as he stood up and made way towards the door. However, before he could reach it, the door exploded. He turned to Sirzechs and saw that he had his power of destruction ready and flaring. Issei smirked and said, "So that's how we play. Fine by me, have it your way. Divide boost. I who am about to awaken am the heavenly dragon that discarded the principles of domination and supremacy set by God. I match the infinite and walk the dream. I shall become the heavenly dragon that sets down the path of domination and supremacy for others to follow. And I shall take you from the depths of the crimson purgatory to the heights of the white heaven. Vanishing Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker." As the chant was over, Issei aura flared and pushed back Sirzechs. Looking at the new armor made Azazel drool. Oh, how he wanted to research on Issei right now. The armor was predominantly red with a white outline. The gems were evenly distributed in green and blue. In a flash, Issei disappeared and appeared, punching Sirzechs through the room, causing him to fall under a rubble. Volley smirked at that before turning to Azazel and saying, "Should I armor up as well if we have to fight?" "That won't be necessary. Even if you are both equally strong, Sirzechs is on a whole other horizon. He'll play with you before kicking your asses," Azazel replied casually, causing Volley to frown before he smirked. "Just so you know, Issei is a 100% dragon now. His body can take a lot of boosts and divides. Even if Sirzechs is stronger, he will have his work cut out for him," said Volley. Sirzechs came out of the rubble and faced Issei, who sighed and dropped his armor, confusing Sirzechs. Looking at the questioning glance, Issei said, "You attacked me first, I retaliated. We are even. There is no point continuing," he said as his body flickered away, leaving a chuckling Volley, an amused Azazel, and a confused Sirzechs, who sighed before suppressing his power again. Back in Qo, Issei made his way towards the Occult Research Club. He entered the door without knocking, shocking the whole peerage. Before anyone could react, he said, "I'm only here to talk. I think you should send your peerage out." Wordlessly nodding, Rias sent her peerage out of the room and turned to Issei, who was sitting opposite to her. "I'll go straight. I want you to remove the memory-altering charm you casted on my parents," said Issei. Now, Issei, why would I do that? You can't attack me because of my brother, and I won't remove that charm until you leave that who stole you from me and come back here," replied Rias with a smug smirk. "Ha. You are right, I can't attack you, but I won't come back to whore like you. Anyways, you are in for it. I'll teach you why you shouldn't mess with a dragon," replied Issei, as he said that he was surrounded by a whitish red aura, and he glared at Rias, looking deep into her eyes. The stare unnerved her, but she didn't back down. Soon, however, Issei suppressed his aura again and stood up before leaving, causing Rias to sigh in relief. After a few moments, her peerage ran back in and frantically checked her. "I am all right. He is on a leash due to Oni-sama, so he won't be able to do anything," The only way he gets his parents back is if he comes back to us, said Rias with a sneer, causing the others except Kiba and Zenobia to snicker. The other two just frowned and hoped that they'd get a promotion soon. It was maniacal staying with Rias. With Issei we find him making his way back home. On the way he felt a familiar energy signature inside. He then said, you can come out, Jorg. Issei, your sensory abilities are as good as always. I believe this is the third time you managed to detect my dimensions, replied a blonde-haired youth dressed in a wizard's outfit. Issei snorted and said, cut the crap, Jorg, I am in a foul mood. Why are you here? Direct as always. Well, me and some other of the hero faction's top brass want to offer you a chance to join the faction and become our leader, replied Jorg stoically. That's new. So what happened to Cao Cao? Asked Issei in an amused tone. Let's just say he grew frustrated because of you and defected from the hero faction and decided to join another group of the Chaos Brigade. It is the most shady of us all, and none of the other factions have even the slightest bit of information on it, replied Jorg. Interesting. Very well, give me a couple of days, I'll discuss it with my team before letting you know. Meet me at the park here in 2 days, said Issei, after which Jorg nodded and teleported away. Sighing, Issei made way to his house before calling Azazel over. When he entered, he signaled for the whole team to enter the meeting room. And after a few moments, Michiel, Sirzechs, and Azazel appeared via their magic circles. The rest of Team Volley looked confused and looked at Issei questioningly. Issei then took a deep breath and said, I am going undercover for a while. I have discovered that the Chaos Brigade has a third faction. From what I know, it's much more shady than the other two factions. Everyone was shocked at the news and were silent. The silence was broken when Volley asked, how shady are we talking about here? Enough to make Cao Cao defect from being the leader of the hero faction and join them, replied Issei dryly. And how do you know of this? Asked Azazel. Simple, I have been offered the role of the hero faction's new spearhead, and I have decided to join as an undercover agent, replied Issei. I'm joining. That will be beneficial. We will be able to beat the hero faction and will have information on the third mysterious faction, said Sirzechs, causing the others to nod. When do you leave? Asked Azazel. In 2 days, said Issei as everyone left the meeting room, leaving behind only Issei and Lefei. Do you really have to go? Lefei softly asked. It needs to be done. If I succeed, the whole war could be turned around, answered Issei. He slowly got up and moved towards Lefei and hugged her. As soon as he did, she started sobbing as she did not want him gone. After holding her for a few minutes, Issei turned to her and said, how about we go on a date tomorrow, just the two of us? Asked Issei, to which Lefei nodded and hugged him again. They stayed like that before moving on their bedroom and went to sleep. Time skip after the date in the park. Issei was sitting on a bench in Kyo Park waiting for Jorg to show. His eyes were closed and he was apparently asleep. Soon, however, he felt a barrier go up and then a magic circle appeared from which Jorg emerged. Looking at Issei, he asked, so what's your decision? Before I decide what will be my role, Issei answered with a question of his own. The hero faction will do whatever you ask of us. We could launch an all attack or even go on recon missions. It depends on you. In return, we expect you to lead and defend us against anything, replied Jorg. Interesting. Very well, then I will join you. Let's go, said Issei as he stood up and moved next to Jorg, who teleported him away. With Rias was laying on her bed apparently asleep. However, when seen carefully, she was sweating profusely and was twitching around. Why, you ask? That is what the fate of those who get cursed by a dragon. Issei's eyes were closed as he entered the circle with Jorg. He knew that this decision will bring about many changes. He knew that if he played his cards right, he could have the hero faction defect and destroy the Chaos Brigade. After a few moments, he opened his eyes when Jorg called out to him. We are here, Leader Sama. Please wait a moment while I go and gather the rest of the faction in the courtyard, said Jorg, as Issei nodded. So how are you feeling, Hebo? Asked Dreg. To be honest, a little nervous. I am walking on a very tight rope right now, replied Issei as he stared at the wall in front of him. Before they could continue, Jorg appeared and said, the faction is waiting for you, Leader Sama. Nodding, Issei followed him out to the courtyard of the hero faction headquarters where everyone else was waiting. Upon entering the courtyard, he was faced by a large group of people who were looking at him with excited looks on their faces. It was then that Jorg spoke and said, ladies and gentlemen, our new leader, the Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hayadu. After a round of applause, Issei stepped forward and said, it is an honor to become a part of this faction. I promise to lead you to the best of my abilities and ensure THSD our factions remains intact and strong. Following another round of cheers, Issei begins to individually greet each of the members present. After the greetings were over, Issei turned to Jorg with a hardened gaze and said, gather round the other influential members. I need a rundown of our recent actions so that we can formulate a decent plan of what we intend to do next. Jorg nodded at that and motioned Issei to follow him, leading him to a meeting room. After a few minutes, 4 figures entered the room. Issei remotely recognized them as Hercules, Jean d'Arc, Siegfried, Leo, and Jorg. Thank you all for coming. This meeting was called by Leader Sama to find out about our latest assignments and objectives, said Jorg. I want all of you to give me a report on what you have been doing over the last 2 or 3 months. It should give me a fair idea of what to do next, said Issei as the other members began their reports. The first to speak was Siegfried. Thanks to Cao leaving, we have had massive cuts in our numbers, and because of this we haven't been all that active. To counteract this, me and Jean have been scouting different swordsmen from the church and some old famous families to come and join us. Nodding, Issei asked, so have we had any luck in recruiting people from the said sources? Indeed we have. I managed to convince the heirs of the Dulac and the Galahad families to join us, as well as Mordred Pendragon. The 3 of them are really good and can challenge me in my balance breaker. As for the church, it's a little risky, as most of the people who leave are a flight risk in themselves, hence I am filtering those that are okay to join us. Siegfried replied. Good, that's good. One thing, Siegfried, I want you to try limiting your use of Gram. Don't get me wrong, you are way too valuable to lose. Hence, I want you to take a squad of your subordinates and retrieve the demonic sword rebellion for your use. Consider this as your first mission, said Issei. Siegfried's face went from a frown to one of bliss, and he said, wow, I have been requesting to go search for that sword for a long time, however I was never allowed to do so. Alright, Leader Sama, I respect your decision and will limit the use of Gram. When can I leave for my mission? You can leave right now. You have a whole month to finish this mission, so take your time doing it, said Issei as Siegfried nodded before standing up and leaving with Jean. Are you sure it was wise to let him go, Leader Sama? We currently are in short numbers, said Jorg. Don't worry, the next few months we will be laying low. I intend to not only get numbers but to also strengthen the others without making them sacrifices, said Issei, to which Jorg nodded. I guess I will go next. Just as Siegfried said about our numbers, I have been recruiting talented explosion experts and hand-to-hand fighters who have the ability to harm supernatural beings. They are called hunters, and I have recruited the strongest duo among them, said Hercules. Good work, Hercules. I want you to go on recruiting these so-called hunters and also go look for a sacred gear for me, said Issei. What sacred gear are we talking about? Asked Hercules. It's the strongest Vitra gear. It holds Vitra's soul along with all of his other powers. I want you to search for and bring it to me. Here is a map of its presumed location, said Issei. Nodding, Hercules stood up and left to start his mission. Jorg, I want you to take Leo and go meet with the rogue mage group. Your objective is to try and locate the wielder of Incinerate Anthem and recruit her. After that, I wish for you two to go to the Celtic faction and find Scarlet Lancer and to try bringing her here to talk to me, said Issei. Jorg nodded and stood up before bowing and leaving Leo on his tail. Sighing, Issei sat back down and began wondering how LeFay was doing and how the next few months would play out. It was after 3 weeks that Jorg had returned. Report, Issei ordered. I had a few suspicions regarding the rogue mage group, and after a little snooping around I learned that they already are a part of the Chaos Brigade. Since the old Mao faction is already eliminated and they aren't with us, so it's safe to presume that they are a part of the third group, said Jorg. How troublesome, said Issei. So what happened with Scarlet Lancer? Asked Issei again. She did not want to join but agreed to give us refuge in her realm if we ever needed it, replied Jorg. That's fine. Good work, Jorg, you are dismissed. Take the rest of the day off and relax yourself, said Issei. Jorg nodded as Issei was left to his thoughts again. The news on the third shady group was troubling to say the least. He needed to wait for the others to return so he could organize a proper infiltration mission. For now, though, he had to wait and see what became of Siegfried and Hercules' mission. A week later, both Siegfried and Hercules had returned from their missions. Both of them were successful. So Hercules, go first on the report, said Issei as he was training. Leader Sama, the mission was a success. Here is what you asked me to bring. Also on the way I found some hunters who were planning on joining the Chaos Brigade, albeit not us, said Hercules as he handed Issei a purple orb. That mystery group is turning out to be way too troublesome. Anyway, good work, Hercules. Take a couple of days off. Dismissed, said Issei as Hercules bowed and left the room. Now then, Siegfried, you go next, said Issei as he turned to the white-haired swordsman. Leader Sama, allow me to thank you once again for that mission. It was a success. I have successfully obtained not only rebellion but also oblivion. Though we were faced by opposition from an unknown group who were after the swords, but they were defeated. The trouble was when they muttered something about Cao, but sadly I wasn't able to get anything out of them, said Siegfried. That complicates things. It seems like we are going head-to-head with the mystery group. It could turn troublesome. Anything else? Asked Issei. Hi, Leader Sama, I have a new recruit for us. His name is Yamato Tenzo, and he wields the demonic guns Ebony and Ivory, said Siegfried. Well done on not only completing the mission but also getting us a new and powerful recruit. You are dismissed. Get a couple of days rest. Oh, and send Jorg to me when you see him. I have a mission that requires his many talents, said Issei, to which Siegfried nodded with a bow and then left. A few minutes later, Jorg walked in and said, You called for me, Leader Sama. Yeah, I want you to go and get Leo. Tell him to create shadow monsters made for reconnaissance. I want you to send 1 to the upper echelons of the Vatican, 2 to the Underworld, 1 in the Mao office, 1 for the Grigori, and last 5 of them to get as much information of the Mystery Chaos Brigade group. Tell him to create a central monster and keep him here so that the other branched ones can send it the information as soon as possible. Any questions? Issei said as George shook his head and left. Taking out and then observing the purple orb in front of him, Issei summoned both of his gears and said, "D-Drag. Al, is this the real thing?" "Yes, it is, Habo. I am sensing a very strong draconic presence coming from it," D-Drag said in a very serious voice. "It's definitely Vitra. I can feel it mainly because of how similar our powers are." He was known as the unofficial Black Dragon Emperor for a reason, though it is sad that he wasn't sealed normally, replied Al. Nodding, Issei picked up the orb and placed it into his chest. It went into his soul with ease. After when it is simulated, Issei closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. There he saw standing in their auras of grandeur D-Drag and Al, followed by a sleeping Vitra. The prison dragon was purplish-black in color and was long like a serpent having many tentacles. "Is that him?" asked Issei, to which both dragons nodded. "How do you suggest we wake him up?" asked Issei. Both dragons thought for a while before looking at each other. They silently formulated their plan and then without a warning both roared very loudly. After a few moments, the purple dragon's red eyes fluttered open and he looked around for a bit before spotting D-Drag, Al, and Issei. "So if it isn't the Red Dragon Emperor, how can I help you?" said Vitra. "Elsewhere with the Alliance leaders. The reports Issei has sent us on the Mystery Chaos Brigade group are troublesome to say the least." "Any ideas what to do?" asked Michiel. "I think the current best thing we can do is leave it to Issei. He is the one best poised to find the information," said Azazel, to which the other leaders nodded in agreement. "So what are we going to do about those shadow monsters?" asked Sirzechs. "I think we should leave them be. If we do something to them, it may put Issei in a difficult position. So it's best if we let him snoop around a little in change of a constant influx of valuable information," said Shemheza, getting hesitant nods from the others. "I think we should start preparing for the worst here. If that group managed to convince not only the wielder of the Holy Spear but also the purifying flames, it should indicate some sort of key," said Vali. "I will have to agree with Vali here. 2 holy sacred gears, huh? I guess at least that means their next target will be the Holy Grail." "Azazel, do you have any idea of its location?" asked Sirzechs. "Yeah, I have a small idea. I will send the information to Issei and we will send a team of our own to try and protect the wielder, though it will be very difficult to approach that area," replied Azazel. "And why is that?" Michiel asked curiously. "The reading I received was from the heart of Romania, or in other words, the heart of vampire territory," replied Azazel. Interesting. Azazel, tell Issei that I will meet him there in 1 week. It's been a while since both of us went on a mission together," said Vali. Everyone nodded and one by one left, leaving Vali to sigh at the recklessness of his brother. He would have to beat some sense into him when he returned from his current assignment. He then sighed again. "Lefay is going to blow a casket when she learns of this. How am I going to tell her?" "Well, you could just lie to her or go alone without your team. Or just take Arthur with you," said Albion. That's a good option. I guess I will go visit Kachin and play with Mido and Menma for a while," thought Vali as he disappeared into a magic circle. Elsewhere, we see Rias running along a forest. Her face is etched with fear and her body bleeding, just as she thinks she is safe. A large purple serpent with many tentacles appears and constricts itself around her, crushing her and causing her to scream out in pain. However, that wasn't the last of her worries, as from the forest appeared 2 more dragons. One was a celestial red one and the other one was a feathery white. The purple serpent uses its tentacles to throw Rias high into the air, where the red and white dragons bite her limbs off. "Ka," yelled Rias as she screamed, getting Yuo from her dream. These nightmares had been getting even worse, and nowadays she was hardly getting any sleep. The dark circles underneath her eyes was clear evidence to that fact. "Why is this happening to me? It must be because Issei left me. I am sure it will be all right when he comes back. I guess I will intensively start looking for him," thought Rias as she went to take a shower. Inside his mindscape, Issei was standing face to face with one of the sealed Dragon Kings, Vitra. Issei then said, "Hello there, Vitra. I wanted to ask you if you'd be willing to lend me your power." "Now, why would I want to do that? You already have D-Drag and a soul fragment from Albion. Why do you need me?" Vitra questioned back. "Well, you are just sitting there waiting to be collected by someone. Why not do something productive in that while? As for why I need you, I am playing the role of a double agent in a very dangerous organization. If I play my cards right, I will be able to avert shed and plead to the cause of peace. That's another reason why I need your power along with theirs." As interesting as that prospect sounds, I still don't see any reason why I should help you instead of me returning to my sleep," Vitra replied with a yawn. "Oh, don't be like that, Vitra. Partner here can handle both of mine and D-Drag's powers together. He is strong. He can also control both fire and ice and can use both elements together with sacrificing its effectiveness," Al said as he vouched for Issei. Before Vitra could reply, D-Drake decided to give in his 2 cents, as well as he said not to mention the fact that he is extremely stubborn, has a very strong drive to succeed, and his determination is second to none. D-Drake said he listed of Issei's qualities to the prison dragon. You are right, these are impressive qualities to possess. Fine, I will give you my full support, but only if you manage to convince me and fight using only your power. It hurts my pride, but despite being called the unofficial Black Dragon Emperor, both D-Drake and Albion are stronger than me, Vitra said. Issei smirked at that before he removed his jacket and shirt, revealing a very muscular body. Not the one like most bodybuilders which becomes ugly. He had more of a swimmer's body, one that had perfect balance between speed and power. Looking back at D-Drake and Issei said, you guys can go and watch some TV. I will be done here soon. Both the dragons nodded before they flew off, leaving a confused Vitra behind. How do you have a TV here? Well, it is my mindscape. I can do whatever I want here. Both of them are my partners, so I try to make things as comfortable for them as possible, Issei replied in an honest voice. Now this surprised Vitra. Dragons were normally seen as monsters with no feelings whatsoever. It was because of this reason that they either hunted, killed, sealed, or even left alone. Vitra was surprised to see that someone actually existed who thought of his kind as sentient beings. Now Vitra almost had half the heart to unconditionally agree to help his new host. But his dragon's pride would not allow him to do as such. Specifically, after looking at the determined look the boy was showing him, Vitra decided that he would help the boy regardless of how he fought here. The future looked interesting. After a few moments, Issei blurred out of sight and appeared right in front of Vitra. He then punched the Dragon King as hard as he could. The punch actually caused his face to tilt to the right. Issei smirked at that, but the smirk soon left his face when a tentacle hit him and sent him hurtling to the floor. Groaning, Issei looked up to see the smirking form of Vitra. Sighing, Issei stood up and cracked his neck before flexing his shoulders. He then shouted, Dragon Force. Immediately his power skyrocketed, causing Vitra's eyes to widen. Issei's appearance had completely changed. His nails were longer, his body was full of red and white scales that were even seen on the sides of his face. His canines had grown and were now fang-like. His eyes were now in slits and there was an extra eyelid in between his eyes. He flexed his shoulders again, releasing his wings and then flying. Taking a deep breath in, he shouted, Fire Dragon Emperor's Roar. A large stream of fire left his mouth and hit Vitra head-on, causing him to wince at the intensity and force of the flames. Jumping back, he threw his tentacles towards Issei, who deftly used his small stature to dodge before getting behind Vitra and shouting, Ice Dragon Emperor's Roar. This time a concentrated stream of pure ice energy hit Vitra, causing him to fly towards. Vitra turned his head towards Issei and fired a weakened version of his purple-black flames at Issei. Knowing he couldn't dodge it, Issei collected his ice in both of his hands before he started spinning, creating a spinning orb of pure ice. The shield protected him against the fire, but didn't stop the 3 tentacles that sent him flying down. Vitra then spoke and said, Your power is very impressive for someone your age. I am convinced that you are worthy of my power. I will assimilate the gear into you. It will appear as a chest plate when called upon. Issei went back to his base form and grinned. He then said, Partner, can I ask you a question? What is it? Vitra said. What percentage of your power is in your other gears? Issei asked in a curious voice. My other gears contain just 10% of my power. They contain just my extra power that wasn't sealed into this gear, Vitra answered. Hey, that's nice. Well, thanks, Vitra. I should get going. I need to plan for our next mission, Issei said, before disappearing from his mindscape. Outside, Issei opened his eyes to find a concerned-looking Jorg in front of him. Are you okay, Leader Sama? You were unresponsive for a few minutes, Jorg asked. It's nothing. I was assimilating the new gear with D-Drake. It's done now. There is no need to worry, said Issei. Jorg nodded and said, So, Leader Sama, what are we going to do next? We will be invading Romania, and will be kidnapping the wielder of the Sephiroth Grawl. I have received word that TBE wielder is a half-vampire who has been hated all her life for being half-human. Our mission will be to rescue her before the Alliance or the mysterious group gets her. After that, I will convince her to join us. Any questions or suggestions? Issei said. No suggestions, Leader Sama. Though I have to ask, who will we be sent on this mission? Jorg asked. I will lead it. You, Leo Siegfried, along with Jean, will accompany me. Tell them all to get ready. We are leaving tomorrow, Issei said as Jorg nodded and left, leaving Issei to his thoughts. Issei and his team all stood together, patiently waiting for Jorg to transport them to Romania. This mission was an S-ranked one and he was going to complete. He had called Volley in to give him a hand in case things went south. Using his cunning brain, he already had a perfect excuse for his team if they questioned how he knew Volley so well and what he was doing here. The plan was simple: invade the vampires and get the Holy Grail from them. But Issei was worried. He couldn't help but shake the feeling that something major was about to be revealed in this mission. Something that might even force him to accelerate his plans to incorporate the hero faction into the Alliance. As soon as Jorg arrived, they teleported to the coordinates that Issei had given to them. The plan was simple. They were to teleport a long way out of Romania, collect a few artifacts, then meet up with Team Volley, then finally to retrieve the wielder of the Holy Grail. Issei had a little information about the wielder of the Grail, as he had a few spies of his stationed inside Romania. It turns out that it was a girl named Valerie Teeps who had suddenly become the head of the Teeps faction. This was a fact that startled Issei to no end. There was something big going on in the vampire kingdom, and in the center of it all was Valerie Teeps, the girl he had vowed to rescue. He sighed and rubbed his head a little. The last week was full of troublesome reports from Romania. Apparently the treaty of neutrality between both the Teeps and Valdi faction had been broken, causing a civil war to break out. After that he had learnt that Sirzechs had sent Rias in her peerage because the Valdi faction had asked for Gasper. Now that red-headed cis Khan is doing it just to mess with me, Issei thought as he shook his head. Then there was the sighting of a big black dragon with heterochromatic eyes perched on top of the Teeps faction headquarters. Issei paled at the description as he knew exactly who that was. He was currently the only mortal dragon to be at heavenly dragon level. It was Cromcrotch the Crescent Dragon. Issei was sure that he wouldn't last 5 minutes against Cromcrotch. That guy could take on and defeat Shiva of the Hindu faction without much of a problem. Then it begged the question, why was a dragon, the strongest evil dragon, no less, helping a faction in a civil war, specifically when the said faction was a vampire race? Dragons and vampire don't usually get along, so it made the whole situation even more complicated and suspicious. Last but not the least, Issei's spy had informed him that a devil with silver hair had been spotted inside the Teeps faction main manor. Issei knew that it wasn't Volley. That just left one devil with those features, and that was Rizvim Livian Lucifer, one of the 3 super devil. He already sent this piece of information to Volley, mentally preparing his brother in all, but this appearance, however, was the one that confused Issei the most. Why would vampires associate themselves with devils when they consider them lowly beings? Why would a super devil of all people be at that place? This was all too fishy. The appearance of Cromcrotch, then Rizvim the super devil, was all too absurd unless it meant something else. Issei's new calculative mind immediately collected and joined all of the dots. This was an organization. This had to be the third in the mysterious faction of the Chaos Brigade. From his report he knew they had both the Holy Spear and the Holy Cross with them, and if they were in Romania it meant that they were after the Holy Grail. He was confused because he didn't understand why would that group be collecting the 3 holy gears, unless as soon as he put thought into it only one answer entered his mind. The answer made him pale. What that third faction was planning was suicide. Not just them but everyone's. No one, not even the planet, would survive if the plan went through. Seeing his paled expression, Jean, who had become exponentially close to Issei, touched his arm and gave him a worried look. He sighed before looking at his group and saying, "Things are bad. I just realized what the reports mean and I have found the picture. It definitely isn't pretty." "What is it, Leader Sama?" asked Siegfried. He honestly liked Issei. He was fun to talk to in free time, a great sparring partner, always took in the opinion of others, and once in a while let others choose their own missions. "It's the 3rd Chaos Brigade group. I think I may have found out their true purpose," Issei said. "What did you figure out, Leader Sama?" Jorg curiously asked. "You may have noticed that Cao Cao joined that group, giving them the Holy Spear. Then it was confirmed that the Rogue Mage group possessing the Holy Cross also joined it. I have reason to believe that both Rizvim and Cromcrotch are a part of that group and are now after the Holy Grail. Now tell me, what did God use to derive these 3 gears?" Issei cryptically asked. "He derived it from you don't mean that, do you?" Siegfried yelled in the end. Issei nodded gravely and said, "Exactly. They are going to use the 3 holy relics and unseal the Beast of Apocalypse Trihexa." All of his teammates stood there stunned. They wanted to prove that humans were superior to the supernatural, but something like Trihexa wouldn't leave anything to prove. The insane beast was said to be equal in power to Great Red itself. Heck, it took the combined power of both God and all of the original Maoists just to seal the beast. And if a fight broke out between Trihexa and Great Red, then it was the real end of the world for all of the factions, humans and supernatural alike. Regardless of who won, it would be the real arrival of the Ragnarok. And the most troublesome fact is that they may have a way of controlling that monster. Issei tiredly said. "How do you know that, Eyes?" Jean asked. She was now very afraid and was leaning into Issei, who was holding her in order to comfort her. "I know Cromcrotch likes challenges and Rizvim wants destruction, but neither of them are stupid enough to release Trihexa without a solid way to control it. That beast would kill them in an instant if not controlled." Issei answered them, his tone becoming even more grave than before. This made his whole team eerily quiet. The situation was graver than grave. They had to move soon in order to secure the Holy Grail before anything drastic happened. All of them were brought out of the stupor when Jorg turned to Issei and asked, "So what will we do, Leader Sama?" "Honestly, I have half a mind to take our group away from the Chaos Brigade and side with the Alliance. But you tell me, what do we do?" Issei asked. "Your thoughts are the most logical ones, Leader Sama. There will be no one to prove our superiority to if all of us die. So therefore I agree to joining the Alliance to deal with the 3rd group," Jorg said. I have no qualms in joining the Alliance leader Sama. Despite being with us for a short time, you haven't led us wrong. We are actually stronger than ever, so I will trust you and be your sword until the bitter end, Siegfried said with conviction. I fell in love with you, eyes. I won't leave you. The devils may have done that. I want. I will follow you until the end, Jean said. You are a good leader. You care for all your subordinates and treat them as if they were your equals. You changed me from being a simple tool to a boy of my age. There isn't anyone I trust more than you, so I will follow you as well, Leo chirped, causing Issei to smile and ruffle his head affectionately. You guys, thank you, Issei said honestly. Well, let's get going. We need to find a way to stop Kilopath, said Issei as he turned around and started walking towards the direction of the relic he wanted. Kilopaths? Is that what we will call the mysterious group? Jorg asked. Yeah, look at it this way. Sephiroth means to give life. They want to do the opposite and take life away, thence why Kilopath, Issei answered as the other 3 members of his team nodded. All of them then raced towards the ruin to find the relic, which happened to the Black Sword Shiger. Issei and his group suddenly materialized on the outskirts of an abandoned western shrine that somehow seemed to radiate power. This was a location well known to the hero faction, as they had made several attempts to gain the artifact inside the shrine but could never enter because of an unknown and unbreakable barrier. What are we doing here, Leader Sama? This place is inaccessible because of that wretched barrier around it, Jorg said. True, but the shrine contains the sword of the legendary Nero, the Red Queen. He was the previous wielder of the boosted gear, and in his last moments he used the gear to create this barrier. Because of that, no one except those with an energy signature similar to D-Drake can enter it, Issei explained as he chuckled at Jorg's uncharacteristic huff. Issei then told the rest of his team to wait for him. He was going to go in alone and retrieve the blade, after which they would go to Romania and then carry out their rescue operation. But there will be dangers inside. You can't go in there alone, Jean worriedly said. She was scared that she would lose the only man she ever had feelings for. Her concern caused Issei to give her a very warm smile, which caused her cheeks to burn up. Issei then snaked his hands around her slender waist and pulled her towards him. And before she could speak, he planted his lips on hers, giving her a chaste yet passionate kiss. They broke away a few moments later. After that, Issei placed his forehead on hers and said, "Don't worry, I will be back. That's a promise of a lifetime." Jean only blissfully nodded. His eyes gave her another peck on the lips before entering the shrine. As he left, Siegfried smirked at a blushing Jean and said, "So Jean, when can we expect to become godfathers?" Jean blush intensified before she shouted "BAKAAA," and hit a laughing Siegfried on the head, which caused him to tumble before he balanced himself and started snickering at a steaming Jean. With Issei, as Issei was moving deeper into the shrine, he could feel the resonation of the sword's energy but couldn't pinpoint its location. Finally, after another useless attempt at sensing the sword, he decided to ask his resident Dragon Emperor for information of the sword's location. D-Drag, where is that sword? I can sense its energy everywhere. So where exactly should I go? After a few minutes of contemplation, D-Drag said, to the northeast from here, partner. Be careful though. If I knew Nero, he would have left more than one traps which would test whether a wielder is worthy or not. However, before Issei could answer, Vitra interjected and said, I don't really see what the problem is. You have gotten a fair control over the shadow manipulation power you gained through the Prison of Ruin. Why not join the shadows and ultimately avoid all of the traps before picking up the sword? Next to speak was Alb, who said, now that you think about it, that is a very plausible plan. Go through with it, Habo. Nodding at the assessment of his partners, Issei summoned the Prison of Ruin and said, Balance Breaker. As he said that, Vitra called out and said, Prison Dragon Balance Breaker. In a purple flash of light, Issei was donning a purple draconic knight-like armor with 2 wings on his back and a shadow sword on his hip. Let's do it, said Issei as he dissolved into the shadows and started making his way to the sword. A few floors down under the shrine, Issei finally came across a locked room that was emitting much more power. Well, this must be it, Issei said out loud before he kicked the door open. In the center of the room was a sword embedded in a boulder. Moving towards it cautiously, Issei grabbed the hilt of the blade and pulled it out. Just as he did, a hologram of Nero appeared. Nero was a tall blonde man with violet eyes. He had a muscular and lean build. He had a kind smile on his face. It seems Red has chosen her new wielder. Use her well, kid. That blade has the power that makes it possible to conquer. Don't let it get to your head and you will be fine, the hologram said before it disappeared. Just as the hologram disappeared, the whole area started to shake and began to collapse. Oh shit, Issei said as he then channeled the power of his other 2 dragons and shouted, Heavenly Dragon King Balance Breaker. Heavenly Dragon King Balance Breaker. The 3 dragons shouted in unison as Issei was now donning a completely different and stronger armor. It was black in color, had the armor of the Welsh dragon, wings, head and tail of the vanishing dragon. Finally, the gems on it were dark red. Overall, because of the armor, Issei could have been called the new Black Dragon Emperor. Forming an energy barrier around him, he fired a strong dragon shot at the crumbling ceiling and immediately flew behind it. The dragon shot. Soon the dragon shot broke through the roof of the shrine and flew onto the sky as Issei, who was flying close behind, shouted, "Yeah!" He then landed in front of his team, who were watching the splendor of his new armor. Issei then focused the energy of his divine dividing and synced it with the swords, absorbing it into the gear like a scalon for D-Drag and Skyadrum for Vitra. He landed in front of his team and released his armor before grinning at them. However, he didn't get a chance to speak when Jean and Flash appeared in front of him and kicked him hard in the stomach, before pulling on his collar and kissing him hard. When they broke apart, she hugged him tightly and whispered, "Yubaka, don't do stunts like that again." Chuckling, Issei hugged her before a voice spoke. "So it was you who fired that black dragon shot, huh?" Issei immediately knew who it was and with a grin said, "It's been a while, hasn't it, Volley?" "It's been a while, hasn't it, Volley?" Issei asked as he broke of the hug with Jean. "That it is, bro, that it has. What are you guys doing here?" Volley asked as he pointed at Issei's group. "Here to rescue Valerie Teeps. I am sure you must have connected enough dots considering you and your group are here." Issei answered back, "Yup, we were actually sent by Azazel to rescue Valerie Teeps. Since both of our missions coincide, does that mean we fight?" Volley asked as he released his divine dividing, which had a purple light coming out instead of the usual blue. Interesting, so you have a fragment of Fafnir's soul in your gear along with Albi. Nice, and no, a fight won't be necessary since the hero faction will be joining the alliance," Issei announced as the other members around Issei nodded. So finally admitting the supernatural or stronger, huh? Never expected you to be the one to give up," Volley said with a shake of his head as he inwardly smirked. Riling Issei was really fun. "Don't bet on it, Lucifer. The only reason we are joining is because we face a common foe. I am sure Azazel must have heard of the 3rd Chaos Brigade faction. They are planning to revive Trihexa, which is why we are joining. I am sure you know the implications of that, right?" asked Issei. "Very well, then we will join forces for this operation, but keep in mind, try any funny business and there will be hell to pay," Volley warned outwardly as he grinned internally and turned to walk in the direction of Romania. "Watch what you say, Lucifer. We are not the devils here," Issei replied back, smirking inwardly as he and his group followed Volley to his camp to meet up with the rest of Volley's group. Issei was internally excited to meet Lefay again. It had been ages since he had last seen her. He couldn't wait to hold her slender form and kiss her again, though he would have to inform them of his decision to have a harem again. After a few minutes they arrived at Volley's camp. They saw the rest of the group there. However, before Issei could react, he was tackled by a blonde blur who then kissed him square on the lips. He already knew who it was and didn't waste any time before he reciprocated it. After they broke apart, Issei tightly hugged her and said, "I missed you, Fei-chan." Lefay blushed but didn't say anything. Soon Jean came forward and sweetly said, "Eyes, dear, who is she?" Lefay looked at Jean and narrowed her eyes before she said in a similar voice, "Eyes, Kun, who is she?" Issei sighed. He had already been expecting this, so he said, "Part of my new harem. You both are important to me, okay? Lefay, you helped me love again while Eugene brought my heart back to what it was before it was unceremoniously broken. So my original aim of harem king is back but is currently subjugated." Both girls sighed before they fell into Issei's arms. He gladly hugged them both tightly, letting them know that he loved both of them equally. He then got up and said, "We all have the same mission and we will be performing it together. Before we can continue, we should share the information we have so as to formulate a good battle plan." Volley nodded and said, "Information on our part has been next to nothing. The only thing we know is that Teep's family has a sacred gear that they are using in the war versus the Valdi. One of the Valdi family, a vampire called Amenlihilda, visited the Alliance and said they'd join if we gave them Gasper. Rias disagreed and is currently here to negotiate. So you know next to nothing. You are in luck since we have a lot of information. Valerie Teeps is the sacred gear wielder. She possessed the Holy Grail. I am inclined to believe that the 3rd and mysterious group of the Chaos Brigade. Why, you ask? The Crescent Circle Dragon Cromcrotch and the 3rd Super Devil Risdom Livian Lucifer are currently in the Teeps territory. It is my guess they want the sacred gear to revive Trihexa," Issei answered as he exchanged the information with Team Volley. Volley's eyes widened and he began releasing a dangerous aura. Issei then said, "Calm the hell down, Volley. Here is the plan, Jorg, Siegfried and Arthur. I want you 3 to hold of Cromcrotch. Lefay and Jean will be waiting in the teleportation area. Alina, Leo, Kiroka, Biku, I want you guys going around keeping any outward interference out of our fights. Understand?" Everyone nodded. However, before they could leave, Siegfried, "I know what you are thinking. Even in this fight, only use Graham if you'd be dead otherwise. Arthur, keep up your speed at all times. Jorg, cover them with your strongest spells and sacred gear. You 3 have the toughest fight tonight. I want all 3 you to come back alive. If you die, I will infiltrate the realms of death, bring you back before killing you again. Am I clear?" Both Jorg and Siegfried nodded. Arthur, however, looked at Issei for a short while before nodding himself. Issei then turned to Group 2 and said, "Leo, don't overdo it. Use your imagination to be ready for anything. Use what I taught you and most importantly, come back to me alive, Otauto. Kiroka, don't die. Volley won't survive if something happened to you. Biku, stay safe. You were one of the reasons why I learned to smile again. Don't die on me. Belina, stay alive for Arthur's sake. They nodded, and then Issei turned to Lefei and Jean and said, I want both of you to stay alert and inform the rest if there is any drastic change in the battlefield, and also protect each other from any attack. Stay safe. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to you too. Both of them hugged Issei before wishing him luck and telling him to stay safe for them as well. Issei then signaled everyone to leave. Issei and Volley were about to leave when Teicho, Ice-kun, Leader Sama. Several voices called at once. Issei turned to look at everyone. He saw all of them grouped together and smiling. It was then Siegfried said, you stay alive for us, Teicho. Issei then grinned and said, Oi, who do you think you are talking to? It will take more than one super devil to keep me down. After saying that, everyone left to do their parts. When finally Issei and Volley were alone, Issei turned to him and said, Volley, don't fear or be angry. I will be right behind you. Volley grinned and said, I know. Let's go. We have a girl to rescue. He then lifted his fist and pointed it at Issei. Issei grinned back before fist bumping. It was then Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. Albion roared out, Fafnir, I will use you later if we need it, okay? That sounds like a plan, Volley. Fafnir replied. On the other hand, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. D-Drag roared. Al, Vitra, I may need that new mode, be on alert. Right. Both dragons replied. After this, both Issei and Volley looked at each other before nodding and flying up towards their target. The groups were all running towards the locations of their opponents. Issei and Volley already had their balance breakers donned and ready for combat. They were currently teamed up with Arthur and Siegfried. They had successfully managed to infiltrate the Teeps faction castle, and were now running towards the basement, where, according to Volley, a sacred gear removal ritual was about to begin. They had met with Zenobia and Kiba, who had been sent by Rias to help Volley. Volley told Kiba to head to where Lefei and Jean were waiting, while Zenobia was tasked to join up and meet up with Kiroka and the others to help them in their missions. Just as they reached the second last floor, their path had been blocked by a man who was 6 feet 3 inches tall, had black hair and heterochromatic eyes. It was the Crescent Circle Dragon Crom Crotch. He looked at the group of 4 and said, I can't let you go forward. I have been tasked to stall you for 10 minutes. Before Issei or Volley could answer, Siegfried and Arthur stepped forward and raised their blades at Crom Crotch before saying, what a coincidence, we were told to keep you busy for 10 minutes. Teicho, Volley, you guys go ahead, we will see you in 10 minutes. Issei nodded before he grabbed Volley and both of them disappeared into the shadows. Crom Crotch looked at in mild interest before focusing on Siegfried and Arthur. Well, let's begin, Crom Crotch said as he released his wings. Arthur had his Excalibur ruler out while Siegfried had his rebellion ready. Both nodded to each other before they rushed towards Crom Crotch at blinding speeds. Both of them slashed arrhythmically and in perfect harmony with each other's movements. Crom Crotch, however, wasn't even slightly phased. He was easily dodging all of their attacks or was simply blocking them with his fingers. After 2 minutes of sitting back, Crom Crotch decided to go on the offensive. He parried both the blades to the side before slugging both Arthur and Siegfried hard. The punches caused both Arthur and Siegfried to go flying back and then crash into a wall before being covered by rubble. Crom Crotch waited for a few moments, after which both Arthur and Siegfried emerged from the rubble panting slightly. Siegfried coughed the out of his mouth before wiping it with his sleeve, while Arthur took out a handkerchief and wiped the in his mouth before placing it back. Siegfried looked at him and said, it seems we will have to level up in round 2. It would seem so, Arthur replied as he nodded in agreement. Siegfried sent Rebellion back into his pocket dimension before taking out 2 light swords. He then said, Chaos Edge Balance Breaker. As he said that, 4 extra arms grew out of his arms. He then took out his 4 other demonic swords. Baling Demon Sword from Norse mythology with a drill-like aura. It is capable of creating powerful whirlwinds. Nothung, a demon sword that specializes in sharpness. Tiafing, a demon sword that specializes in destruction. Daneslave, a demon sword that creates huge pillars of ice from the ground. Arthur, on the other hand, unsheathed his Holy King sword, Caliburn, and took a 2-sword style as he stood across Crom Crotch ready for round 2. Crom Crotch looked mildly impressed again before saying, 5 of 7 demonic swords and the strongest holy sword. This will be interesting. Let us begin. He then made a come-on sign to both Arthur and Siegfried. Both of them didn't need a second invitation and dashed towards Crom Crotch, who did not do any blocking. Instead, he chose to keep on dodging. Siegfried then made a different swings at once and managed to land a hit on Crom Crotch, who jumped back slightly only to be on the receiving end of an X-shaped slash from Arthur, which was accompanied by a holy wave. The wave carried Crom Crotch over and crashing into the wall. He was out of it in mere moments, not even looking slightly winded, while both Siegfried and Arthur were panting. That was much better, but still not good enough. There are 4 minutes left. What will you do? Asked Crom Crotch as he fired a strong projectile attack at the 2 swordsmen. However, the attack was stopped midway when a large magic circle appeared in front of the swordsman. Both looked up and saw Jorg with his hand raised. He frowned and said, I never thought I'd say this, but both of you are idiots. What were you thinking taking on Cromcrotch without me? Anyways, I will hold him for a minute. Get in your final forms. Both Siegfried and Arthur nodded and began collecting their powers. Though Arthur was surprised that Jorg knew of his true power, but nonetheless he pushed the issue to the back as now wasn't the time to throw a fit. Jorg on the hand faced Cromcrotch and said, so what's your position in Killapath? Leader or second in command? Killapath? Cromcrotch asked in a slightly confused voice. Yes, that is what my leader has named your group. After all, it is a fitting name for a group that is trying to revive Trihexa. Jorg said. What do you mean? Asked Cromcrotch as he narrowed his eyes. What you mean you don't know? It seems that your group is working to unseal Trihexa. We don't know how they intend to control it, but it is confirmed that they are working to unseal it. Jorg said. How do you know that? And what is the proof of that? Cromcrotch asked. Collecting the 3 holy relics that make up the key of life. I think that is a pretty much confirmation itself. Now enough talk, we need to keep you here until leader gets done. Jorg said as he raised his hands and a large number of magic circles appeared. From the magic circles a barrage of projectiles were launched towards Cromcrotch, who wasn't able to dodge, so instead he created a simple barrier that blocked all of the projectiles. As he dispelled the barrier he felt a surge of power coming from behind Jorg. Looking at the source he found it was Arthur and Siegfried who were pulsing the power. Arthur then opened his eyes and shouted Caliburn armor mode, Holy King armor. He was then coated in a golden flash of light. When the light died down he was in a golden knight armor. He was holding Excalibur ruler in his right hand and was exuding power. Siegfried on the other hand was coated in a purple light. He whispered Sage armor activate. The purple light expanded and became thicker and thicker until it completely covered Siegfried in an orb. Soon the light dissipated and Siegfried was seen standing in a purple armor with 6 arms, a necklace with 6 medium-sized beads around his neck. Both of them wasted no time and rushed towards Cromcrotch and started attacking him. This time they were assisted by Jorg, who was firing strong projectile magic attacks from a distance. Arthur and Siegfried were now appreciating just how talented Jorg was. He was spells from 9 different kinds of magics and was using it with frightening accuracy and power. He was indeed amongst the best magicians in the world. Soon Arthur, using his new pace, managed to break down Cromcrotch's barrier. Siegfried, taking full advantage of the broken barrier, rushed forward and hit Cromcrotch with 6 strong punches before throwing him into the air. Jorg then joined the fray and used the opportunity to send 9 different dragon-slaying spells at Cromcrotch, which hit him dead on and caused a small explosion. When the smoke cleared a bit, they saw Cromcrotch was relatively unharmed. He had taken the attack head-on and had used his wings to shield himself. Looking at him, Arthur said, it seems that even you have had some enhancements from the Sephiroth Grawl. I did not enhance myself. I know Rizvim is using the Grawl to bring back other dead or sealed evil dragons and letting them use the gear even further to improve their stats, but I am not one of them. Cromcrotch calmly replied. What's this evil dragon's revival about? Jorg asked Arthur. It's another thing that this faction of Kao's brigade has been doing. Recently Kyo Academy had been attacked by Grendel the Crime Force dragon, who was originally thought to be dead. Azazel deduced that they were overusing the Holy Grawl to bring back evil dragons, which is why he sent us to retrieve it. Arthur explained. That's bad. Leader Sama will need to know of this. But that also proves how amazing Cromcrotch. He took on my strongest dragon-slaying spells without an enhancement and is hardly even scratched. Jorg said. No kidding, I may need to bring out Gram if this continues any longer. Siegfried said. That will not be necessary. My role to keep you busy for 10 minutes is already accomplished. I will be leaving now. We shall face off again, Siegfried of the Demonic Rebellion, Arthur Pendragon the Holy King, and Jorg of the Dimensional Magic, Cromcrotch stated before he left the room. Both Siegfried and Arthur powered down before panting. Arthur then said, let's go. Issei and Volley could use a hand down there. Both Siegfried and Jorg nodded before all 3 of them ran off to the lowest level of the castle, with Issei and Volley 10 minutes earlier. After escaping from Cromcrotch, both Issei and Volley rushed towards the bottom chamber. Soon they found it and saw Valerie inside a barrier that would remove her gear. She was crying and begging her brother to stop while he was grinning away like an idiot. The scene made Issei's boil. He in a flash of speed appeared behind Marcus Tepes, Valerie's brother, and stabbed him with Red Queen. He then swiped his sword upwards and cut Marcus in 2 halves. He looked at the fallen body of Marcus and said, it's scum like you that I hate, you bastard. Not a free you, dearie, he said to Valerie. It was then a voice said to him, I would step away from the girl if I were you. I can't have you damage my plans. Issei already knew who this was and said, I am not going to face you. Your opponent is coming. Just as he finished, Volley came through the roof and glared at Rizvim. Volley, keep him busy for a minute. I will rescue Valerie and then we leave. As strong as we are, he can cancel our gears and attacks related to it. Let's finish the mission. We will have another chance to kill him. Issei said. Very well, but if you are not done in 1 minute, we will take it all the way. Volley answered, not taking his eyes off Rizvim. All right, came Issei reply as he got to work to free Valerie. Volley then created many magic circles and fired tons of elemental attacks at Rizvam, who lazily flicked them away and said, "Oh, my grandson greeted me so warmly. Grandpa's so moved. Come on, Volley, won't you give your grandpa a hug?" Volley grit his teeth and was about to frontal when Issei called out to him, "Don't let him get to you. The moment he touches you, lose a 50% edge, maintain a safe distance, and stick to long-range attacks." Volley took a deep breath before nodding, and then Albion called out, "Reflect." A bluish barrier was formed in front of Volley as he covered Issei. Back with Issei, he had decided to use the help of all three of his dragons to rescue Valerie, who was being held by the barrier. "Alright guys, I will use Penetrate to open the barrier up. Al, I want you to use Reflect to keep the barrier open long enough for Vitra to use Shadow Bind and bring Valerie out. Is that agreeable?" All three of his dragons mentally sent him their confirmation. His dragons then roared out Heavenly Dragon King Balance Breaker. In a flash of black light, he was in his brand new gear. He rushed to the barrier and punched it hard. Just as the punch was about to connect, D-Drake called out, "Penetrate." The barrier had shattered and was about to reform when Al shouted, "Reflect." A blackish barrier formed right in front of the repairing sides and stopped their progress. It was then that Vitra roared out and said, "Shadow Pull." As he said, Issei's shadow extended of his foot and captured Issei before it threw her over to Issei, who securely held her in his arms. Valerie was shocked. She looked at Issei's armored face and whispered, "Thank you for saving my life." "Issei, it's fine, reserve your energy and go to sleep. Me and my partner will take care of the rest," Issei said as she nodded and closed her eyes. Volley, on the other hand, had successfully managed to block all of Rizvam's attacks, but he knew that Rizvam was just playing. Issei then called to Volley and said, "Volley, I am done. Let me take over from there. You take Valerie and head out. Tell everyone to gather at the teleportation site. I will meet you there in 5 minutes. Are you sure?" Volley asked back. "I am positive. I will buy you guys time now. Get going," Issei said as he reinforced the reflect barrier before handing Valerie over to Volley, who flashed his divine dividing before rushing out the door. Issei then turned to a grinning Rizvam and said, "You have manipulated the lives of people for the last time, Rizvam. Oh, and what are you going to do, Issei-kun? Even in that fabulous armor of yours, you are weaker than me overall, and I can cancel your power, so what do you intend to do?" Rizvam asked with a maniacal grin. "Oh, don't worry, you may be stronger than me in this armor, but who is to say you will stronger when I unleash all the power a heavenly dragon has?" Issei asked. "Oh, don't play games with Grandpa now. The only form higher than a balance breaker is Juggernaut Drive, and that is uncontrollable." Rizvam said, "Hey, if the beast of the apocalypse can be controlled, a simple wave of hatred is no big deal. Now then, allow me to show you the pain that my brother had to go through because of you," Issei answered as he raised his arms outwardly and started chanting. With Volley, as he flew out of the room, was soon met with Jorg, Siegfried, and Arthur. As soon as he saw them, he said Issei's orders, "Get everyone to the teleportation site. He will be there in 5 minutes. "Where is he now?" asked Jorg. "He is buying the rest of the group time by keeping Rizvam busy," Volley said. "Then we should go there. He could use our help." Siegfried tried to argue, but he was immediately put down by Jorg, who said, "We won't go to him. Leader Sama is fighting to buy us time. We shall do what he asked and stay out of the way," Jorg said. Siegfried closed his eyes and balled his hands into fists while whispering, but Volley then cut him off by saying, "Trust him. My rival and brother won't go down that easily. Trust him, he will be there." The three of them nodded before they started running back to the teleportation site. Jorg had already called and informed the group to converge at the teleportation point. They then reached the point in 1 minute where Jorg created his own teleportation circle as the group waited for Issei to return. Suddenly a huge aura of power was felt. It was something that only Volley knew, and he felt slightly afraid for his brother's life. Back with Issei. Who am I about to awaken him, the heavenly dragon king that stole the principles of domination, supremacy, and darkness from God. I laugh at, envy, and ignore the infinite. I grieve at, pursue, and darken the dream. I shall become the black dragon of domination, of supremacy, and of darkness. And I shall take you from the depths of the black purgatory to the heights of the black heaven. Juggernaut Drive." Issei finished his chanting, and suddenly his armor took the form of a 25-feet metalloid dragon. It roared at Rizvam before charging at him. Issei was firmly in control, but the current power output of 3 heavenly dragons was putting hard strain on his body. "Partner, you have a minute. Do what you want. After that, we will dispel this form. It's putting way too much strain on you," D-Drake mentally yelled as the other 2 dragons nodded in agreement. "All right," Issei replied before he charged. Rizvam was unable to keep up with the Juggernaut Drive, and in that one moment he had gotten himself a hole in his chest, lost both of his arms and one leg. Before Issei could rip his head of the armor was dispelled. He looked at Rizvam's downed and coughing form once before he flew out of the room, his body full of pain. It was taking every bit of his willpower just to stay awake. At his current speed, it took him 2 minutes to reach the convergence point. As soon as he reached, he shouted, "Phoenix tear quick." Wasting no time, Volley and Jorg both threw him a tear. Issei took both of them and felt the pain leave his body and his reserves return. He panted a bit to get the feeling back in his body before saying, As an agreement, give us Valerie and tell your leaders that I will be expecting a meeting with them in 1 week. Vali nodded and handed Valerie over to Issei, who nodded to Jorg. Jorg then activated his teleportation, taking the hero group back to their headquarters. As soon as they entered it, Issei strengthened the barrier around it using Red Queen to ensure the safety of the group until the meeting. He then turned to Jorg and said, I want everyone to be double-checked when they return from their missions. It's a necessary precaution to ensure we remain unbreached. Jorg nodded as Issei took Valerie to private medical booth before retiring to his bed for a sleep. Jean joined him to provide his sour and numb body some much-needed relaxation. The day after the mission, a few hours later, Issei was walking down the hall towards the medical facilities of the headquarters. He wanted to talk to Valerie to help her out of possible trauma along with helping her get back to full health. According to the reports he had received from the medical sector, Valerie was currently in a very bad state. She had signs of extreme malnutrition, magical exhaustion, bruises, scars, and most of all mental damage because of overusing her sacred gear. He immediately had Jorg seal in her sacred gear until she was back to full health, after which he would personally train her to use the said gear. For her treatment, he had ensured she get good food and meds. Along with that, he had Leo spend time with her, hoping that his childlike innocence would bring some, if not all, of her mental capabilities back to normal. His resident dragons had informed him that if he channeled some of his aura into Valerie, it would help in her healing. Issei wasn't afraid of something going wrong since he had completely mastered his aura. Opening the door to her room, he knocked before entering. Valerie was currently laying on the bed reading a small book. How are you doing, Valerie-chan? Looking up, Valerie gave him a small smile. Issei noticed that her eyes were now looking much brighter than when he rescued her. This made him smile internally. I am well, Issei-sama. I thank you for everything you have done for me. She replied with a smile. How are your headaches? Asked Issei. The doctors had reported that because of her sacred gear overuse, her brain was slightly damaged, which resulted in her frequently getting erupting headaches. They are still pretty frequent. I don't think I will ever recover from the damage caused to my brain, Valerie sadly said as she frowned. Issei went up and patted her head softly, making her look at him. Hey, don't worry, I am talking with a few people. They will help you get better in no time. For now, I want you to rest up and regain all of your strength. Can you do that? She nodded a little before Issei channeled a little of his aura and lulled her to sleep. After tucking her in bed, he stood up and left the room. As he left the room, he saw that Jorg was waiting for him. He had a small envelope in his hand. As soon as their eyes met, Issei nodded and both of them made way to Issei's office. So Jorg, latest reports. Everything is within the range of our plan. Everyone outgoing and incoming have been checked by our inner circle, so there are no suspicions. I have also received the invitation to the meeting at a neutral ground in 2 days. Should we choose to join them, I will have to take HQ somewhere else. Jorg answered. Okay, then let's prepare for this mission. I will be taking Siegfried and Hercules with me. I will be leaving you in charge until I return. It is of importance after all, Issei said as he stared out his office window. That's a sound plan. I will be making arrangements for both sets of outcomes, Jorg answered before he left. Elsewhere, in an underworld hospital, a figure of Rias Gremory was seen being rushed into the intensive care unit. Behind her were the members of her peerage along with Sirzechs and Grafia. Apparently, Rias had fallen unconscious without any reason, and had then started having advanced-level seizures. She had been rushed into the ICU where she was currently in surgery. The doctors were hoping to cure her so that she could go back to living the calm life that she had. Inside her mind, she was once again being hunted, cut, bitten, maimed, and eaten alive at the hands of 3 very powerful dragons. The only one who truly knew what was happening was Azazel. He knew what Rias had done to manipulate Issei. He also knew of what was wrong with Rias. Working with 2 dragon emperors along with having a deal with a dragon king, he knew that she had been cursed. Not just any curse, it was the curse of a dragon. The symptoms begin simply enough. First, it's simple nightmares. The nightmares grow into night terrors. The night terrors make a person fear sleeping. The lack of sleep and trauma causes high-grade mental damage. In the end, the person goes insane before they kill themselves. The only way to counteract this curse was for the one who cast it to dispel it. Azazel, however, kept his mouth shut. He would not mess everything up now when Issei's plan was this close to fruition. Unknown location. Alright then, since we failed to get the Grawl from that vampire, we will be going for Plan B, a heavily bandaged Rizvu said. Euclid, I want you to go to the Vatican and steal the original Grawl. Cow, you are to go and possibly kidnap Seraph Gabriel. We will use her holy power to cover up the lack of the Grawl. Now dismissed, he finished as his subordinates left. He would have his revenge in one way or another. He would make sure that this world was doomed. Gabriel, the most beautiful and powerful woman in heaven, had a scheduled meeting between a few factions. It was a meeting of messengers from the Greek and Norse factions with heaven, about the means in which they would communicate. Routes to travel were to be expected to exchange letters, packages, or anything else that was needed. They were meeting in the human world, an isolated island off the coast of New Zealand, as it was generally neutral territory. Auckland Island. The Hindu and Egyptian were the other two factions that had initially agreed to be present, but each had cancelled their presence for reasons that were not relayed. Gabrielle had thought that, being messengers, they would have sent word about where to meet with the other beings. She hadn't heard anything in the month that the meeting location and time was set. Teleporting herself down to the island, she came to the largest area of flat land. A large portion of Auckland Island was cliffs, or hillside that would prove to be counterproductive when setting up a meeting. You couldn't make a proper setting without at least some level ground for the table and chairs. Nor could you expect a god, no matter what pantheon, to stand for such a potentially long meeting. Glancing from side to side, Gabrielle looked over the grassy land, admiring the perfect weather as she did. The sky was clear, the sun shining down and warming her through. Truly a blessed land, this is, she whispered. Her favorite places in the world were those that the sun shined on frequently and with warmer temperatures. Gabrielle walked to the edge of the plateau, looking over it, to see if she could find any signs of other people anywhere near. There was nothing, no sign of any other life beside her. She tried the other side, and found the same thing. I am certain that we were supposed to meet at this time. The last details she was given specified as much. It was surprising that the Hindu faction had sent word for the meeting. They were among the more reclusive factions around the world. The thought that maybe the meeting was cancelled and she hadn't been informed never crossed her mind. Her dealings with the Hindu, as few and far between as they'd been, told her that they always stayed true to their word. Unlike the Norse or Greek, those two factions often either were too laid back to send word of a change, or just plain forgot altogether. Suddenly, a flare of magic came from behind her. Gabrielle turned to face whoever it was, thankful that she apparently wasn't the only one that would be showing up. The strange white, almost colorless magic circle revealed a young man. The black hair, eye shape and combination of a Japanese school uniform underneath a layer of what looked to be Chinese armor told her that he was of Asian descent. He was Cao Cao, the previous leader of the hero faction and currently the third or fourth strongest member of Kailapa. Immediately going on the defensive, she said, "What are you doing here, Cao Cao?" "Ara, good to see you, Gabrielle of the Seraphs. I am glad that you decided to join me here today. Now will you please accompany me to our headquarters? We will need your power for our plans," Cao Cao said with his usual sneer as he materialized his spear before spinning it around and shouting, "Polar Night Longinus Chakravartin." As he finished, 7 orbs were formed and they started rotating around him. "Itsute Ratana," Cao Cao said. Gabrielle felt herself immediately being restricted. By what exactly, she wasn't sure. Whatever it was that the Holy Spear had done, it wasn't a commonly known ability. The angels' collusion with devils and fallen was surprising, and ultimately cannot be allowed. They are beings of evil, and those that willingly aim to coexist with them need to be eliminated. Cao Cao's face turned serious, the spear placed in both hands now and pointed directly towards one of non-lethal vital points. Gabrielle tried to summon a spear of light to defend herself, only to find herself unable to. She looked at her hands in surprise, not knowing why her abilities were failing her. She hadn't had to fight in a very long time, but she was by no means rusty. Her light had never failed her before. "Why now? My mission is to capture you and take you to our headquarters where your power will be extracted to fill in the gap left by our failure to retrieve the Sephiroth Graal. We will use that power to unleash the beast that will kill all of the fallen and devils in this world. After that, we humans will lead the charge, proving that we are not the helpless beings the supernatural thinks we are." Cao Cao charged forward, his spear still pointed directly at her heart. Gabrielle unleashed her wings, preparing to take flight if needed. She may specialize in light manipulation, but hand-to-hand combat was by no means a foreign subject to her. The spear thrust forward, and Gabrielle tilted her body to the right, letting it slide by her. Gabrielle jumped up to swing her leg around and kicked the man in the back of the head. When Cao Cao saw that his attack missed, he rolled to his right, letting her leg come overhead. When he stood upright, Gabrielle was in a fighting stance, her robe fluttering in the breeze lightly. "What will attacking me accomplish, other than getting heaven to search for you?" Her voice held none of its usual happy tone. The battle-hardened warrior of the Great War was standing on the field now, one that had killed leagues of fallen and devils single-handedly. Her sapphire blue eyes narrowed towards her current opponent. "Kidnapping you will send a general message around the supernatural world. They will know that no one is safe from the wrath of Kailapoth, and we will conquer all," Cao Cao replied. He didn't elaborate any further, wanting to get his plans moving forward for after she was dead. Cao Cao spun the holy spear around his body to be in his left hand now. "I have many obligations after this, so I shall make your kidnapping short and quick. After all, I can't spend too much time on you." One of the orbs that had been hovering in a circle above him shone brightly. "Adsusa Ritana." Cao Cao vanished from view. Gabrielle's eyes scanned the field quickly, seeing and feeling nothing. The holy presence appeared directly behind her a moment later. Gabrielle tried to take flight, to get out of the path of the holy weapon. She yelled, feeling the blade scrape against the lower part of her back. If she had been standing on the ground, her head would have likely been separated from her body. As it was, there was a nasty slice where the blade of the spear had met her skin. Gabrielle landed back on the ground 100 feet from Cao Cao. "How are you able to lock my light powers?" she demanded. "My balance breaker, Polar Night Longinus Chakra Valdine. These 7 treasures allow me to combat even some of the strongest supernatural beings." Cao Cao pointed to the one that he'd used on her first. "Itsute Ratana seals any special abilities of a woman for a time. Your light abilities included." She widened her eyes at that. Without her light, hand-to-hand would be the only way for her to fight. Cao Cao pointed to the other orb he'd used. "Atsusur Ratana teleports anyone of my choosing to any place of my choosing. Near instant teleportation would make him a hard opponent, even if she had her full array of powers. Without them, her fate would be sealed." The slash on her back was bleeding down her robes. She could feel it stinging. Cao Cao looked at her before pointing the spear at her and saying Balaneaka Ratana. Gabrielle felt was unable to dodge the force of the attack and was blasted away before she hit a tree and fell down barely conscious. Cao Cao made his way towards her and was going to lift her when a shout came dragon shot. Cao Cao was forced to jump back as he used his spear to cut down the orb of energy that was coming his way. Issei then landed in front of Gabrielle, his eyes etched with fury. He glared at Cao Cao, who teached before saying, "You came here to ruin my plans again. How troublesome are you? Don't tempt me, Cao Cao. I know all about your organization's little ploy. Now leave before I kill you to send on my statement." Issei warned as he raised his aura beyond what Cao Cao was emitting, who knew that a fight with Issei at this time would be very harmful. He glared at Issei one last time before disappearing in the same white magic circle as he appeared. Issei then quickly picked up the barely conscious Gabrielle and started rushing to the meeting site after signaling his companions to meet him there. After an hour of high-speed travel, Issei finally burst through the meeting doors and shouted, "Medics now." The leaders of the Alliance, specifically the Angels, rushed towards him after seeing an injured Gabrielle in his arms. Raphael, being the medical expert, took her and disappeared in a cross of light. Just when he and his gods were about to relax, they were hit by a powerful aura. Raising his eyebrows, Issei looked and saw that it was Michael who was releasing his aura. Not being the one to back down, Issei released his aura to rival Michiel's and said, "Is there something wrong, Michiel Dono?" "Yes, why was my sister in such a condition with you, who is the leader of an organization we were recently in war with?" he steelly asked. "You know you really are a fool. First, you sent your sister to a trap against an opponent who can seal of female powers. Second, you are threatening the people that rescued her and brought her to safety. Are you drunk or what? You should be lucky that I found that aura spike when I did, because even if I was a moment late, you would have lost your sister for good. Now back off," Issei stated in a cold tone. Michiel stared at him in a little shock before nodding. Azazel came up to Issei and said, "Good to see you again, Issei. Have a break for 10 minutes, then we will begin the meeting." Nodding, Issei sighed before plopping down on a seat. A few minutes later, Sirzechs walked up and said, "Let's begin the meeting. We shall share information goals and then decide whether an alliance is in place or not." Nodding, Issei sat up and the meeting was a go. Issei went first since it was him who had called in for the alliance. He had informed them of Kylopath, its leaders, strongest warriors. The mention of Cromcrotch and Rizdom, along with the possibility of other evil dragons, sent shudders around the table. Though that doesn't even shake the foundation. Kylopath plans on unsealing the beast of the End Trihexa, Issei grimly told all the attending leaders. "Are you certain of that?" asked Azazel, all of his usual playfulness gone. Right now he was in his leader mode, the mode that made him among the most dangerous beings alive. There is no doubt about it. They were collecting the holy relics that make up the adamantine key. It was one of the reasons why we rescued Valerie Teeps. The poor girl was a victim of her own circumstance. I see that as a lot to take in. I can understand why you want to join the Alliance. However, I am inclined to ask, what is the goal of Hero Faction after the threat of Kylopath will have been dealt with? Sirzechs asked. Our goal has been changed. Initially, the faction wanted to prove that humans are better. Now we are proving that humans can stand side by side with the supernatural. And as it stands, we are close to achieving that, as fighting alongside you will be a testament to our strength. Issei answered, making the leaders nod in understanding. Well, I have no qualms with the heroes joining the Alliance. However, we would have to ask you to move all of your troops into one of our territories, said Sirzechs. A building won't be necessary, just lead us to one of your empty grounds and we shall set up camp there. Issei answered as he stood up. Very well, I will be giving you an area inside the fallen angel territory. Let us go, Azazel said, making Issei nod as he motioned for his gods to follow him. Soon they were in a large ground that was isolated by forests and mountains. Issei liked the place. It provided a lot of stealth and privacy. Turning to Azazel, he said, "This is perfect, thank you." Azazel in response lazily waved his hand dismissively. Issei then conjured a magic circle and sent the coordinates of the location to Jorg, telling him to head with Plan A. Azazel looked curious as to what Plan A was but didn't ask. Soon mist started appearing in the clearing. It soon became very thick before it had covered the whole clearing. Azazel had his body tensed ready for anything, whereas Issei was relaxed as he knew exactly what was happening. Azazel was about to ask Issei what was happening, but didn't get the chance to do so as the mist slowly cleared away, leaving behind a magnificent and huge green castle. Issei turned to Azazel and smirked before saying, "Welcome to the headquarters of the hero faction, Governor Azazel. Welcome to Hogwarts. Seriously, you named your headquarters after a name from Harry Potter. I thought you'd do better, Issei," Azazel said with a deadpan expression. "Hey, humans with superpowers that revolve around magic living in a castle away from normal folk. The similarities are uncanny," Issei said with a huff. Yeah, whatever. However, there is something important we need to discuss. It could change a lot of things in regard to your relationship with the devils," Azazel said. "What do you want to talk about, Aro Governor?" Issei asked with a snicker. "It is about Rias," Azazel said. He noticed that the air had grown heavier with the mention of the name. Looking at Issei, he spotted unbridled and raw rage. Azazel then realized the current would not be solved anytime soon. Rias would have to be the first one to make the move soon, or else she was in for even greater turmoil. "So what about the red-haired?" Issei asked through gritted teeth. "I wanted to talk about the dragon's curse," Azazel said unfazed. I should have guessed that you would figured it out. I have no intention of removing the curse. I warned both her and Sirzechs about the consequences, but both of them paid my warning, no mine. Now she suffers." Issei replied with a noncommittal shrug. "Still, what would it take for you to remove the curse? I don't want to see any problems that could disrupt the peace within the alliance," Azazel said. "The only thing I need for her to do is to relieve her hold on my parents and clear any and all memories that they had during the time they lived together," Issei answered. "That's it? I mean no large amount of money or devil secrets?" asked Azazel with an incredulous look on his face. "Nope, I cast the curse because of her holding my parents hostage. As soon as she does what I asked and releases them, I will remove the curse. She will then make a complete recovery," Issei said with a shrug. "I see, well, I will tell her that. Do you need anything else?" asked Azazel. "I want to go see Gabrielle. She was banged up pretty badly. I want to make sure she is alright. Also, you do know that Team Volley can move in with us here," Issei said. Azazel then gave a lecherous grin before saying, "First LeFay, then Jean, and now Gabrielle. You really do have a thing for blondes, don't you?" "I am not denying anything. Blondes, specifically LeFay and Jean, have a very special part of my heart. Now about Team Volley moving in here," asked Issei. "Yeah, I will have them move in quickly. Now that's all I wanted to talk to you about. Team Volley should be here in a week. They are out on a mission," Azazel announced. "Cool, I will see you then," Issei as he walked off into the castle. As he walked, he thought, things are stable for now and I have allies to fall back on. I think I can relax for a while. Now what to do? As he finished his thought, a picture of a certain blonde entered his mind. Grinning to himself, he entered the castle and went to set up his trap. A few minutes later, we find Jean casually walking through one of the many halls. She then casually turned before she felt someone pull her hand into a room. Before she could react, she found herself pushed face first into a wall. Soon she felt something thick touch her ass. She soon started fearing, as the only one she wanted to share her body with was Issei. Issei sensed her fear and realized that she was getting scared. Sighing, he turned her around and gazed into her eyes. She soon relaxed when she saw who it was. Issei then whispered, "I am sorry, I didn't want to scare you." "No, it's fine, I thought it was someone other than you," she replied as she touched his cheek. Issei then smiled before planting a chaste kiss on her lips. She then snaked her arms around his neck while Issei's arms went around her waist and pulled her closer into him. Both of them deepened their kiss and soon sought permission to enter each other's mouths. Both of them immediately allowed entry, and soon an epic struggle of dominance between the two tongues began. Both of them were trying to get the better of each other. Soon Issei got the upper hand and defeated Jean's tongue. He then explored her mouth as if he owned it, pushing his tongue as far down as he could. Jean felt his tongue touch the back of her throat, causing her to gag. However, she wasn't able to, as Issei held her place as he continued going through her mouth. He soon broke of the kiss and turned her around before his hand sent her shorts and panties down to a kneeling. He then pulled out his cock and bought it near her pussy, gently rubbing against the opening. A moment later, Jean moaned and said, "Ah, Issei, stop teasing me." Issei then held her by the hips and then gently pushed himself into her. He didn't stop until all 12 inches of his deck were safely sheathed inside of her. Jean moaned very loudly as she felt Issei's thick cock stretch her pussy walls, his also breaking past her cervix, and the head, along with 2 inches of his deck being inside her womb, didn't make her situation any better. He kept still for a few minutes before he started moving at a slow pace. Jean moaned loudly with each thrust. Issei had not gone this deep the first time they did it. This one was a completely different experience for her. Her moans were getting louder by the minute and she couldn't control them. Issei decided to tease her a little and to spice things up. He leaned and said, "Let's walk back to our room, but I am not stopping. My deck will remain inside you. Now walk." Jean paled at the order. Issei had hardly started and she had lost most of the feelings in her legs, hence why she stuttered out, "4 can't walk." Issei grinned as he heard that. Secretly, he was hoping that she would say it. He subtly cast a barrier around him and Jean, making them invisible and soundproof to the surroundings. He then got a little back before thrusting forward powerfully. The new thrust made Jean fall back into his arms. He naturally didn't mean any of that and had more than one illusions ready so her modesty would be maintained, but she didn't need to know that. Jean paled at that and quickly said, "It isn't my fault, I can't feel my love." She frantically tried to reason but was cut off when Issei began thrusting in her. "Quite, you have no say in the matter, now take your punishment," Issei said as he walked out the door and into the hall as he thrust in her, completely ignoring her pleas of sorry. He walked into the halls and straight into his room. Locking the door, he gently laid Jean on the bed and lovingly looked at her. He then pulled out of her before softly kissing her and saying, "Sorry about that, Jean-chan, but you were too cute to embarrass." "You mean you did that on purpose? What if someone actually see us?" asked Jean. "Hey, we weren't at the risk of being seen anyway. I had spells and illusions activated at every corner. Don't think I'd be so relaxed when it comes to you," Issei replied. "Sorry." The next morning, Jean groaned as she wearily opened her eyes. Her whole body felt sore and warm. She soon felt something pulling her. Looking back, she saw Issei and how he was protectively holding on to her. She smiled and melted into his arms, waiting for him to get up. She vividly remembered what happened last night. It was rough. She didn't know her loving and calm Issei could be such a brute in bed. Honestly, she enjoyed it. Suddenly, she felt a pair of lips kissing her neck. Smiling to herself, she tilted her head, allowing Issei greater freedom on her neck. "Good morning, Jean-chan. How are you feeling?" asked Issei. "Sour and stiff. I doubt I will be able to walk properly today," she sighed. Suddenly, Issei then lifted her bridal style and began walking to the bathroom. He then helped wash her stellar body. Seeing her glistening, he became rock hard but didn't do anything since he knew she was pain. Jean spotted his erection and inwardly smirked. She was happy that she had such an effect on Issei. Scooting closer, she held his deck and started sucking it off. Half an hour later, he cummed right into her mouth, making her swallow all of the 5 loads. He then lifted her up and kissed her passionately before hugging her close. After both of them had washed up, Issei helped her get dressed before both of them left. Time skip 8 days. Issei was lazily walking into a mall and entered a food court before sitting down and waiting. He was currently awaiting the arrival of his brother in all but Volley. Team Volley had just moved into the hero faction headquarters, much to Issei's delight. He had told both LeFei and Jean about the marks on their necks, which meant that they were his mates. After hearing that, both girls sat down together and attempted to talk and get to know each other. Volley and Issei both had decided to have a field day for themselves and just decided to do things that normal brothers normally do. Volley arrived a few minutes later and both of them ordered their lunch while they talked. Suddenly, a barrier went up, sending warning bells into both the Dragon Emperor's heads. A magic circle soon appeared, and from it a man who greatly resembled Grafia appeared. Issei recognized him and narrowed his eyes before saying, "What are you doing here, Euclid? Surely you can't expect to take on me and Volley alone, specifically not after what I did to that old cocksucker. You shall not speak of Rizvam-sama in that manner. And as for why I am here to introduce you to a couple of my friends," Euclid said with a smirk as he clicked his fingers and 2 giant dragon gates appeared. One was an emerald green and the other was a dark gray one. Both Issei and Volley immediately went on the defensive. What was coming was no small threat and needed to be dealt with promptly. From the green gate, a western dragon with emerald scales and deranged mouth appeared and snarled at Issei, while a serpent-like dragon with many heads appeared out of the silver gate and gleefully looked at Volley. Issei and Volley without any delay entered their hybrid form balance breakers and stared down their opponents, knowing that this would be one of the toughest fights they would have contested in their lives. "Volley, Issei, be careful, those are the evil dragons Grendel and Ladon. They can easily take on the Dragon Kings. Proceed with caution," Albion warned. "This will be a battle tougher than any author you have fought. Grendel has the hardest scales in the world of dragons, while Ladon is a master in barrier usage," D-Drake warned them. "Oh, I love how you place me on such a high platform, D-Drake-chan. Now let's fight," Grendel said with a maniacal grin. Issei sighed before looking over to his brother and saying, "It's always just too much to ask for a few days of peace." "I know what you mean. So Heavenly Dragon King and Heavenly Dragon of the Night Star?" asked Volley, a small smirk adorning his lips. "Exactly," Issei answered with matching a smirk. As they talked, Grendel got impatient and said, "Are they really as strong as you said? They seem much weaker than D-Drake and Albion," he said, looking at Euclid, who remained silent. Soon the area was hit by a large aura that was constantly growing. Looking back to the 2 dragon emperors, the evil dragons saw that they were both covered by auras. Issei was covered in a red-black aura with tinges of white in it. His eyes were closed and he was radiating power. Volley's aura was predominantly white with a shade of gold and black. Both the dragon emperors opened their eyes as their dragons roared. "Heavenly Dragon King, Balance Breaker," yelled D-Drake, Al and Vitra. "Heavenly Dragon of the Night Star," yelled Albion and Fafnir. In bright flash, both dragon emperors were in their hybrid balance breakers, both armors radiating power and reflecting of a deathly gleam. The barrier that Euclid had created was shaking along, showing small fluctuations. Issei looked at him and said, if you want us to fight, strengthen your barrier, otherwise it wouldn't hold. Grendel glared at Euclid and said, what kind of weak barrier is this? They only entered the first base of their powers and your barrier starts shaking. It will break if me and Ladon power up. Fix it. Euclid internally huffed before raising his arm and started strengthening the barrier, which soon stabilized. Issei looked at Volley and said, who will you take on? Leave the multi-head lizard to me. I should be able to counter his shields, while your power will be more helpful versus someone with scales as hard as his. Volley answered as Issei nodded. With that, Issei disappeared before reappearing in front of Grendel. He reared back his fist and hit it ahead with full strength as D-Drake called out, penetrate. The force of the punch caused Grendel to go flying back, not letting up. Issei jetted up and followed him. Landing in front of the dirty green dragon, he charges his hands with energy and shouts, twin dragon shot. 2 black orbs of energy then fly and hit the down Grendel. The orbs connect and a small explosion occurs. From the smoke a large tail arose and hit Issei, who grunted but managed to successfully block it. Grendel then flew out of the smoke and looked at Issei, was looking up at him. Grendel gives a maniacal grin and says, this is fun, this is good, keep on coming, this pain makes me feel alive. Issei's sweat dropped and thought, is this guy a masochist? Not exactly, partner. Evil dragons tend to be battle maniacs and hence take pleasure in pain. Al answers, you do know that is what a masochist is, right? Vitra mockingly asks, making Al go quiet and grumble, while the other 3 snickered. Issei kept a straight face and said, sorry, but I don't swing that way. Saying that, he rushes up to Grendel while Vitra shouts, prison of shadows. Large tendrils of shadows appear out of Issei's back and catch Grendel, stopping him from moving. What the hell is this? Grendel said as he struggled to break out of the tendrils. Your doom, Issei replied as all 3 dragons announced their moves. Divide x50, Al announced, making Grendel momentarily stop as he felt his power leave him. Vitra then shouted, black flames. The tendrils all burst into black and purple flames that surrounded Grendel but didn't seem to affect him too much because of his uniquely strong scales. D-Drake then shouted, penetrate. Transfer. Transferring the penetration power into Vitra's flames, they all started to break through Grendel's strong scales and started burning him. Grendel roared in pain before he breathed a strong fireball, who had to break his whole attack to dodge. As he dodged, a swipe of Grendel's tail caught him and sent him flying into the floor. Groaning, he stands up to see a grinning Grendel. That's the way I am feeling, alive, keep it coming, keep it coming. Grendel maniacally says. Sighing, Issei stands up and brushes the dirt out of his armor. He looks at Grendel with a blank look and jokingly says, you know, you are not a battle maniac, you are a super pervert who comes after every good fight you fight. What's wrong with that? Grendel says, making Issei's sweat drop a little. Issei then shook his head as he dodged several swipes and fireballs, before jetting in front of Grendel and sending him hurtling into the ground. Grendel turned midair before firing a large stream of green fire at Issei, who retaliated by firing a large stream of ice. Both streams collided midair and started fighting for dominance. Soon Issei ice was being pushed back by Grendel's fire. Issei wasted no time and began boosting his powers. Boost, 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 explosion. D-Drake roared. Issei felt his power spike massively and his ice had completely pushed back Grendel's flames and hit him dead on. However, after the smoke from the collision cleared, Issei saw Grendel standing there completely unfazed, his scales only slightly scratched. However, before they could continue their battle, Euclid appeared and said, that's enough for now, we just revived your bodies, it'll be better to modify them a lot more before coming for another fight. Saying that, he disappeared along with Grendel. Issei then started flying back to area where Volley had his fight. 30 minutes early, Volley took to the air and immediately created golden weapons made of pure energy before holding 2 swords while he threw the remaining at Ladon. Ladon created his barrier and successfully blocked Volley's attack. After that, he sent 4 of his heads to attack Volley. Volley then dodged the first head before kicking the second one. He used his energy weapons to cut down heads 3 and 4. He looked and saw that the heads just grew back as if nothing happened. That was when he realized something. It seems you are just an overgrown hydra, aren't you? So which is your real head? Asked Volley. Of the 100 heads, 1 rose above all and said, impressive, you guessed one of my trump cards after only looking at it 1 time. I can see why you are regarded as the best white dragon emperor in history. He then signaled 8 of his heads to breathe streams of fire at him while 8 other heads went for physical attacks. Albion then called out, reflect. The streams of fire were pushed back towards the 8 heads while he used hand-to-hand combat to hit back all 8 heads of Ladon. As soon as the last head went back, Albion called out, divide x80. As he said that, Ladon faltered a little and the barrier around his body thinned for a few minutes. Volley took advantage of this and used the extra energy to create a large number of dragon shots. He glared at Ladon while saying, dragon shot rain. A barrage of dragon shots hit the barrier, breaking it just enough for 4 dragon shots to fly towards the head. 3 of them had been blocked by 3 different heads, while the last one hit the original Ladon head straight. Ladon grunted in pain before glaring at Volley, who was impassively staring down at the multi-headed serpent. Both stared down each other, after which Ladon sent 50 of his heads flying right at Volley. Volley spread his wings to full measure before flying away, with the heads following closely behind. Volley dodged a few heads before he created a few small dragons made of energy and had them fly and face the Ladon heads. Using the distraction, he focused on the main Ladon head and made 2 clones of himself using Fafnir's energy. All 3 volleys them started firing strong demonic blasts at the evil dragon. The main Ladon head created a strong barrier. The collision of the spells and barrier created a small explosion that blocked Ladon view of the fight for a small while. Volley took advantage of this and appeared behind Ladon as Albion called out, "Half dimension." He used the move to damage all of Ladon's barriers and started squeezing the area around some of his heads, promptly squishing them into nothingness. However, he soon had to cancel the technique as Ladon had fired a strong stream of projectile fire attacks. Volley dodged before a few heads caught up to him and fired their fire attacks. Grunting, Albion called out deflect. Volley then redirected all the attacks towards the original Ladon, who had to set up his own barrier to stop his own attack from affecting him. Volley grunted in disappointment. Nothing he did was working on Ladon. The same, however, could also be said about Ladon. No attack he launched had any effect on the heir of the Lucifer clan, and whatever attack pattern he tried was promptly controlled and pushed back by Lucifer heir. "You are a worthy fighter, Volley Lucifer. I haven't had this much fun in a long time," Ladon commented as all 100 of his heads began firing fireballs at Volley. Volley dashed into the air before he spread his wings, and Albion began calling out, "Divide, divide, divide, divide." After all the fireballs had disappeared, Volley channeled all of the extra energy he had gained into one colossal dragon shot that was laced with not only draconic energy but also a little of his own demonic energy. Volley looked at Ladon before shouting demonic solar dragon shot. He threw the giant dragon shot, which forced Ladon to create the strongest barrier that he possessed. Soon an epic clash between the dragon shot and the barrier ensued. Soon, however, it was clear that the dragon shot was stronger and Ladon's barrier was beginning to crack. In the end, the barrier crashed and the main Ladon was hit by the giant dragon shot. An explosion ensued as soon as the dragon shot hit Ladon, making the whole area become covered in smoke. When the smoke cleared, a mildly battered Ladon was seen growling at Volley. However, before either of them could continue fighting, Euclid appeared before summoning a portal that took Ladon away. Volley then sighed as another battle was over before he landed back on the ground and dispelled his armor while he waited for Issei to arrive. Issei soon landed and dispelled his armor before saying, "What do you think we should do?" "I've already sent a message to Azazel. He did say that another meeting would convene in 2 days. Volley answered as Issei nodded before they disappeared to go back to their headquarters in the Fallen Angel territory. As soon as they came back, Volley left to go to his mother, while Issei learned that both Siegfried and Jean were visiting the church to help with some adjustments with their weapons. Since they were allies, Michiel had all but ordered for them to be helped. He sighed as he entered the headquarters, where soon every member of the hero faction was bowing down and respectfully greeting him, something that he wholeheartedly returned. He then made his way to the courtyard, where he found Lefay watering a few flowers. Smiling, he walked up to her and took her hand before pulling her into his chest and softly kissing her on the lips. Lefay soon melted into the kiss before she placed both of her hands on his neck and began kissing him back. Soon they broke away and Issei looked at her lovingly while saying, "Did I ever tell you how much I love you?" "Nope, you never did," Lefay answered with a smile of her own. "Let's just say you are the reason I am alive and still have a heart. If it weren't for you, I think I'd have been a cold and broody bastard with no purpose in life," Issei answered, making Lefay give out a megawatt smile as she leaned in and pecked Issei on the lips. "And what is Jean to you?" asked Lefay. "She is the one who taught me to open up my heart to others. While you broke my walls, she made sure that they stayed broken. Both of you are immensely important to me, just like any other girl will be if she ever reaches my heart. Until then, you both are the most important people in my life," Issei said. Lefay smiled as she turned around and began watering her flowers again. This time, however, Issei was by her side and he had his arms wrapped around her as he placed his head on hers as he hummed a very happy tune. A few minutes later, Lefay was beginning to tire. Issei's warmth and the tune he was humming was way too much for her. Issei chuckled when he felt Lefay doze off. He then softly scooped her up in a princess carry before taking her to his room. He then sat down on his bed before making Lefay lay down in between his legs, her head on his stomach. He protectively wrapped his arms around her before humming a soft tone that lulled her into an even deeper sleep. She snuggled into Issei and fell deeper into her dreamland. A couple of hours later, Lefay awoke and felt herself in some place very firm but warm. Looking up, she saw a sleeping Issei who had his arms protectively around him while his face held a smile. Smiling herself, she went up and gave Issei a soft kiss on the lips before putting her head on his chest and once again falling into a pleasant sleep. Outside the door, both Volley and Arthur were looking on with smiles on their faces. Volley looked over at Arthur and said, "You know, I thought you said that you outgut anyone who'd try getting close to Lefay. What changed?" "You and me both know what changed. Issei literally away all of our lives and rebuild them according to the opens we hoped for in our deepest desires. If anyone is good enough for Lefay, it's him," Arthur answered. After that, both of them got quiet as they watched the sleeping couple before they left and went on their own merry way. "Are you sure going alone is wise? It could be a trap," Jorg asked Issei for the upteenth time as Issei prepared for the visit to heaven. "It's fine, Jorg. Siegfried is going with me, so it's fine. Not to mention Team Volley is coming as well. I know for a fact that if it is indeed a trap, Team Volley will assist me. They do owe me after all," Issei said, dismissing his second-in-command's worries. "Fine, but remember to keep my reverse sealing slip with you. Channel magic into it and I will be by your side," Jorg said. All right. Chill out, I can handle anything that comes my way," Issei said with a $1,000,000 grin. Jorg nodded with a sigh. Sometimes he just couldn't believe Issei. He was sometimes as serious as a gladiator in fight before reverting to a goofy idiot. "All right then, if it all goes to plan, I shall see you in a couple of days," Jorg said as he left Issei's office. Issei then sighed before looking out the window. It was finally the day when he would visit Heaven and Gabriel. He reminded himself to thank Azazel for setting up this meeting. His mind then wandered to the recent happenings in the supernatural world. He knew that the world was walking on very thin ice. One wrong move or one significant loss for the Alliance and it was all over. He sighed. The heavy tension of being a faction leader was beginning to get to him. However, he knew that he had to be strong. The fate of nearly the whole universe was currently being questioned as of now. "You know, you sound like an old man with all that sighing you are doing," a voice said to Issei. Turning around to find a smirking Volley, he said, "I'd like to see you doing any differently if you were sitting on as a head of faction that were facing an army whose sole purpose is world extinction. Not to mention being a leader is tough. There are so many factors you need to consider. With time, the pressure of the position gets to you, you know." "No, I don't know and maybe never will, because I know I am no leader type and probably will never be one as well," Volley said. "So what are you doing here, Volley?" asked Issei. "Azazel told me to get you. We are leaving for Heaven right now. Siegfried and the others are already waiting for us outside," Volley said. "Okay, then let's go," Issei said as he stood up and clicked his fingers. A magic circle went over him, changing his outfit. He was now wearing a black full-sleeved shirt with black combat pants and shoes, along with a cape that had the shapes of 3 dragons, one red, one white, and one purple. Volley smirked when he saw the outfit and said, "A change of wardrobe. Fitting, isn't it?" "The Black Dragon Emperor displayed by the black robes," Issei replied with a smirk of his own. Both Dragon Emperors then left the room and began walking towards the exit of the headquarters where the rest of their group was waiting. Once outside, Issei said, "All right guys, we are here, let's go." Azazel nodded at that before handing everyone angelic halos. "Put those on your heads. You won't be allowed to enter Heaven without them on your heads," Azazel said. Everyone wordlessly nodded before placing the halos on their heads. After that, they channeled their magics into the halo and all of them were transported to the gates of Heaven. As they walked towards the gates, 2 figures landed in front of them. One was a guy around Issei's and Volley's age. He had an aloof look on his face. He had green eyes and blonde hair. This was the strongest Exorist and among the strongest angels in Heaven, Dulio. The other one was blonde woman. She too had blonde hair with blue eyes. Her face was veiled behind a white cloth. She had a beautiful hourglass figure. She was the strongest female Exorist while currently being the second strongest reincarnated angel. "Griselda Quarta. Welcome, Michiel-sama has been expecting you. Please come this way," Griselda said. Everyone wordlessly followed them into what was among the prettiest sights ever. Dulio then spoke and said, "Azazel Dono, Volley Dono, you will accompany Griselda-san over there to go up to level 6 where you will meet Michiel-sama. Issei Dono will come with me to level 4, the Garden of Eden, where Gabriel-sama is currently resting. The rest of you will be waiting with fellow brave saints." Everyone nodded before stepping into the lift as they followed their guides. The first stop was level 4 where Issei got off and entered the Garden of Eden while the others continued up to their places. With Issei couldn't help but take in the beauty of the Garden of Eden. It was something akin to perfection. As he walked, he saw that Gabriel was softly watering one of the plants. He blushed when he saw her. In this arrangement, she looked even more beautiful than usual. He walked up to her and in a soft voice said, "Hey Gabriel-san, how are you feeling?" "Hi Odudono, I am very well now. Thank you for rescuing me," Gabriel serenely said. "It was nothing, Gabriel-san. Also call me Issei or Eyes. Hi Odudono makes me feel old," Issei said as he scratched the back of his head. Gabriel giggled cutely before saying, "All right then, it's Eyes-kun. Then is it okay if I call you Gabriel-chan?" asked Issei. It was Gabriel's turn to blush as she meek nodded a shy hi. However, before they could continue, a large number of magic circles appeared in the sky and the sides. From them, Rizvim and a large number of evil dragons appeared. Issei, being an expert in barriers, immediately felt one go up and felt that he couldn't call on his sacred gears anymore. Along with that, he wasn't able to teleport out. Gritting his teeth in anger and worry, he quickly took hold of Gabrielle's hand and pushed her behind his back as he faced a grinning Rizvim. "How the hell did you get in here, Rizvim?" Issei asked. Ara eyes, "Kun, what a pleasant surprise. Aren't you glad to see me?" Rizvim gleefully asked. "The only time I'll be happy to see you is when Vali rips your head off," Issei said as he tried to buy as much time as possible so as to think of possible ways in which he could protect Gabrielle. She was still weakened and would be an easy target right now. He looked over at Gabrielle, who was behind him, and said, "Relax, I won't let anything happen to you." He then clicked his fingers and a very strong barrier was erected around Gabrielle. It was purple in color and looked alive. He then said to her, "Whatever happens outside, don't even think about coming out. It won't be long before the others realize what's wrong. I will hold them off until then. Though you can't take them all on your own. Let me help." Gabrielle tried to argue, but Issei simply gave her a soft, chaste kiss on the lips and said, "Trust and wait for me, Gabrielle-chan. I will come back alive." Gabrielle couldn't say anything. She was blushing, and for the first time in her life she felt something different. Yes, she was an angel of love and loved everyone, but that was akin to how a mother loves her child. No, what she was feeling right now was for the first time love for another person who you see as an equal. She placed her arms on her heart and felt its frantic beat as she saw Issei, who was currently surrounded by enemies. She shut her eyes as she thought, "God, please help him. Please let him come back to me. Please let us be together." With Issei took of his coat before throwing it away. He then unsealed his Red Queen and Skyadram before giving the evil dragons a predatory grin of his own. This grin slightly unnerved Rizvim, who was expecting Issei to be a little scared he didn't have his gear with him. "You know, me not having my gears is a handicap, but it was something that I was completely prepared for." "Dragon Force," Issei finished with a shout. Immediately 6 draconic wings sprouted from his back as multicolored scales appeared all around his body. Along this change came a very drastic increase in Issei's power level. Suddenly, without a warning, he charged at the evil dragons in blinding speeds and was cutting them down at a feverish pace. He then flew a little higher into the air with the evil dragons following after him. He then channeled his magic into both Red Queen and Skyadram before saying, "Shadow tendrils." From Skyadram, nearly hundreds of tendrils emerged before they latched onto the attacking evil dragons. As soon as the tendrils had completed latching onto the last evil dragon, he raised Red Queen and said, "Gluttonous flames of purgatory." Dark red flames emerged from tip of Red Queen before traveling up the shadow tendrils. The flames then caught all of the evil dragons that the shadows had latched onto. The dragons roared in pain as the flames ate them away, but weren't able to escape as the flames ate away at them all. Soon nothing but the ashes of a whole army of evil dragons were left. Issei was left panting. Using the original moves of his dragons was really taxing, and he felt as though he had already exhausted near 35% of his reserves. He then suddenly heard Gabrielle scream and quickly turned to see her. His eyes widened when he saw that the barrier was gone and that Rizvim had released a barrage of attacks on her. Flying at full speeds, he appeared right in front of Gabrielle with his back turned and pulled her into his chest and protectively wrapped his wings around her, so as to protect her from the attacks. He gritted his teeth in pain and tensed his body as the attacks hit his back. Gabrielle, for her part, was blushing up a storm as she found herself in her love interest's chest. However, she was steadily growing worried. She could feel the slight tremors of pain in his chest and knew that he was taking an extensive damage. Rizvim watched the scene with glee as he laughed loudly and said, "Issei-kun, is this a game? You protect Gabrielle Bon-chan while I try to her. How does it sound? Does it sound fun? Tell me. Shut up, you sick bastard. There is no way in hell that I will let you get your filthy hands on Gabrielle-chan." Issei shouted. Yes, keep on playing. That is what makes it fun. Ha. Let's start round 2. However, I should tell you that this round will be much luau. Rizvim gleefully said as he started firing demonic attacks at Issei's bare back. Issei grit his teeth in pain before he screamed in agony after the 10th blast hit his back. Yes, scream for me. That is a beautiful noise. I can't wait to get my hands on Gabrielle Bon-chan. First I will take away her purity and violate her, and then when her mind is completely broken I will take all of her power and revive 666 kun to destroy the whole world. Ha. Issei, on the other hand, did not reply. He knew he needed just one good shot to take away a victory here. But how? He knew he couldn't let Gabrielle go, as that sick bastard would target her the moment he let. So he decided to wait it out and hope that help would arrive. While he did that, he began to channel his magic into his wings and legs as he needed to be faster than normal when he attacked to get the required damage done. However, he was slowly losing his consciousness to pain and was now additionally fighting to stay awake from all the damage being inflicted to him. Suddenly, the barrier that was keeping things at bay broke open and a black western dragon appeared before it attacked Rizvim, making him jump back to dodge the attack. He looked at the dragon and angrily said, "Krom-kun, how dare you defy me?" "Defy you? Don't make me laugh. I only joined your escapade because you promised me good fights. But since you are hell-bent on destroying the world, I won't have anyone to face. So I will be siding with the Alliance to stop you." Issei, how do I shall protect the angel in your arms, go finish what you started. Cromcrotch sawed as he looked at Issei. Issei nodded before he let Gabriel go and staggered towards Rizvim. Yo guys, how much time can I be in the Juggernaut stage at this damage? Issei mentally asked as he felt his gears become active again. 10 secs, no more no less. Any more than 10 secs and your body will break down. D-Drake answered, making Issei nod. Issei then stopped before he raised his arms and chanted, I am about to awaken him, the heavenly dragon king that stole the principles of domination, supremacy, and darkness from God. I laugh at, envy and ignore the infinite. I grieve at, pursue and darken the dream. I shall become the black dragon of domination, of supremacy and of darkness. And I shall take you from the depths of the black purgatory to the heights of the black heaven. Juggernaut drive. In a flash of black light, Issei was seen in the magnificent form of his metalloid dragon. Roaring to the sky, he charged at a frozen Rizvim, and this time attacked with an intention of completely maiming Rizvim. Last time he attacked to just leave a message, this time it was to leave a horrifying memory. He cut off both of Rizvim's legs and one of his arms in a fast pace in the first 5 seconds. In the last 5 seconds he focused all of his intent into his eyes and fired it right into Rizvim's, giving him the strongest dragon's curse he could muster. When time was up, his armor dropped and he fell on his knees panting. He looked over to a screaming Rizvim who had disappeared in a magic circle of his own. Cromcrotch looked at Issei and said, we shall talk in detail later. I shall be in Tannen's territory in the Underworld, goodbye. He finished as he disappeared in a black dragon gate. As soon as he left, Gabriel ran over him and hugged his injured frame tightly. Issei was tired beyond measure and could only lightly lift up his own hands and hug her back. She then looked at him and saw how beaten up he was. He was bleeding from several different places along with having several bruises around his body. He then tucked a stray hair behind her ear, making her blush as he said, You are not hurt, are you? Baka, how can you ask that? Look at how badly you are hurt. What if something happened to you? Gabriel asked as tears threatened to escape her eyes. Issei wiped away her unshed tears with his hand and said, Nothing would have happened to me. I had my angel to return to after all. Gabriel blushed cutely before she put her face into Issei's chest to hide her embarrassment. This was the scene that the others walked in on. Looking at Issei's banged up state and the fact that Gabriel was in his arms, Azazel said, What happened here? Issei could only utter one word before his world went black. Rizvim. Beeping sounds, that was the first thing Issei's senses picked up when he regained his consciousness. He then felt heavier and warmer than usual and barely opened his eyes. He found Gabriel, Jean and Lefay all on his bed sleeping. He warmly smiled at the scene before laying back down and closing his eyes. As he contemplated the recent events, he decided to catch up with his partners. Oi guys, how's it going? Good to see you awake, partner, D-Drake said as Al and Vitra grunted in agreement. How long have I been out? Asked Issei. 7 days, partner. Al replied in a blank voice. I see. Using Juggernaut drive over an already profusely injured body must be taken a big toll on me. Issei commented. That's saying it lightly, partner, Vitra said in a dry voice. Hi. So tell me, what did I miss during the time that I was unconscious? Asked Issei. We'll tell you later. For now you should go back to sleep. Your body needs it, Al said. Issei nodded at that before he tightened his hold on his girls before closing his eyes and falling asleep. A few hours later, Issei groggily woke up and heard the voice of his lovers. When do you think he will wake up? Lefay solemnly asked. I don't know, I just hope that it's soon, Jean said in a voice barely above a whisper. I asked Raphael Naisama, he said that Issei would wake up when he wants to. There is nothing he can do, Gabriel said as her voice cracked up. You know, you could try asking the person in question, Issei said dryly, his voice hoarse. Eyes kun, all 3 girls shouted before latching onto Issei, whose body ached upon contact. But he held back his wince, not wanting to worry the girls than they already were. He wrapped his arms around them and pulled them closer to his chest as he muttered soothing words into their ears, helping them calm down. Hey, it's okay, I am here, aren't I? He softly whispered. We were so scared. You were in a coma and were completely unresponsive, Lefay said as she sobbed into his chest. You idiot, why did you go that far for me? Gabriel asked as she lightly punched his chest. Promise us that you'll never do something this reckless again, Jean whimpered. Hey, you know me, I am way too stubborn to die. That coma was just a temporary nap, Issei warmly said before kissing Lefay on the head. He then turned to Gabriel and kissed her on the forehead in the same manner before saying, I already told you I'd do any and everything in my power to keep my angel safe. Gabriel atomically blushed at that before she turned away with a pout, making Issei chuckle at her cuteness. Turning to the final girl on the group, he said, I can't promise that to you. You guys are way too important to me. If I didn't protect you to the fullest of my ability, I wouldn't have managed to live with myself, he finished before kissing Jean on the forehead. All 3 girls blushed at his words before they buried their heads into his chest so as to hide them from Issei, who merely chuckled before wrapping his arms around the 3 of them. From afar, the scene was being watched by Vali, Azazel, and Michiel. I think that is more than enough evidence for you to clear up any potential doubts you may have had. Vali said as he looked over at Mitchell from the corner of his eyes. I didn't have any doubts to begin with. His actions on the 2 occasions when he protected Gabai-chan were more than enough to convince me. Also, I can tell that his feelings are pure and genuine, along with the fact that Gabriel returns them. Since it's a mutual affair, I don't think I have any right in stopping them. Though I am curious as to how he will stop Gabriel from felling, since they will have to do the deed. Mitchell before finishing an afterthought. There's no reason to worry, Seraph. Your sister is now a dragon's mate, meaning she is already partially marked by Issei. She won't fall even if both of them have sec. So relax, Albion said. How is that possible? Mitchell asked in a voice that displayed both shock and confusion. Simple, Seraph. When a mate mark is formed, it gives the receiver one power. In the case of angels, it gives them the ability to have sexual intercourse without the fear of falling. Fafnir answered. Well, I never knew that. How does it work? Mitchell curiously asked. Simple, the power that the mate receives coats itself on the part that makes an angel pure, keeping it safe from impurity, hence allowing them to stay as pure angels while allowing them to have sexual activities. Albion chimed in. Well, I guess we should just leave them be. They have been worried about him for a long time, Mitchell said as Vali and Azazel nodded in agreement before the trio left, leaving the group of lovers to their own devices. So now that I am up, let's go and do something fun, Issei said as he tried to get out of his hospital bed. However, he couldn't cover much ground as he was pushed back into the by 3 glaring girls. What? Issei asked in a confused tone of voice. Don't what us, mister, Gabriel said with a glare. Did you really expect that we'd let you leave as soon as you got up? You must be screwed in the head, Jean said with a glare of her own. You, mister, are going to stay here until the 3 of us deem it okay for you to leave. Are we understood? LeFay said in a voice that promised pain. But, Issei tried to argue but stopped when the 3 girls started emitting a bit of intent, telling him that they weren't in any mood to take no for an answer. Sighing inwardly, he did the only thing that he could at that moment of time. He merely nodded and said, all right, fine. I understand. The trio of girls nodded before they left to get a few things for Issei. Issei sighed as he leaned back on his bed, feeling incredibly bored. You seem to be enjoying yourself over there, Vali said as he walked into the room with a smirk adorning his lips. I am bored beyond hell. I am already back to full health. The guys did repair my body back to its full functionality. I need some action, Issei said with a groan. I can offer you an escape route, though I need a favor of you, Vali said. I'd give you a favor even without something in return, but I'll humor you, Issei said with a grin. I need to get a gift for Kuroka, but I don't know what to get her. I need you to come shopping with me, Vali said with a nervous chuckle. No problem, but get me out of here first. I think I am being held back by some sort of spell by LeFay, Issei said as he tried to stand up, only to pulled back by the bed. Vali wordlessly nodded before moving towards Issei and placing a hand on his shoulder before sending 3 concentrated blasts of energy into him. Issei then felt as if a lock was lifted off him. He then smiled before standing up and clicking his fingers. A magic circle then appeared over his head, changing his clothes from his hospital ones to casual ones. He then nodded to Vali, who created his own magic circle as the 2 of them disappeared into it. Scene break. So what do you want to buy for her? Issei asked as the duo materialized into a secluded area in a shopping center. That's what I wanted to decide on. I am thinking of getting her a necklace but don't know which one to get her, Vali replied. Let's go. I know just the thing for you guys, Issei said as he started leading Vali away. Scene break back at the hospital in heaven. Issei, we bought you some soup, LeFay started but stopped when she saw that the room was now vacant. She then looked down as her locks hid her eyes. Jean and Gabriel were no different. All 3 of them were emitting out a rather dangerous aura. After a few minutes of silence, all 3 of them shouted, Issei, Hayao, you better pray to the gods to save you from us. Back with Issei. Issei sneezed violently before stumbling a bit. He soon regained his step before continuing his walk. Oi, okay there? Vali asked. Yeah, I think someone must have been talking about me, Issei answered as he wiped his nose with his finger. That must have been your 3 girlfriends finding about your escape after they explicitly ordered you to stay put, Vali said with a grin. Issei shivered at the thought of the impending consequences of his choices before he shook his head and said, if I get out of whatever the 3 of them have planned alive, I will you. I look forward to it. I am sure I can still kick your ass 7 ways to Sunday, Vali replied with a smirk. Do you like to see that happen? I am not the same old idiot who shouted but you and Oppai at every chance I got, Issei replied with a smirk of his own as silence fell in between the 2 as they kept on walking towards their destination. Soon they arrived at an antique shop where they found an elderly man by the counter. As the man saw Issei, he crooked a smile and said, Eyes, my boy, how have you been? I've been well, Asen. Me and my brother here would like to buy a few things for our princesses. Do you think you have the things for us? Asked Issei. I have the perfect things for you. Though I have to ask, did you increase the number from back then? The old man asked Issei. Yep, 2 is now 3. Though I need you to give Vali here something out of the ordinary for his girl. It is the first time that he is gifting her something, Issei said with a grin as the man nodded. I see. Well, laddie, you came to the right place. Hold on a second as I get just the right things for you guys, the old man said before he disappeared into his storeroom. He returned a few minutes later, after which he handed Vali a small box. Vali opened it and immediately grinned after he saw the prettiest ring he had ever seen. It was shiny silver in color with a black engraving of I promise written on it. On top of it was a yellowish blue gem. How much for this, old man? Vali asked. It's free, laddie. Nothing is worth more than a maiden's happiness. Since it's your first gift for your princess, it's free, the old man said. I see, thank you very much, but I still can't take it for free, Vali countered. If that's the case, promise me to become a permanent customer and to bring another guy with you in the future, the old man said with a smile. Vali nodded in agreement and thanks before pocketing the ring. The old man then turned to Issei and handed him 3 small boxes. One of them had a beautiful white necklace, the second one had a pretty bracelet, while the third housed an attractive earring. Issei smiled at the sight of the 3 ornaments and imagined how beautiful they would look on his princesses. Issei then paid the documented amount for his 3 articles before both Vali and him left the building. So I guess this is it for now, Vali said as he created a magic circle and stepped into it before he started disappearing. That it is. Wish me luck, Issei said as he created his own circle before disappearing into it. Issei reappeared into his hospital room and immediately felt a great feeling of foreboding hitting him. He gulped before turning around to meet his 3 blonde girls. Hi girls, I know all of you are extremely mad and want to pound me to the ground, Issei started as the girls nodded before they started walking towards him, their auras rising. The only thing I will say is, you can do whatever you want after I give you your gifts, Issei said as he walked towards the 3 girls who were now looking at him curiously. Walking towards Lefei, he took out the earring before he softly turned her blonde hair to the side before latching it into her ear. After that, he slightly nibbled on her ear, causing the girl to shudder a bit as a blush made its way on her face. He then planted a soft chaste kiss on her lips and said, for my own witch and earring. Lefei blushed atomically at his words before she looked away. Issei then moved towards Jean, and as he pulled out the bracelet, he took her hand into his before he softly stroked it a bit. Jean blushed a bit at his tender strokes. He then slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. His hand then moved to her cheek as he softly stroked it before pulling her into a soft kiss. He then whispered into her ear, this bracelet for my knight. It was now Jean's turn to shyly look away. Issei then moved towards Gabrielle, who was already shyly looking away. He then moved to stand behind her. He softly put her hair to his side before softly placing the necklace on her neck. He then softly kissed her neck, making the poor angel blush and turning her into a stuttering mess. He then turned her around before wrapping his arms around her before softly planting his lips on hers. He then pulled the shy angel into his chest and whispered, will you be my angel, Gabrielle? Gabrielle blushed atomically at the question but nimbly bobbed her head up and down. Issei smiled softly at her before he bent down and bit her on the neck, elicting a moan-like gasp from the seraph. When he pulled back, a draconic-looking mark was seen on Gabrielle's neck, confirming her status as one of Issei's mates. Issei then took all 3 of his girls before pulling them into his chest, softly hugging them as he conveyed his feelings to them. You have to be kidding me, Issei said in complete and utter disbelief as he attended the latest alliance meeting. No, we are not. It's a very dire situation, Sirzechs said with a grim expression on his face. That old bastard, he managed to steal a whole freaking island, Issei said in disbelief. Indeed, and right now recovering the floating city of Agars is our top priority, Azazel said with a nod. Though I am inclined to ask, Issei, was that the second time you could ved Rizvam but didn't? Mitchell asked, looking directly at Issei. As he did, Gabrielle looked on slightly worried, not wanting her brother and lover to fight each other. That's right, Issei said with a nod, already knowing where this conversation was going to. Why didn't you him then? It would saved us quite the headache, Mitchell said. I didn't, that son of a, because he wasn't my to claim. The only one in the world who deserves to that bastard is Vali, Issei said as he glanced over to Vali, who was sitting next to Azazel. Vali threw Issei a thankful nod, who just smiled in return. With that out of the way, what is our current game plan on getting Agars back? Asked Issei. We already have our best trackers looking for it. As soon as we find it, we will gather a force before attacking and reclaiming it, Sirzechs said, making Issei nod in understanding. Well, if that's all, we shall be leaving. I have some important things to catch up on. For example, my beauty sleep, Azazel said, making everyone chuckle at the joke before they left in their respective magic circles. Issei then stretched a little before he teleported himself to his HQ. It was already nighttime, and apart from his faction's Big 7, everyone was asleep. Entering his office, he was greeted by the aforementioned 7. All of them looked up to see Issei wordlessly asking for information. We are going to be preparing for battle. I will be going in alone. The 7 of you will be leading 7 of our battalions. The people who can't fight will remain in HQ, which will be sealed by Jorg. Jorg, the seal you use should be one that can be opened immediately if the people inside HQ are in any form of danger. Are we in agreement? Asked Issei. Are you sure going in alone will be okay for you? Asked Jorg. Yeah, me Tannen, Kromkrotch and Volley are going to be the opening wave. I am sure we will be able to handle anything they throw at us. You guys should put in your parts and everything will go without a hitch. After that we will have a celebration party, Issei said, getting nods of acknowledgement from around the room. Alright then, get some rest and cease all other missions. We are expected to move in a week when the next tracking report comes in. Relax and get yourselves attuned until then. Dismissed, Issei said as the 7 people bowed out before leaving the room. Issei sighed tiredly as he slumped into his seat. He could feel that something big and bad was about to go down regardless of how much he or the Alliance as a whole tried to stop it. He couldn't explain it, even the air had an evil aura floating in it. A sense of foreboding hung around the surroundings. You seem tired, D. Drake, a monotonous voice said from above him. That I am Offeyes-chan. How can I help you? Asked Issei, his eyes still closed. I want to ask how you plan on dealing with Lilith. I am sure that you know she is currently stronger than me. Offeyes said. I'll win her over just like I made you accept me as your Oni-chan. Issei said as he grabbed Offeyes on his lap and softly patted the lowly dragon god's head. But I don't like sharing Oni-sama's lap with anyone, it's my personal space. Offeyes said with a slight pout. Don't worry, Lilith is technically a part of you. Consider her a sister who is going through what you had to go through before you found me and Volley. We will rescue her just like we rescued you, Issei said with a reassuring smile. Will you really do that? Offeyes asked. Of course, what are brothers for? It's our job to protect our younger sisters from the mean old world out there, Issei said as he pulled Offeyes into a soft hug. Good luck, Oni-sama, Offeyes said in a soft monotone voice. Don't worry, Offeyes, we will come back safely, Issei said as Offeyes nodded before disappearing in a wisp of smoke. She must have gone to visit Volley. I wonder what's going on in that brain of his, Issei thought as he stretched his shoulders a bit before he stood up and walked towards his room, keen on getting some much-needed rest. He immediately removed his shirt, revealing a very lean and toned body, before he entered the washroom and started refreshing himself. Back in his room, Gabrielle appeared in a cross of light and started looking around. She was brought out of her musings when Issei walked out of his washroom as he wiped his face of his towel. Gabrielle froze when she saw Issei's chest and abs. Issei smirked when he saw Gabrielle's frozen form before he walked up to her and pecked her on the nose. This brought Gabrielle out of her shock as she blushed red both in embarrassment and the kiss that Issei had given her. What are you doing here, Gabi-chan? Issei playfully asked as he wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her closer. 3. Gabrielle tried to answer but failed as Issei kissed her on the neck and started licking and kissing all the way from her neck to her ears and lips. So the flying stolen island has been located? Asked Issei. Yes, it has. We are launching our retrieval mission in a couple of hours, Azazel told the room. So the initial wave remains the same, huh? Me, Issei, and Kromkrotch run riot while you guys come up and take out the rest, Volley asked. That's exactly it. You are the heavy hitters of the Alliance. We need a good opening statement, Sirzechs said. How nice. What about the several ultimate devils that joined Rizvim? No disrespect, but they are freaking powerful. Specifically Belial, Issei said as he leaned against a wall and folded his arms. 2 of them have already been dealt with by Sereorg and Sagi, while the third one turned herself in and helped the Sereorg and Sagi beat the others. So the only one we need to be careful about is Belial, Adjika said. So a super devil with sacred gear cancelling abilities which he has upgraded, and a borderline super devil with the ability to make powers and abilities worthless. How nice, Issei sarcastically said. Nonetheless, we also need to consider the 3 evil dragons that still side with Rizvim, Grendel, Labdin, and Nidhogger. It is simultaneously a good and bad thing that Azadahaka and Apophis have abandoned Rizvim. Now we have no idea where they are and what they are cooking up, Volley stated. Don't worry about them. They are much more intelligent than other dragons and will wait, so they are not the immediate concern. However, whatever they have planned won't be anything less than sinister to the extreme, Kromkrotch stated thoughtfully, making the whole room go silent. I guess we'll have someone like Odin and Zeus keep an eye out for them while we deal with Rizvim. Even both of them will think twice before engaging 2 high-tier gods. For know the battle plan. I'll be taking my Elite 7 and I'm sure that Volley will be taking his team as well. Me, Volley, and Krom will deal with the 3 evil dragons while our teams handle any cavalry. After Sirzechs and Azazel arrive, me and Volley will deal with Rizvim and Belial, Issei stated, making everyone nod. If we are all agreed, let's move out. We have a giant flying island to take back, Sirzechs said. Before he could leave though, Issei spoke up and said, though I am curious, why is the floating island of Aggers so important to the devil? Don't get me wrong, but interest the devil high hierarchy has been showing leaves a lot to be questioned. All 4 Maoists available at the meeting froze at the question. It was then after a few moments that Sirzechs sighed deeply and said, "I am sure all of you know of the evil pieces that we devils use." When everyone nodded, he continued and said, "The blessing reincarnation wasn't always available to us. The Great War and then the Civil War literally cut us down to very meager numbers. Added to our very low fertility rates, we were on a course to extinction. That was, however, until Adjuker researched the flying island. The amount of energy it radiated was simply staggering. In fact, it was much times more potent than any regular soul energy." Naturally, this fact piqued Adjuker's curiosity, and he began a deeper research into Aggers. Among the findings was that the energy actually came from crystals that grew at Aggers. It was those crystals that kept the island floating. After research and experimentation, we finally found a way to recreate life, and hence the evil pieces were born. Now I am sure you can guess why Aggers is so important to us. Sirzechs finished blankly. Vali groaned at that before saying, "That makes it even more dangerous. Think, why would Rizvam need that much potent magical energy? He is trying to release Trihexa. Forget the regular plan. I say we go all in. We need to get to him before he activates his plan. Dulio and Tobio along with his team can act as the shadow workers and cover up any of the loopholes we leave. I concur with the situation at hand. It's either all in or not at all." Issei added with a nod. "Fine, then I'll gather our forces. We should be ready to move out in 1 hour. Falbium said. "So will I," Azazel noted before he left the room. One by one, everyone left to prepare for what could be called the turning point in the new war. An hour later, a gigantic force from the Alliance marched towards the floating island. Once near, Issei spotted the 3 evil dragons waiting. He turned to his squad and said, "Leave Nidhogger to me. That bastard has it coming for what he did to Appa." Reference to canon scene in LN. He then flew towards the Norse serpent and called out, "Balance Breaker. Heavenly Dragon King Balance Breaker." In a flash, he was in his black scale mail and crashed into the smaller Norse serpent, who was thrown back by the force of Issei's blow. Issei watched on in disgust as the mad serpent spit out a large amount of saliva. Issei stared at it as it tried to get back up. However, he didn't give it a chance and started attacking it with his strongest barrage attacks. They were many in number, with each of them holding a fixed amount of power. He was content with increasing the suffering time for someone who had harmed his sister-like figure. "How do you feel now, you bastard? I will make sure you feel everything you did to Afais multiplied by 100, Issei said before slamming Nidhogger into a wall. He then flew into the air before spreading his wings as Al called out, "Compression Divider." Nidhogger roared in pain as he felt his very existence disappear. The suffering of his foe didn't deter him one bit as Al continued calling out, "Divide, divide, 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 divide." Al continued to chant until the very existence of Nidhogger had been divided of and disappeared. His battle complete and his faction, the Alliance soldiers, already taking care of the small fry, he flew towards the building where he felt that Rizvam would be waiting. However, he stopped midway before he got close as he sensed Lilith's aura inside. He knew he couldn't face her alone and so stopped his ascent and started eating the surrounding evil dragons as he waited for Vali and Cromcrotch to appear. With Vali flew right towards Ladon. He was the only dragon with enough abilities to actually make it a close technique fight with Vali. Vali's first move was to fire a simple dragon shot at Ladon, who batted it away with a shield from one of his heads. Nodding to himself, he bought his Heavenly Dragon King scale mail. He then created a very large number of weapons. All of them were pure magical energy. Without wasting a single moment, he fired all of the spears and javelins at Ladon, who jumped back and activated his strongest shields. Vali then concentrated a large amount of magic into a small ball and then fired it at one point of Ladon's shields. The potent orb of magic expanded upon contact and broke the Ladon's shield for that point. Albion then called Reflect at the same time. Fafnir's voice rang out, "Creation Field, Wheel." A goldish-blue wheel was then created, and it fit itself in the broken part of the shield and stopped it from regenerating. Fafnir then called out, "Creation Field, Twin Blades." As he called that out, 2 mid-sized blades appeared in Vali's hands, and he then spread his wings to the maximum and jetted through the hole he had created, and then with a fervor he began cutting down each and every one of Ladon's head with a frightening accuracy as he raced his way to the center and life-maintaining head of Ladon. The central head was backing away in fear. He had been prepared for Vali using the reference from their old fight. He, however, wasn't expecting a Vali with this much magical potency and power, not to mention his newfound speed and finesse. It was sure to Ladon that despite him getting the upgrade from the Holy Grail, it was clear that Vali had triple-upped his training and was now on a slaughter path. Just as he was about to swing towards Ladon's main head, Ladon smiled and said, "This was a worthy battle, my young foe. I shall face you again when my energy is once again allowed to take physical form." With that, Ladon closed his eyes and let Vali's swords cut him down, not letting him regenerate. Vali then took in a deep breath before spotted Issei fighting around some minor evil dragons. Curious, he decided to join up with him to see what was keeping him from progressing further. with Cromcrotch. Cromcrotch sighed as he saw both Volley and Issei fly towards their opponents. The brats had left him with the stupidest and the most annoying of all evil dragons. Ha ha, so I get to face you, huh, Crom? I will you today, and everyone will see why I am the strongest evil dragon to exist, Grendel said with a maniacal laugh as he spotted Cromcrotch. Cromcrotch boredly looked at Grendel and cleaned his nails from his shirt as he said, really, you just seem like a waste of time to me. Grendel roared in indignation before launching himself at Cromcrotch. Cromcrotch merely tilted himself downwards before he punched Cromcrotch to the ground. Despite having the strongest scales amongst the dragons, Grendel couldn't help but feel the weight of the punch as he crashed into the ground. You claim to be the strongest evil dragon, huh? Cromcrotch asked as his face morphed into a maniacal grin. He then proceeded to transform and released his midnight black dragon form. He then dashed towards Grendel and lifted him up before piercing him into the ground. He then began moving around, taking the still pierced Grendel with him. Cromcrotch then proceeded to throw Grendel into air, before he dashed at him and buried his claw deep into Grendel's chest. Grendel may have had the strongest scales among the living dragons, but Cromcrotch wasn't known as the only living dragon to be at the heavenly dragon level without any reason, which is why he was able to encompass through Grendel's scales. He then once again sent Grendel crashing into the ground. Cromcrotch then decided to throw in a final shoe and show every dragon around why he was the new apex predator amongst them. He knew that the two young dragon emperors would one day reach his level, but until then he was going to remind them of his station as a superior. With that thought, he began unleashing a golden-colored aura that shook the very foundations of the area they were in. Everyone from the Maoists to the evil dragons, to the soldiers in the Alliance army that included influential figures like Topio, Dulio, to the Volley team and Hero faction, and finally to Rizvim and his crew as well, stopped to look at the magnificence of Cromcrotch. The golden aura was now causing stones to rise into the air. Issei couldn't help but feel slightly suffocated as he stared at the spectacle in awe. Volley wasn't far behind, as even he couldn't help but stare at the sight before him. Watch closely, partner, that is the level every mortal dragon aims to achieve, but only a few hand-picked manage to reach it, Drake said out loud. So that's the heavenly level under control, huh? Issei softly said. Indeed it is. While me and Drake have no doubts that you and Volley will eventually reach it, you are still several leagues away from it even with the help of our sacred gears, Albion answered. Damn, Volley stated breathlessly. Damn indeed, oh ugly brother of mine. Damn indeed, Issei said. Too entranced by the spectacle in front of, Volley ignored the jab and stored it away in his brain to use on an occasion in the future. Cromcrotch then decided to restart his assault on the now sweating Grendel. He disappeared in a golden flash, and in mere moments Grendel found himself flung into the air with both of his wings ripped away from his body. Cromcrotch then charged his golden aura and focused it into his fist. He then thrust his fist forward towards Grendel, and a very large golden wave of magical energy surged forward and flew towards Grendel, hitting the Crime Force dragon head-on. Grendel roared in pain and agony as the blast overwhelmed him. His scales were futilely trying to protect him but were failing badly. Soon he was completely overcome by the giant blast and was overtaken. This resulted in a large explosion ensuing. When the smoke had been cleared, everyone was shocked to see the complete disappearance of Grendel. Seeing that, Cromcrotch nodded his head in satisfaction before reverting back to his human form. He then blew on his fist before putting it back down. He then flew towards Issei and Volley to discuss the next course of action. The ending of his battle brought the rest of the Alliance soldiers out of their stupor, and they began attacking the evil dragons, taking them out one by one. A few moments later, Cromcrotch joined Issei and Volley and said, "Why are you two not moving forward? I would have thought you'd have rushed in to take out Rizvim as soon as you were done." "I did think about that, but we were severely outnumbered. I am sure Rizvim has Belil, Cao, and Euclid all waiting. Not to mention there is Lilith to think about as well," Issei said, getting a nod from Volley. "I see. It was the right move to wait then. I think it would be prudent to wait for Sirzechs to get here before we go in," Cromcrotch said with a nod. "By the way, what happened to Grendel?" Volley curiously asked. "I removed him from the plane of ever existing. He will now never be reformed or live again. I ended him in the most literal way possible," Cromcrotch said with a shrug. "So in a way, that attack was your version of my Longinus Smasher and Volley's Compression Divider," Issei said with a nod. The trio were then soon joined by Sirzechs and then proceeded towards the central tower where they would face Rizvim and his remaining cronies. "All right, everyone is here. Who exactly faces who?" Issei asked as soon as Sirzechs joined the group. "I call dibs on Rizvim. There is no way that bastard is going to escape my wrath this time around," Volley said in a strong voice, making everyone nod. "Leave Belil to me. I am sure that I am the best equipped to face someone with his worthless ability," Cromcrotch said, garnering nods from the group. "I will look for and take care of Euclid. He has caused more than enough problems and sadness for Graphia already. I am going to bring him in," Sirzechs said in a blank voice. However, the anger in his eyes was not lost to anyone. His aura itself was on a whole other level. "Then that leaves me with the sniveling bastard Cao," I still haven't gotten back at him for the damage he inflicted on Gabai-chan. Issei said, his face turning feral as a sinister grin made its way onto his face. Alright then, let's move out. If any one of you gets a visual on Trihex's sealed form, do your best to destroy it and call the rest of us, Sirzechs said as he delivered the last of the orders before the quadruple moved into the central building. As soon as they entered, they found Cao Cao waiting for them. His eyes closed as his face supported a rather serene expression. As soon as they got close, he opened his eyes and stared at the foursome and said, "Greetings, Tenryutes, Maodono and King of Evil Dragons. Rizum-sama has been expecting you. As you may have noticed, I am here to stop you. Well, let's see how you manage to do that. Go guys," Issei said as he stepped in front of the group. As soon as he stepped forward, D-Drake, Vitra and Owl all roared out, "Heavenly Dragon King Balance Breaker Scale Male Level 3. You guys go ahead. I will take care of him and meet you later," Issei said without looking at the trio behind him. The other three nodded before they proceeded to walk away. Cao Cao made no motion to stop them. He himself knew that he did not stand even a remote chance against someone like Sirzechs or Crom Crotch. "You should have joined our purpose. It would have been much more easy had someone of your caliber decided to join Killapa," Cao Cao said to Issei, his eyes still closed. "As if I'd join this crap. I am really glad that you left the hero faction. Those lads are really nice when not bothered by assholes like you," Issei snapped back. Cao Cao did not immediately reply and instead gave a maniacal grin before he opened his eyes. Issei gasped when he saw them. Instead of having normal human eyes, he now supported two purple serpentine eyes with black slits cutting down the middle. "How interesting. I see in the end even you were way too cowardly to complete your goals with your morals still in place," Issei commented. "Don't talk as if you know me, you filthy half-breed. I lost all hope in man's power to fight the supernatural, which is why I abandoned those hopeless causes. I took on a new power that made me new Serpentine King. I absorbed the power of Medusa into me." He snapped back. Interesting. The power of the Queen of Serpents versus that of 3 dragons. If should be interesting," Issei said before he fired of a large dragon shot at Cao Cao. Cao Cao didn't move from his spot. Instead, his eyes glowed a bit, and the attacks just froze midair before turning to stone. However, he was hastily forced to bring the true Longinus spear in front of him so as to block the X-shaped dual sword slash aimed at him. The force of the slash, however, was more than enough to push him back a few paces. Looking, he found Issei in his black scale mail with 8 white wings, green orbs and yellow eyes, holding a red blade in one hand and a black one in the other. "You have grown even stronger than our recent excursion," Cao Cao commented. "The one in which you ran away with your tail in between your legs," Issei taunted. "You'll pay for that, Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin," Cao Cao called out and released the 7 hidden treasures from his gear. Issei, on the other hand, sharpened his senses to the maximum before he raised his swords ready for battle. He knew how effective those 7 treasures really were. He wasn't really worried about the eyes of Medusa, as his reserves were more than large enough to counter his stonification. "Kehabete Ritana," Cao Cao called out, and immediately 15 knight-like structures came out from one of the 7 treasures. Issei was immediately on guard. However, Cao Cao was not done. "Atsusa Ritana." As soon as he called that out, all 15 of the knight-like structures began to randomly teleport around Issei, creating opportunities to attack him from several sides. Issei, to avoid being hit from the impossible angles, thrust Red Queen into the ground and called out Shori no Tate. A red force field was then erected around Issei's immediate surroundings, offering him a 360-degree protection from the attacks. However, Cao Cao once again proved to be relentless as he released yet another Atsusa Ritana, before using it to teleport behind of Issei. Once there, he charged his power and then shouted Baleneaka Ritana. A huge force impacted Issei's shield, shattering it before sending Issei flying into the air. At once, all 15 knights attacked him, but nothing came out of it as solid spikes emerged from within the shadows, impaling the knights and causing them to disintegrate into the shadows. Issei gracefully landed on the ground and said, "Prison of Shadows." Shadows then emerged from the ground and rushed towards Cao Cao, who jumped into the air before calling out Hatsute Ritana. As he called that out, he began floating in the air, completely safe from the shadowy prison. However, Cao Cao, not wanting to relent in his assault, immediately called out Eyes of Medusa Magical Paralysis. His eyes shone a deep violet, causing the shadows themselves to turn into stone. Cao Cao then caused the stone to break with a small blast. He then banished the stone and rubble towards Issei, temporarily blocking his vision. He then charged and brought down the true Longinus in a sharp slash, hitting Issei dead on, causing him to crash into the wall, resulting in a small explosion. When the smoke from said explosion had dissipated, Issei was seen embedded into a wall with a little crack on his armor that was easily fixed. "Not bad, but you'll need to up your game if you wish to win. That attack barely even scratched me. Now it's my turn," Issei said before his wings flared into action and he disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared behind Cao Cao and began jabbing him at a very fast rate, with all of his punches making contact. He then brought his hands together and sent a strong magical attack into Cao Cao's stomach, making him fly through the wall. When the rubble and dust had cleared away, Issei saw an unconscious and heavily bleeding Cao Cao on the floor with the true Longinus falling down a few steps away from him. However, Cao Cao's body had suddenly begun to bubble and soon exploded. In its place was now a 30-feet-long 7-headed serpent with a female body connected on top of the central head. Medusa was out in the open and unchained. Finally, I am free from that blasted brat, and now I can finally enjoy a good meal for myself, Medusa said as it hungrily eyed Issei. Guys, any idea on how to deal with this infraction? Issei mentally asked. Use the true Longinus over there, Albion said, making Issei mentally gape at him. However, before Issei could retort, Vitra said, that's not a bad idea. You should be able to use it since the current user was in battle versus you. And sacred gears are semi-sentient, so they don't immediately vanish, Vitra said, dimming Issei's doubts but not completely removing them. Do it, partner. Nothing else that we have will work on Medusa right now. That beast is easily stronger than Rizvam, and you can't use Juggernaut Drive since you may still have to face a few further opponents. Not to mention the true Longinus will be very helpful if push comes to shove versus Trihexa, D-Drake said, making Issei nod. Really, is it that powerful? Issei asked in a rather shocked manner. He knew that the true Longinus was a rather strong gear, but to be able to seal the Beast of Apocalypse was something he did not expect. Before any of his 3 dragons could reply, Issei was forced to jump out of way as a head of Medusa lunged at him. However, that was just the beginning, as at once all 6 heads moved to attack him, coming at him from all sides. Issei once again erected the barrier set by Red Queen and stopped to take a break from the very strong, fast, and vicious outbreak from Medusa. This isn't working. How in the 7 realms of hell was Cao Cao able to conceal something this powerful into his own body? Harry furiously asked in his head. He must have been using the power from the true Longinus. I can't think of any other reason, since Medusa is said to be at least at Dragon King level. And the one in front of him seems to have been enhanced by the Sephiroth Grawl, so it's easily at the heavenly level. Vitra answered. The best option will be to get the spear in your hand. You will know what to do when you have it in your hand, D-Drake answered, his voice suddenly turning cryptic. And how do you suggest that I do that on Great One? In case you haven't noticed, that thing is several levels above me. The only chance I have to win is to go Juggernaut. Issei snarked back. Aren't you the Heavenly Dragon King? Just boost your power and explode it outwards before creating the diversion you needed. Albion snarkered right back, make Issei inwardly palm his face at his own stupidity. It was then that his gauntlet shone as D-Drake's voice rang out. Boost, 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 explosion, D-Drake called out as a fiery red and black aura erupted around Issei before he gave a loud roar, causing it to hurtle outwards. This outburst made the Medusa lose its temporary control and lost its eyesight for a few moments. Issei took full advantage of that and made a grab at the true Longinus. As soon as he held it out, it went into its balance breaker state and 7 orbs were seen floating. D-Drake was right, Issei mused, because as soon as the true Longinus was in his hands, he knew just he needed to do. D-Drake charge it up once more. Albion take the force out of its attacks using half dimension. Vitra use our strongest shadows to keep this bastard in place. We are ending this, Issei shouted as Vitra, D-Drake, and Albion immediately started calling out. Shadow binding tendrils. Vitra called out as immediately several large tendrils and chains of shadows erupted from the ground and wrapped themselves around the now thrashing Medusa. Half dimension. Al called out as the wings of his scale mail flared out and began sapping the strength from the thrashing Queen of Serpents. Boost, 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 D-Drake called out as Issei felt his power fill him up. Don't fail me now, true Longinus, Issei muttered to the spear in his hands and the orbs around him. He then steeled his eyes and said Atsusa Ratana. As he said that, he had teleported right on top of the Medus before he pointed the spear at Queen of Serpents and said, do it now, D-Drake. Transfer. D-Drake roared out and transferred all of the collected energy into one of the 7 orbs of the true Longinus. D-L-I-N-A-Y-A-K-A-R-A-T-A-N. Issei roared out, sending a supercharged blast at the restrained Queen of Serpents and completely obliterated it, wiping it up from its very existence. However, he did not have time to react as he was suddenly teleported to a black area with nothing in sight. However, he was glad that all 3 of dragons were with him, standing close to him in a protective manner. What's going on? Where are we? How did we get here? Why are we here? Issei asked out loud. However, it was not any of his dragons who answered. It was a voice coming from a figure from in front of him. Isn't it obvious? This place is the limbo, or the abyss as you call it, and as for how and why, I brought you here because I wanted to talk to you, the figure said as he stopped a few meters away from Issei, D-Drake, Al, and Vitra. Issei could hear all 3 dragons of his growling from behind him. It was sure that the figure in front of him was powerful. However, before he could question the figure for his identity, D-Drake beat him to it and said, it's been a while, has it not? God of the Bible, D-Drake growled out, much to Issei's shock. Why, yes, it is, old friend, God said with an amused smirk. Elsewhere with Sirzechs. Sirzechs was the next one to break away from the group as he was soon faced with his chosen competitor, Euclid. Both Euclid and Sirzechs stared each other down, after which Euclid said, "Sirzechs," he intoned with a nod. "Euclid," Sirzechs replied blankly. "What are you doing here, Sirzechs?" Euclid asked. "I am going to bring you in. You are going to pay for all the emotional strife you put Graphia through," Sirzechs said as his eyes suddenly began to glow with power. "Ara, it seems that we are at an impasse, since I definitely won't be going with you. Though I am glad Nichan married someone who deeply cares for and loves her," Euclid said as he began powering up as well. Sirzechs was inwardly surprised by the line he spoke, but did show it. After a small stare down, both devils launched themselves at each other and began a hand-to-hand confrontation. For a moment, neither of them seemed to be gaining the upper hand, and the battle was slowly but steadily speeding up and was also growing with intensity as both the ultimate class devil and the super devil were increasing their power with each punch and kick. Euclid, however, knew he couldn't keep up with Sirzechs' speed and intensity for long. Sirzechs, unlike him, wasn't an ordinary ultimate class devil. He was a freaking super devil, someone with enough strength to be ranked among the top 10 in the world. He was brought out of his musings when Sirzechs suddenly notched his speed up exponentially and broke the deadlock with a powerful jab that sent him flying into the wall. Euclid, however, hurried out of the rubble and began firing concentrated blasts of demonic fire towards Sirzechs, who simply batted them away before firing a few blasts of the power of destruction towards Euclid, whose shield was in place to block the melee attacks. "You have improved from last time, Euclid. You weren't able to block my magical attacks the last time that we actually faced in battle," Sirzechs commented. "I am surprised to think that you would see me as the lazy type who didn't train and hone their abilities," Euclid dryly replied back. "Though it seems your fighting style hasn't changed all that much since I am able to keep up with you when you're serious," Euclid continued. Sirzechs looked at him in surprise before he laughed a bit and batted away 2 magical attacks and a punch from Euclid before pushing him back. Euclid, however, was affronted by Sirzechs' reaction and voiced out his frustration. "Can you please share the joke? That way even I can get the kick out of this situation," he sarcastically called out to Sirzechs. "It is pretty funny that you think that I am even remotely close to taking you seriously. Right now I am simply limiting my power to upper tier ultimate class level. I have not even released the Mao level, much less my super devil power," Sirzechs amusedly told him, enjoying the slight look of shock that had appeared on Euclid's face. "Well, seeing that you are currently in a disbelieving mood, I shall show you a little glimpse of my true power," Sirzechs said as he flared his magic. The power of destruction then started seeping out of his body. The power of destruction then began to condense back as it started coating itself around Sirzechs. When the move was complete, Sirzechs was coated around in the power of destruction, which acted like an armor around his body. "Now then, let us resume. I will let you make the first move," Sirzechs said as his lips twitched upward in a challenging and tauntive manner. Euclid was mad for a few moments before he took a deep breath and returned Sirzechs' smirk. "I may not be at the super devil level, but I too have broken down the threshold at the upper tier ultimate level. Let me show you my power." As soon as he finished, wings made of pure fire erupted from his back and he was surrounded by weapons made of fire as well. Sirzechs raised an eyebrow at that and was clearly impressed by the amount of power being displayed by Euclid. "Impressive. It seems that you've finally managed to match Graphia-chan in power," Sirzechs commented. "Indeed, but I know that Nichan will still be the one victorious if we fight again," Euclid commented. No more words were exchanged as the duo charged at each other and began fighting. Euclid was manipulating his weapons made of fire and attacking, while the power of destruction on Sirzechs' body stopped any incoming attack coming towards him, all the while causing Euclid damage whenever he got close enough to Sirzechs. Euclid was inwardly getting frustrated. He couldn't land a hit on Sirzechs. His armor would destroy any projectile attack coming towards him long before it actually reached him, and its destructive nature made it impossible to cause him physical harm. "Well, all of this was well and good, but now I need to end this," Sirzechs said as disappeared in a burst of speed before reappearing behind Euclid. Euclid was unable to react as his world went black and he was knocked out cold by a chop to the neck by Sirzechs. As he fell down, all of his magic dissipated away, leaving behind Euclid in his basic form. Sighing, Sirzechs powered down before he bent down to lift Euclid up. However, he then spotted a magical circle on the nape of Euclid's neck. It was a loyalty spell that seemed to be branded toward the Lucifer crest. Growling in anger at Rizvan, Sirzechs channeled a bit of power of destruction into that circle, completely disintegrating. After that, he lifted Euclid onto his shoulder before leaving the building. He knew that there were no immediate concerns there. "Back with Issei. We aren't friends, and you know that, you backstabbing bastard," D-Drake growled out, as Al and Vitra hissed at the amused god. "Come now, D-Drake, you wound me. I thought you trusted me," God said, his voice still amused. "You lost all of mine and Albion's trust when you went behind our backs and sealed us near the end of our battle. If you wanted a fight, why didn't you ask us on the forefront? Were you just scared of our power?" D-Drake asked back. "No, it was due to a greater reason, one that I could not have shared at that time," God said with a sad sigh. Before D-Drake could reply, Issei cut in and said, "So does your being here mean that you are finally going to tell him the reason and thought behind your actions?" "That's right, I am here to come clean about my actions from a millennia ago," Gon said. "I am not going to waste my time on any Wakado explanation." D-Drake growled out irritatedly. "Come on, D-Drake, let's hear the old man out. It won't take us too long," Issei said as D-Drake huffed a bit before nodding. "Now then, please explain," Issei said as he crossed his arms and turned to God as he leaned his body back into D-Drake's scales. "Very well. It all started with a prophecy," God said as he began the tale of a very controversial but true story. "Very well, it all started with a prophecy," God calmly stated. "Prophecy?" Issei asked with an expression of intrigue on his face. "Yes. Why do you think I suddenly decided to stop the First Great War and leave my children alone? Do you think I enjoyed that?" God said with a little anger seeping into his voice. "Chill out, Elohim, it's not partner's fault, so keep your anger and despair to yourself. Also get on with your story, we don't have all day." D-Drake cut in. "Fine, then here's what happened," Elohim said as he explained the prophecy. Back in the real world, it was a tense silence in the room. The only sounds heard were the very distant sounds of the battles occurring elsewhere. The slight breeze in the room was the only thing that was moving in the room. The tension and pressure in the room was so intense that it could literally be seen and cut into with a simple finger alone. In the room, about to begin, was the impending battle between Crom Crotch and Belil Delhasser. "You should leave while you can, Delhasser. Even if your power matches that of a super devil, you still aren't even close to beating me," Crom Crotch said. "That may be true, but it doesn't mean that I can't hold you off for a little while," Belil calmly replied back, making Crom Crotch chuckle at his expense. "What seems to be the joke going on here?" Belil asked, slightly irritated due to the lack of respect being shown by the evil dragon in front of him. "It seems you are a little full of yourself. I am the only heavenly level being in the world, the second strongest after Alphys. Even the Hindu god of destruction hesitates to take me on. You, who is not even completely on the super devil level, think can hold me up? Let me show you how it's done, Gaki," Crom Crotch growled out before he disappeared in a burst of speed and punching Belil into a wall. Belil grinned to himself before he stood up and tried to activate his ability, only to find that it wasn't working. Seeing his confusion, Crom Crotch chuckled again before saying, "I know all about that little ability of yours. Worthless, I believe it is called. Let me tell you a little flaw that you may or may not know about your own ability. It is entirely ineffective against people whose reserves are 1 larger than yours and 2 denser than yours. In this case, the difference is way too colossal to even compare. My reserves are like an ocean compared to yours, which is a measly swamp. Now then, prepare yourself," Crom Crotch said before he disappeared once again and started beating the shit out of Belil. One major ass-kicking later, Belil was unconsciously twitching on the floor. His mangled body was full of bruises, lacerations, and broken bones. Crom Crotch was standing near him as clapped the dust of his hands. "Disrespectful Gakis not knowing how to respect their elders," he said before lifting Belil up and leaving to drop his prisoner with the others before coming back to help volley with Rizvim. Back with Issei, near the end of the Great War 2,000 years ago, I had a vision, a premonition to be exact. The Beast of Annihilation would be unleashed upon this world and would fight the Dragon of Dreams in a fight that would render the end of life as a whole. This vision in itself had me worried as hell, and I had a plan in place to get the leaders and all fathers of the other factions into a temporary alliance and to then combat the Beast of Annihilation at the end of the earth before destroying it, Elohim said before pausing a little bit. "This Beast of Annihilation, as you called it, what is it?" Issei asked curiously before he became confused as he heard the hissing of his partners and saw the darkening of Elohim's eyes. "That beast is the most horrific thing to ever exist. It is easily stronger than Alphys and is equivalent to Great Red. Appearance-wise, it is a 6-headed monster, that's all I can and will say. It is called Triaxa or 666. Anyways, before I could implement that plan, I had another premonition. It showed me the coming of life's savior, a man who would, despite the challenges and betrayals in his life, would come out on top to save everyone. He would have the power of dragons by his side and would then beat Trihexa." Elohim once again stopped, letting the current information sink in. Taking the silence as a quell for the asking of questions, Issei spoke up and said, "So all of your plans changed to what actually caused the end of the Great War, right? In one, I abandoned my original plan and set upon making my new. When the plan was done, all I had to do was ensure that all the pieces were in place. The first step was to befriend both D-Drake and Albion. When it was done, I decided to create the Sacred Gear system. Creating the ordinary sacred gears was easy enough, but their power was limited, so I had to look for other sources of power for the gears," Elohim said before seeing the question in Issei's eyes. "That's how most of the Longinuses came into play, isn't it?" Issei said as he sucked in a breath. Elohim's face broke into a dry grin. "Why aren't you the smart one? You deduced correctly. I created the Longinus gears. While people do consider them to be bugs in the system, they are wrong. The 13 Longinus are unique and one of their kind. Other gears may come close to their basic but will never match the complete power of the Longinus gears. I knew that the ordinary way of creation would work, so I started searching for alternate sources of power to use for each of the gears. He finished taking in a little breath and waited to see if Issei, like earlier, would connect the dots himself. So you searched alternate sources of magic, or in other words, sentient souls, powerful spells, objects, and curses. Issei deduced, making a Elohim nod. Damn kid, you have got a great head on your shoulders. I can see why my daughter fell for you, Elohim said with a grin. Huh, who's your daughter? Issei asked confusedly, making all three of his dragons sweat drop at his denseness in some of these matters. The Seraph Gabriel is my daughter. I hope that you treat her well, Elohim said with a little killed intent directed at Issei. Oh, okay then. You don't have to worry about me treating her wrong. She's my angel, and it will be a cold day in hell before I let anyone hurt her, Issei replied back, completely unfazed by the intent. Oh well, that's good. Now back to the matter at hand. As you theorized, I did begin searching for the aforementioned sources of magic, and I did find them. My first find was the Eye of Horus that could control the weather. It was used to create the Zenith Tempest. Following that, I found a powerful spell, Dimension Lost, and a curse, Tilo's Karma. As you may have guessed, their namesakes became the gears. The next thing that I used was my battle inspiration and sight to create Innovate Clear. The next thing that I did find was the innate inborn ability from one of my followers, the ability to create monsters. I took away his ability before strengthening it numerous amount of times before using it to create Annihilation Maker, Elohim said before drawing in a breath. That explains 5 of the gears, not the remaining ones, Issei pointed out. I am getting to that, you impatient brat. Damn brats of today have no respect for their elders. Anyway, the next thing to seal was a little bit of my sentient and my holy flames for the Incinerate Anthem before I sealed the strongest ice demon of the time for the Absolute Demise gear. Now the next 2 gears were the easiest to create, both the Nemean Lion and the high-level Yokai for the Regulus Nemea, and the Sionis Lycaon. Now here comes the hard part. While creation of these gears took several years and everything was going fine, if not a little slow, that was when things took a turn for the worst. Trihexa had started to move, and I had a little time to do the things that needed to be done. So I called for help in the form of my oldest son, Lucifer. Elohim said, Wait a minute, stop right there. Didn't Lucifer hate you? Issei asked with slight shock. Oh, he hated me all right. I did a lot of things that I am not proud of, and among them on the top were my actions that led to my son leaving me and starting his own faction. Anyway, I called Lucifer and the rest of the 4 Mao and explained everything to them. They agreed to help since it was the question about the future. Before I left, I had D-Drag and Albion start their final battle. As they battled me and the 4 Maoists went towards Trihexa and used our bodies and magic to seal it. The seals were strong, they would have held on for at least several eons. However, Trihexa's power was unprecedented, and the seals began weakening at a faster rate than expected. But the rate still gave life at least several thousand years. With the sealing done, I called for Saint Longinus, and the 2 of us left towards the 2 heavenly dragons who, after their long battle, were exhausted. Then, as you know, I sealed the 2 of them into their claw and wings respectively, thereby creating the boosted gear and the divine dividing. However, the last sealing and the lack of my magic left me with just my will and consciousness. As you know, my consciousness came here while Saint Longinus sealed his power along with my will to create that spear in your hand, Elohim explained. That was an enlightening history lesson, Elohim, but it doesn't explain why you bought partner here. D-Drag cut in with a rumble. Him getting their old friend. Don't get your panties in a twist. As I was losing my consciousness, I saw the figure of a man having my spear, and the power of the dragons by his side taking the fight to Trihexa. And I believe that you are the one that I saw in my last vision, Elohim said as a stunned silence entered the plane. Oi oi oi, don't joke like that, Asen. I am just me, a dragon with a draconic sacred gear. I am not some child of prophecy who carries the fate of the world. Find someone else for that job. Hell, even Vali is legible for this position, Issei said as he started hyperventilate. Elohim tried calling out to him a few times but received no response. It was then he sighed exasperatedly before looking at D-Drag with a questioning expression. D-Drag nodded his head before he swiped his tail at Issei, sending him sprawling into the floor. Why, what was that for you, overgrown lizard? Issei shouted out as a vein popped out on his forehead. Shut up and stop acting like a brat. When has anything ever fazed you? So what if you are involved in a prophecy? Stop your tantrum and do what you usually do. D-Drag roared at him. Oh, and what do I do whenever I have a problem? Issei asked with a huff as he folded his arms over his chest. You go around and mate with your beautiful blondes, Al said with a perverted leer. That is not at all true. Yes, I do mate with them, but only after I have solved a problem and am stress-free. Anyway, thanks guys, I am fine now, Issei said as he got rid of the blush on his face with a deep intake of breath. Now then, it seems that you are finally calm. Does this mean you are ready and have agreed to accept your role in this prophecy? Elohim asked Issei. Man, I don't believe in prophecies, they are a load of bull. I will continue on my path. Beat all those who threaten me and loved ones, Issei said with shrug. Well, that is the best I can get out of you. Now then all we do is find whether or not you'll be able to use the true Longinus. Elohim said. Oh, and how will we do that? Issei asked curiously. Simple, we fight. Elohim said as if it was the most simple thing ever. Issei shouted out in shock. Isn't it obvious? We fight. If I deem you worthy, you get the spear. If not, you go back empty-handed into the thick of things. Elohim said with a nonchalant shrug. You really are douchebag, you know that, right? Issei asked with a deadpan expression. Trust me, those were the exact words my oldest son Lucifer said to me. So it's nothing new. Elohim said as he lightly tensed his body. Well, that's rather vindictive of him, Issei said as he activated his dragon force and entered into his opening battle stance. It was. Then again it was a bygone. Let us begin, Elohim said as he and Issei charged at each other. Back to the realm of reality. Cold Grey gazed towards their manically glinting counterparts, wanting nothing more than to their owner. The cold grey eyes belonged to none other than Vali Lucifer, while the other set of eyes belonged to Rizvim Lucifer, the son of the original Morning Star. Vali Kun, it's so nice to see you. Are you here to meet your grandfather? Come give me a hug, Rizvim said maniacally. Vali didn't rise up to the taunt and controlled his emotions before he slightly smirked and said, I see you have finally lost the last of your sanity after my brother pitifully disposed of you not once but twice. Vali finished as he gestured towards Rizvim's mangled body. That won't stop me from you, you brat. Maybe after I am done with you I will go after that whore of a mother who birthed you. Rizvim snarled at him. You wouldn't be able to do that since you will be dying today, you bastard, and I will take extreme pleasure in watching you beg for death with each and every ounce of your being, Vali said with fury evident in his voice. Now, Vali Kun, what makes you think that you can defeat your dear old grandfather? Issei Kun had temporary control over Juggernaut Drive, but you don't. How do you intend on beating me? Rizvim asked with a sneer. This caused Vali to give out a rather dark chuckle before he said, who gave you the idea that I can't beat you? It's true that I can't use the Juggernaut Drive as effectively as Issei, but I had an alternative that is just as good if not better. Not to mention he will have backup to face you, you old fart, Azazel said as he landed a few feet behind Vali, who gave Azazel a surprised glance while Rizvim just grit his teeth at the entry. Don't interfere in this, Azazel, Vali said as he turned back to look at Rizvim. I have no intention to. I just came here to spectate, Azazel said with a casual shrug of his shoulders. Vali nodded at that before he raised his power until his aura was visible. The aura in question wasn't like his usual white one, neither was it like his golden one. It was a mixture between white, golden, and midnight black, give it a solid shade of gray with a clear tinge of purplish gold hanging within it. The new gray aura seemed to enhance his gray eyes, which shone with unbridled power. Both Rizvim and Azazel were shocked by the output of raw power. However, surprise was soon replaced by anger and a smirk respectively. So you finally mastered that, eh? Quiet the time too, Azazel noted with a smirk. Vali did not cater Azazel with a reply and simply said, vanishing golden star. In a flash of gray light he was now covered in a brand new balance breaker armor. It was gray in color with white-colored wings, while the gems embedded in it were golden in color. The biggest distinguishing feature, in fact, were the night black eyes that the armor featured. How do you like this, you bastard? This is the power of the Morning Star, the Vanishing Dragon, and the Golden Monarch Dragon put together. You don't stand a chance, Vali tauntingly said to Rizvim, who snarled at his grandson before his face broke into a maniacal grin. You may have more power than me, but I will not let you have the satisfaction of ing me, Rizvim said with a crazed expression on his face, after which he cut his head of ing himself. However, both Vali and Azazel did not have any time to relax or be surprised, since the machines inside the room lit up and showed to them the true form of Trihexa in all of its glory. Trihexa's appearance consisted of a large beast with characteristics coming from different animals like alien, a leopard, a bear, a dragon, bat, crocodile, has 7 necks, 7 heads, with 10 horns, as well as 7 long thick tails of different shapes. It also has 4 stout arms and 2 legs that are even thicker than its arms. Its main body is that of a primate leaning forward and is covered in black fur and what appears to be scales all over its body. Its size is well over several hundred meters long, making it significantly larger than even Great Red. As Vali and Azazel looked at the beast's form in awe and horror, they missed the turning on of a screen on the ceiling and were only turned to it when Rizvim's voice was heard from it. Greetings everyone, the transmission said cheerfully. If you find this, then it means that someone like Sirzechs Kun has caught up and ed me. But like any good mass manipulator, I did not leave my plans half-assed. Because of this, I used an old spell to make my soul be the trigger to awakening Trihexa. With that, all I want to say is toodles, ta-ta, bye-bye, the transmission said before the screen went blank. However, it was in that moment that Trihexa started to stir. Vali, blast that thing with your strongest attack. It's not fully awake, so we just may be able to do some sort of damage to it, Azazel said urgently as he took to the air and started firing of his strongest moves, with Vali following in close behind. However, their efforts were for naught as the attacks hardly even scratched Trihexa, who opened its eyes and glanced at Volley and Azazel. Its gaze stopped them in their tracks, after which it began to move. As soon as Trihexa moved, Volley and Azazel flew away in high speeds. Azazel then sent a signal of retreat, causing the Alliance army to leave via their respective magic circle. They disappeared just in time as Trihexa had destroyed the last layer of the barrier holding it down and had started rampaging around in the area. The leaders of the Alliance had started creating the strongest of their barriers around the Allied territories as they prepared for the inevitable confrontation with the Beast of Apocalypse. Amongst the chaos, nearly every leader and 3 certain blondes had one question in their minds. Where was Issei? Back with Issei. Elohim and Issei were locked in a fierce battle, with Elohim showing Issei why he was known as the God of the Bible. Despite him only being an image of his own self, he was able to beat back Issei and his dragon force without much difficulty. "Damn, Austin, you hit very hard," Issei said as he lightly rubbed his forearm. It was slightly numb due to force of the punch that Issei had blocked. "Well, I do have an added incentive to hurt you since you are dating my daughter," Elohim said with a non-Latin shrug of his shoulders. "I suppose I should have seen that coming. So tell me, how exactly do I need to prove myself to you? Because asking me to outright defeat you is impossible without the use of my balance breaker," Issei asked with a tilt of his head. "Well, now that you are sufficiently warmed up, here is your task. You will have to find a way to disarm me," Elohim said as he waved the true Longinus in front of Issei. Nodding, Issei unsealed a Scallon, Skyadrim, and Red Queen. He held a Scallon and Red Queen in his hands while he had his tail wrapped tightly around Skyadrim's hilt. Elohim raised an eyebrow at the weird stance that Issei took but said nothing. Issei, however, was mentally creating the best combo possible for him to disarm his opponent. Finally narrowing his moves down to 3 different combos, he made his move. Issei then sped forward before swiping down both Red Queen and Ascalon repeatedly with an occasional 3-stroke attack whenever he involved Skyadrim. The random attacks kept Elohim on the back foot as he wasn't able to guess or even read where the next attack was coming from. Issei, after a few moments, added a new dimension to his assault as he started making diagonal and horizontal slashes in addition to his previous downward slashes. He was now beginning to push Elohim back, who now could not hope to just keep blocking and was now occasionally dodging an errant swipe that he could not block. Sensing his opponent's discomfort, Issei decided to speed up the things once more as he added upward swipes using Skyadrim, all the while adding simultaneous errant strikes with Red Queen and Ascalon. When Elohim was finally pushed into a corner, Issei used all 3 of his swords and attacked with 3 different angles. 1 downward strike, 1 upward strike, and 1 diagonal one. The combination forced Elohim to keep the true Longinus in a horizontal manner before the force of the 3rd swipe forced it to fly out of his hands into the air. Issei then jumped up and used his tail to nick the spear out of the air before Elohim could reclaim it and landed on the ground. He looked up to see a clapping and smiling Elohim, who said, "Well, looks like you pass. So now what?" Issei asked as he eyed the true Longinus in his hand. He could feel that the previous hesitation he felt when using the spear had been replaced with a keen sense of acceptance. "Well, now the only thing left is giving you my knowledge on how to best use that spear," Elohim said. "Oh, and how are you going to do that?" Issei curiously asked. "Like this," Elohim said before he placed his finger on Issei's head and transferred the knowledge to him. In mere moments, Issei was the ground, moaning as a headache erupted in his head thanks to the influx of information. "Don't do that again, old man," Issei moaned out as he unsteadily got back on his feet. "Well, now that everything is said, I have 2 favors to ask of you," Elohim said. "What kind of favors?" Issei asked with a raised eyebrow. "The first one is to keep the world safe and in some way defeat Trihexa," Elohim said. "I will do it. That was the exact reason for this whole excursion, was it not?" Issei asked with sarcasm dripping into his tone. "Good man. The second thing I want for you to do is to ensure that my daughter is taken care of and happy. And lastly, I want you to tell her that I loved her and that I am sorry that I wasn't able to give her as much time as I would have liked." He finished softly with a sad and anguished smile present on his face. "You can count on me to do all of those things, Asen. Don't worry, it's a dragon's honor," Issei said, making Elohim smile at him. He, however, did not say anything and simply clicked his fingers, causing Issei to go right back into the Alliance's main camp. As soon as he appeared, he was tackled, hugged into the ground by 3 blonde blurs, while the majority of the surrounding people were looking at him as if to say, "Where the hell have you been?" Issei, in response to the looks, could only shrug before giving a rather sheepish grin as he scratched the back of his head. Hi," Issei said from his position under his girls as he looked at the leaders of the Alliance. "Where the hell were you? Your signature disappeared during the mission," Volley asked curiously. "We'd all like to know what happened and don't think you can talk your way out of an explanation, mister," Buffet said in a serious voice. "Well, let's get comfortable then. It is a very long explanation," Issei said with a sigh as everyone nodded and moved to sit down on the couches waiting for Issei's story. "So this is what happened," Issei said as he revisited everything from his fight with Cao Cao. the run-in with Medusa, the appearance of the true Longinus, being transported to Limbo, meeting God, learning of the real history behind the end of the First Great War, the Longinus theory, the prophecy, the fight, and his role in all of the things. When he finished, everyone was looking at him with varying looks of astonishment. However, one person had her mind in a whole other direction. After a few minutes of silence, Gabrielle stood up and said, "Excuse me, I will be going to rest." As she left, Issei stood up and made to move after her. He was however stopped by Michael, who was wearing a blank expression on his face. After a few moments of staring into Issei's emerald green eyes, he looked down and said, "Please take care of her. She is the youngest of us all. You didn't even have to ask." Issei muttered as he walked past Michael and was soon in front of Gabrielle's door. He wasn't surprised to find that it was locked. When she didn't respond after a few knocks, Issei sighed before he melted into the shadows before reappearing in the room. He felt a heart-wrenching pain in his gut as he saw Gabrielle sobbing into the pillow. Moving silently, he sat down beside her and placed a hesitant hand on her shoulder. Her blue eyes met his emerald ones for only a moment, after which she launched herself at him and began sobbing into his shoulder. Promptly, Issei wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer to him until she was on top of him. He then sighed before rocking Gabrielle a bit, all the while muttering soothing words into her ears. He felt his shirt get wet but didn't pay that fact any mind. He had other things to pay attention to, like one of his loves who was still sobbing her eyes out. Her cries continued for a good while, after which she had gotten still. Looking down, Issei found that she had fallen asleep. He then kissed her on the head with a sigh before placing a blanket on the two of them and going to sleep. The other room. In another room, all of the leaders of the Alliance were all sitting down silently contemplating what they had been told. A few minutes later, Azazel spoke up and said, "So what are we going to do?" he said as he lightly sipped his wine. "About what? The long-term or the immediate problem?" Sirzechs asked in a matter-of-fact voice. "Let's focus on the immediate concern. Trihexa has already caused massive destruction in several areas already. We need to first find a way to keep it off the unaffected areas and the refuge camps." Azazel said, "We have bolstered the barriers around all of our territories, but they will only hold out for so long. To survive something of Trihexa's level, we will need a major power boost," Odin said as he gestured towards Zeus and some other faction leaders. Before anyone could answer or give out any suggestion, Ophis and Lilith appeared inside the room, accompanied by Vali, who had heard the tail end of the discussion. Looking around, he said, "Ophis and Lilith had decided to help us in powering the barriers surrounding our faction areas, so that does fix our immediate concern." The leaders nodded in relief when they heard the news. However, the discussion was far from over. "Now that this matter is out of the way, how can we help Issei fulfill his destiny?" Vali asked, looking around the room. "I will arrange for Tannen to speak to him and maybe get Tiamat on board after talking to Adjika," Sirzechs said tiredly. It was moments of crisis like this that made him wonder whether becoming a leader was worth it or not. "Well then, I guess I will have to go speak with Jormungandr and get him on board as well. The lazy snake always says that he will be available when the world is at its end. I think this situation can rightly be described as the world's end." Odin piped up. "I will give him a bit of my essence and a small fragment of my soul, just like Albion did. It will be better since I can then focus on putting Azidaka and Apophis down. I have a feeling that both of them are the ones controlling Trihexa," Cromcrotch said as he leaned against the wall and looked up thoughtfully. "I thought they were both sealed," Zeus said, intrigued. "They were, but just like the other evil dragons, Rizvan bought them back. The fact that they had used the original Holy Grail stolen from the church to enhance themselves up to heavenly dragon level makes them more dangerous. I will be able to defeat one of them at a time. Both will be a stretch even for me," Cromcrotch informed the group seriously. "They'll help you with that. Me and Ophis have been working on a move for me. It will work. Besides, Fafnir has already agreed to work with Issei for the final confrontation," Vali said with a nod towards Cromcrotch. "That still leaves Yulong to contend, and I doubt he will be as willing to help considering the fact that he likes to be free." Azazel said thoughtfully, "I will speak to Su Wukong to get him to talk to Yulong. If there is anyone who Yulong will listen to, it will have to be Su Wukong." Isaka piped up for the first time since the meeting had begun, her words garnering nods from all around the room. "I shall lend a little bit of my power to Issei Nai-sama as well." Off-Eyes piped up from Vali's lap, making everyone have a double take on her honorific for Issei. But no one said anything. After several moments of awkward silence, Sirzechs stood up and said, "I think it's time for all of us to return to our respective faction. The people would need us now more than ever due to the circumstances flying around. Vali and Off-Eyes will come by in a day or two to strengthen the barriers. Until then, everyone good luck." Saying that, he and the rest of the leaders all teleported away to their respective mansions, leaving the hero faction's headquarters alone. The next morning, Issei woke up with a start before he yawned a bit. His mind then went back to the events of last night, and he found himself looking to his side where he found Gabrielle fast asleep. She had a peaceful look on her face but still had a few tear marks from all the crying she did last night. He frowned as he remembered her tears. It left a hollow feeling in his heart. Slowly he turned around so that he was directly facing Gabrielle. Once he was done, he wrapped an arm around her back and softly pulled her towards him until her head was under the crook of her neck. He would wait for her and would be there for her when she woke up. He knew that she was bursting to talk to him about father. After all, among her siblings, she had the least amount of time with Elohim. It was half an hour later that Gabrielle finally came about. She tried to move but found herself pinned against a smooth surface. Opening her eyes, she found herself staring into the concerned-looking emerald eyes of her lover. "Are you feeling okay, Gabi-chan?" Issei asked, concerned. "Yeah, I am much better. Last night information was overwhelming to say the least. I didn't think I would have ever heard of father again," she quietly said. "Do you want to talk about it? I am here for you, you know," he soothingly said, trying to get her to open up. Gabrielle remained silent for a couple of minutes before she slowly spoke up and asked, "Did he say anything about me?" "He did. He first praised your intelligence, saying that he could see what you saw in me. Then he kicked my ass because it was his duty to at least kick his cute little daughter's boyfriend ass at least once. And finally he made me promise to always look after you. I know I can't understand a lot of what you went through all that time, but Elohim loved and loves you more than any other thing he ever created. You were the best thing he ever created." And I could see the pain in his eyes when he told me of what happened all those years ago, Issei said as his tone went from soft and amused to firm and solemn. Thank you," Gabrielle said, feeling a weight come off her shoulders as she let out a sigh. "You have nothing to thank me for, Gabi-chan. After all, I only told you the truth. Now then, I believe we should both get ready for the day. It is after all going to be a busy one," Issei said as he leaned down and captured her lips with a chaste kiss. He then moved lower and kissed her neck for a couple of minutes before getting up from the bed and left the room. Gabrielle only stared behind with a small smile on her face. She then shook her head before moving and getting ready herself. An hour later, Issei moved towards the mess hall, greeting all of his subordinates as he moved along, keen to get a little breakfast before his day began. He wondered what was on his agenda. His musings, however, were cut short when Jorg ran up to him and in an urgent voice said, "Trihexa has been sighted. It's heading towards Japan right now." Not wasting a single moment, Issei ran up to Jorg and Siegfried. The former then created a magical circle and transported the trio right into the edge of the Japanese coast. The other leaders were all there wearing grim expressions. All of them were staring into the distance from where Trihexa was expected to attack from. Following in their line of sight, Issei felt fear because in the distance was the most fearsome sight he had ever seen. Standing at several 100 foot long with all 7 of its heads was Trihexa. The next few hours was spent in a restless struggle of trying to keep Trihexa away from the shores of Japan. However, the effort was majorly futile. Any damage inflicted towards the behemoth was instantly repaired, leaving behind no scar or any mark of damage. Any attack the beast fired needed the combined effort of everyone in the alliance to stop. It was only when both Lilith and Off-Eyes appeared that Trihexa left the area and back into its hiding spot. As soon as Trihexa left, the injured and exhausted members of the alliance all left to return to the central headquarters. "That was a freaking nightmare," Volley said with a groan as he plopped down on one of the seats. "And Great Red is that strong. It seems I still have more than a few ways to go." Cromcrotch muttered to himself. "What are we going to do? Even if we have the Grimoire transportation arrays up and ready in all of faction territories, it will still be near impossible to ensure that no casualties come with each of Trihex's attacks," Issei said as he nursed a few wounds of his while looking around the room. "I say you should be off of the response team for a while," Azazel tiredly said from his seat. Normally Issei would have argued, but knew that time was of essence and he needed to get a little soul fragments of the remaining dragons and then train with said powers so as to fight that beast. He also needed to figure out how to use the true Longinus when it mattered. "You are right. I will be taking the girls with me when I go to talk to the dragons," Issei said with a sigh as he ran a hand through his hair. "Give me a couple of days to get Midgard-sama up. You'll have to talk to him on your own, but I will still need to wake him up," Odin said. Issei only nodded in reply and mentally began working up a plan while the other leaders and prominent members of the alliance talked among themselves on how to improve their defensive networks and their reaction time to any attack. Issei was brought out of his musings when Cromcrotch said catch. Looking up, Issei saw a blackish orb with tinges of yellow in it flying towards it. Catching it, he eyed it confusedly at Cromcrotch, who said, "That's a soul fragment with my power and abilities. I pumped enough magical energy in it so that it will ready as soon as you merge it with yourself. Good luck, now I shall be off." However, before he could leave, Issei piped up and asked, "Where are you going?" "Hunting," was the only answer he received, and then Cromcrotch was gone. The only thing left behind was black mist. Issei then sighed before he stretched a little and popped his bones before leaving the room. Going back to the Hero Faction headquarters, he sent a message to Gabrielle, Jean and LaFay asking them to come to his room if they free. He then dismissed both Siegfried and Jorg and had them take the rest of the day off before he went to his room. As soon as he entered the room, his shoulders sagged a bit and his face adopted a look of extreme exhaustion. It was at this moment that he completely understood the weight of his situation. Not only that he now had a glimpse of what he was up against, the high expectation along with the unreal power of his opposition made his task feel as if he was walking on a thread. There was absolutely no room for an error. The pressure was now getting to him, and it had caused him to second-guess more than a few decisions in the battle. The result were the obvious injuries on his person that were currently heavily bandaged. Sighing, he focused on the orb in his hand and put it close to his chest before channeling his magic into it, causing it to phase into him. As soon as it merged with his other gears, he felt a rush of power pass through, causing him to shudder lightly. He was brought out of his musings when a voice spoke inside his head. "So this is the one I have been partnered with. Not bad at all. The soul fragment from Crom Crotch, I presume. Do I need to explain or convince you to lend me your power?" Issei asked back blankly. "No, I have my original's memories. I shall assist you in the battle. This may be the only time I get to face someone of that level without dying." Crom Crotch soul fragment said, "CCSF." Issei mentally nodded back and cut down the mental link. He then leaned into a chair and sighed as he waited for his three mates to return. He did not have to wait long, as within moments 2 magic circles and cross of light appeared, signifying the entry of the 3 blonde girls. Looking up, he smiled at the 3 girls before pulling them into one big hug as he kept them close, all the while enjoying the soothing presence that they gave him. "Issei, what's wrong?" LeFay asked softly after a few minutes of silence. "I'm just tired of it all. Trihexa is a beast without match. Seriously, no attack works on it. And it took the combined barrier of everyone around to just stop one of its attacks. When I see that power, it frightens me and I feel as if I won't be able to do anything." He muttered into the combined sea of blonde hair. "Oh, Issei," Gabriel said as the 3 blondes tightened their hold over him and offered him comfort. After a few minutes of silence, LeFay spoke up and said, "You shouldn't doubt yourself, Issei. If there's anyone who can do it, it's you." Jean nodded her head in agreement as she said, "It's true, you have a knack of always pulling of the impossible. I agree with Fei Chan." Issei by now was feeling a bit of his confidence return to him. The blind belief they had in him was bringing back the fire he had seemingly lost sight of when he had seen Trihexa at full power. The final nail in the coffin was when Gabriel put in her point of view. "I am sure Father wouldn't have given you the necessary knowledge or chosen you as the man to fulfill the prophecy if he thought you couldn't do it. The fact that you actually are here from that encounter shows that you can do it." Issei smiled back at his mates before straightening up and saying, "All right then. I am done moping. Let's go and get the power and help from the dragons." The girls nodded and Issei then activated a magic circle, taking the foursome to Tannen's territory. There he was greeted by one of Tannen's guard, after which they were led to Tannen. The 25-meter-tall purple dragon king stood up from his throne when he saw Issei arrive and said, "I have been expecting you, Issei Hyaudu. I take it you know what I am here for?" Issei asked his old mentor. "I do, and here I would not have given this to anyone else, but you have proven yourself worthy of my help on more than one occasion," Tannen said as he handed Issei a purple orb. Nodding his head in thanks, Issei grabbed the orb before placing it in his chest. It took a moment, after which Issei was engulfed in a purplish aura which died down in a few moments. He then felt another presence in his mindscape that told him that the move was successful. "Thank you for the help, Tannen-Asen. Any idea where I can find Tiamat?" Issei asked hopefully. "You'll find her in the familiar forest, though I have to warn beforehand, she can be rather hard to handle," Tannen said as he slightly sweated. "How do you mean, Asen?" Issei curiously asked with a tilt of his head. "Well, given your aura and strength, she will either fight you or jump you," Tannen said, trying to keep it as simple as possible. "What do you mean, Asen? Why would she want to jump me? I don't even know her," Issei asked back, ignoring the slight bristle of his 3 mates. "Because of your power and your rate of growth, she'll definitely be interesting in mating with you. And since you are already high Dragon King class and will in the future reach Heavenly Dragon level, she'll most likely bug you. If you want my advice, it will be to not outright reject her attempts, but to actually understand her. Maybe one day you may come to love her just like your 3 mates behind you," Tannen said firmly. "I assure Asen, I will give her a chance. Anyway, let's get going, guys. We need to visit Sirzechs," Issei said as he turned around and started walking away. However, as he walked, he remembered that Rias was still under the dragon's curse, with her health deteriorating day by day. Sighing to himself and cursing both his kindness and the red-haired female devil's pride, he clicked his fingers, lifting the curse. After all, the current climate did not allow one to hold on to personal grudges. He'd deal with all of this after he had dealt with Trihexa. Teleporting himself and the girls to the Maoist office, he knocked the door, which was soon opened by Grafie. Looking at Issei, she ushered the foursome into the office. Issei, however, was surprised to find Roswace and Kunu both waiting in the office, each of the 2 girls holding a small box in front of them. Before he could speak, Sirzechs spoke up and said, "Ah, eyes, Kun, just the person I wanted to see. I was just about to send for you. You see, Asaka Dono and Odin Dono both have sent the soul fragments for Midgard Sommer and Yulon. They couldn't leave their respective factions, so they sent their respective representatives in place of them. Oh, that's good. It's nice to see you again, Roswace-sensei, Kanu-chan, Issei said as warmly smiled at the two. It's good to see you as well, Issei, Eyes-han, the two girls said as they offered him the small chests in their arms. Taking them with a grateful smile, Issei turned to Sirzechs and said, will it be possible for you to transport me to the familiar forest? I do need to speak with Tiamat. Sure, I will transport you over there, but first I think that you should absorb both of those orbs into you, Sirzechs replied. Nodding, Issei opened the chest and placed both the parrot green orb and the gray orb in his chest, letting them be absorbed into his soul. When the bonding process was complete, he nodded towards Sirzechs, who created a red transportation circle that took the foursome to the familiar forest. Issei, how will you search for Tiamat here? This forest is huge, Jean asked with a tilt of her head. I won't go looking for her. She'll be coming to me, Issei said as he released his aura and let it violently fill the forest like a torrent. After a few minutes, he reined his aura back in and patiently waited. Sure enough, the sounds of wings flapping were soon heard, and a silhouette of figure was beginning to appear in the distance. The silhouette was then revealed to be a navy blue celestial dragon, with no horns and a curved snout. Landing in front of the foursome, the dragon narrowed its eyes at Issei before speaking and saying, why have you come here, wielder of the dragons? Tiamat asked, her voice in the dragon form deep but still holding on to a feminine touch. Well, I see Ajika-san still didn't tell you, Ka. Well, this is what happened, Issei said as he regaled everything from his meeting with Alohan, the dragons he already had, and the fact that he had come in to request her for a fragment of her soul to use. So let me get this straight, you want me to give you a soul fragment from my soul, and the fact that you already have gotten the souls of the other dragons that you might have needed? Tiamat asked after he was done. That's the gist of it, Issei affirmed with a nod. Tiamat, however, didn't answer for a few moments, after which her body began to shine a little before it started becoming smaller until it took the shape of a human. Now standing at 5 feet 9, a blue-haired and yellow-eyed, wearing a blue t-shirt and jeans, was the Chaos Karma Dragon. Issei had a hard time controlling his blush at her beauty. She easily rivaled Gabrielle in terms of looks alone. Walking up to Issei, she said, I'll give you the soul fragment, but I do have a couple of conditions. What conditions? Issei asked with slightly narrowed eyes, expecting an all-out battle to begin at any moment. 1. The first one needs to be fulfilled immediately. I want a kiss that blows my mind. 2. I want you to take me out on a few dates once the whole mess with Trihexit is done, Tiamat said with a grin on her face. Issei almost face-faulted and coughed to not only cover his embarrassment but also the blush that had appeared on his face. All right then, Issei said as he stepped towards Tiamat, hoping that the three of his mates wouldn't mind. Wrapping his arms around her slim waist, he lowered his head and put his lips on hers. He started slowly enjoying the feeling of her lips, and the way that she was kissing back told him that she was enjoying it just as much as him. He then lightly licked her bottom lip, asking for permission into her mouth. Tiamat in response readily opened her mouth, letting his tongue enter her mouth. However, she didn't give him any free rein, and an epic fight for dominance ensued, with both Issei and Tiamat wanting to emerge victories. After several minutes of struggling, Issei finally emerged victorious and took the chance to hungrily taste Tiamat's mouth. The taste of fresh pineapples in her mouth made him hungry for more as he pushed his tongue deeper into her mouth. Finally, after 15 minutes of kissing, the need for air became too much to ignore, and the duo broke away panting. Tiamat's face had a massive blush and a rather dazed look in her eyes, while Issei supported a rather roguish grin on his face. Putting his forehead against hers, he then whispered, Is your mind blown, my dear lady? Oh, most definitely, my kind sir. I look forward for our dates. But before that, here, Tiamat said as raised her hand and pointed her palm upwards. Her whole body was then covered in a pale blue aura that condensed on top of her palm before it took the shape of a blue orb. Handing him the orb, she pecked him on the lips one more time before flying away. Issei then merged the soul fragment with his gear and felt the presence inside of him before smiling. He then turned around to see his three blonde mates slightly put out, but the only thing the three of them did was to make the hell out with him one after another. It was a goofy-looking Issei who returned to his room in Hero Faction headquarters later on. However, he wasn't able to go to sleep immediately as he found a letter next to Golden Ore. The letter was from Volley, telling him that he had left Fafnir's fragment for him to use. Grinning softly, Issei placed the fragment into his gear before laying on the bed and falling asleep. In the dark of the night, we find a tall and imposing figure with heterochromatic eyes slowly climbing up a frozen mountain in hunt of something. This was Cromcrotch the Crescent Dragon, and the strongest evil dragon alive, along with being the only dragon at heavenly level to currently be unsealed. Currently, he was on a hunt for both Apophis and Azidahaka. He knew that the two of them had gone missing a few days after the floating island of Aggers had been stolen and hadn't been seen or heard from since. Knowing both of them personally, he knew that whatever the two of them had been planning wasn't going to be good. So here he was on the place where Azidahaka had last been sealed, hoping to find a trail of the three-headed evil dragon's magic so that he could then track him down before him. Entering the plane, he enhanced his senses and started searching, hoping to find just a tinge of foreign magical energy. After several hours of diligent searching, he finally found what he was looking for. Scanning the ambient aura, he caught a lock on one of his targets and immediately flew into the sky before flowing where the trail took him. Several hours and thousands of kilometers later, in a way, Cromcrotch landed in front of large cave. He knew he was in the right place given the amount of malicious magic he was feeling at the entrance. Sighing, Cromcrotch called out, "I know you were there, Sirzechs, come out." "So you found me, huh, Cromcrotch? What is it do you need me for?" the colossal three-headed dragon said. Cromcrotch didn't answer. Instead, he began glowing in a goldish color before he transformed into his full dragon form. "I didn't need you for anything, Sirzechs. I am here to hunt you." And then without a warning, he charged at Sirzechs before tackling him into the mountain. Cromcrotch then used his massive forearms to lift Sirzechs and then throw him into the air. Following that, he released a strong breath attack. The attack made contact and a small explosion ensued. Cromcrotch did cease his attack for a moment as he waited for the smoke to clear. He was unsurprised when he saw Sirzechs completely unharmed and surrounded by a magical barrier. "I don't know what you are playing at, Cromcrotch, but this assault won't go unanswered." Sirzechs snarled before he created several magical circles and fired a large torrent of blasts towards Cromcrotch, whose body simply glowed in a goldish black aura. His aura protected him from the attack even though it was a direct hit. "Come now, Sirzechs, I thought you'd know better. My heavenly ability, after all, is anti-magic. You'll have to take the other style if you wish to survive against me," Cromcrotch said with a smug smile on his jaws. All three of Sirzechs' heads growled in annoyance and anger, before which two heads charged with their jaws open looking to bite Cromcrotch. Cromcrotch in response flew straight towards Sirzechs. Dodging the charging heads, he bit Sirzechs on the chest, while using his hands to keep the central head back. Flapping his wings sharply, he cut down the two side heads before sending Sirzechs into the ground via a breath attack. When the smoke cleared itself, Cromcrotch found himself staring at the snarling visage of Sirzechs. His side heads were slowly regenerating as he shouted out, "I was enhanced by the Holy Grail. Why am I still inferior to you? Isn't it obvious? Your so-called enhancement was made via a weaker version of the Sephiroth Grail and was maintained by the barrier keeping Trihexa at bay. When the barrier broke, you lost all the enhancement that made you a heavenly dragon. Now you are back to your original level, where you are currently even weaker than the Dragon King Tiamat," Cromcrotch explained slowly as if talking to a slow child. Sirzechs snarled before releasing a breath attack, which was promptly dodged by Cromcrotch, who, after sidestepping the attack, fired his own at Sirzechs, causing the three-headed dragon to fall into the ground with his breath attack hitting the mountain, causing it to explode. Cromcrotch then collected his aura into his tail before tackling Sirzechs and then pinning him in place with his fore and hind arms. He then stabbed Sirzechs' chest with his now aura-charged tail, causing the three heads to roar in pain. Not wanting to leave the task half-assed, Cromcrotch opened his mouth and fired of his strongest breath attack. When he was done, he noted that Sirzechs was well and truly dead. He knew that the three-headed monstrosity would reform in a few 1,000 years, but that was fine. For now, he had more important things to take care of. "You can come out now, Apophis," Cromcrotch called out. As he finished, the shadows on the ground shifted and from within them emerged a 100-meter-long black eastern dragon. This was Apophis, the Eclipse Dragon. "How did you find me, Cromcrotch? I thought I was hidden pretty well," Apophis commented. "So you were. It was clever of you to mask your own power under the malicious aura of Sirzechs, and then the whole thing was supplemented when the ambient magic from our battle was added to the mix. But then again, you forget that I am not an ordinary dragon. And you being here just made things a lot easier for me," Cromcrotch said as he spread his wingspan to full length and started hovering into the air until he was on level with Apophis. "And what is it that you need me for, Cromcrotch? If you must know, I already knew that the enhancement we gained is already gone, and I have no interest to go through with any of my old plans," Apophis stated with a small equivalent shrug of one's shoulders. "That may be true, but I will have to you. You shouldn't worry, since you will manage to reform sometime in the future," Cromcrotch nonchalantly said as he powered up. "I was afraid of that. But know this, that I won't be going down without a fight, Cromcrotch," Apophis said as his body began to release a rather dark aura. Without a warning, both of them charged at each other and collided head-on. The force of the collision caused several of the surrounding mountains to explode. It was then that Apophis used his own serpentine body and tightly coiled himself around Cromcrotch, causing the crescent dragon to roar in pain. Apophis then, using his shadow powers, created thorns on the inside and stabbed Cromcrotch with, then causing the pain to intensify. The attack was further enhanced when Apophis used his breath attack on Cromcrotch, increasing the damage several-fold. Cromcrotch cursed him stupidity inwardly as the assault continued. He should have known better than to get caught by Apophis. Shaking his head, he collected his power a little before releasing it all at once, causing Apophis' grip to loosen a little. Using the slight advantage, Cromcrotch pulled away and out of the hold before turning his head towards Apophis and releasing a strong breath attack that sent Apophis into the ground. As he crashed, Cromcrotch breathed in a small sigh of relief and inspected his injuries. He found several holes in his body that were bleeding and knew that he had to finish up soon, or else it would be himself who would need to reform in the future. He once again cursed himself for his momentary lack of concentration that resulted in his current condition. However, he turned his attention back towards his opponent and decided that he would now attack with the aim to finally end this fight in Apophis. Releasing all of his aura, he condensed it into a single orb in front of his mouth before charging at Apophis and stopping just in front of him. Apophis' eyes widened to astronomical levels when he saw the attack, but it was too late as Cromcrotch had at that time already released his attack. It was a massive torrent of golden-colored energy that altered the entirety of the surrounding landscape, creating someplace new. When he was done, he landed on the ground and checked for any signs of Apophis. When he found none, he transformed back into his human form and slightly winced at his wounds, but didn't think much over it and left in a magical circle back to his cave. He would rest for a few days, and after getting back to full health he would return to the Alliance and inform them that 2 major threats had now been dealt with and everything was a go. With Issei Hero Faction HQ, Issei was sitting in his office at headquarters with a pensive look on his face. What he had been told by Olive Dragons had left him with a need to procrastinate. Flashback. There is something that you need to know, partner, D-Drake firmly said as Issei was about to finish his training in his mindscape. He was getting trained by each of his dragons in their respective powers. So far it was going great. Yeah, what is it, D-Drake? Issei asked curiously. You currently have too much draconic aura flowing through your body. Using our powers individually will not have any effect, but if you combine all of our powers for the one attack that you plan on using to beat Trihexa, that will have more than a few adverse effects, D-Drake gravely said. Issei then let out a weary sigh as he muttered, of course nothing can ever be simple or smooth sailing when I am involved. Shaking his head, he then looked up towards D-Drake and asked, lay it on me, old timer, what is going to happen with me? By using that move, the already high amount of draconic aura will overflow and will erupt violently. While it won't affect the spell you'll cast in any way, it will cause you to lose the last semblance of your humanity, causing you to become a full-fledged dragon, along with simultaneously breaking the seal that is placed on the boosted gear. It will cause all of the souls currently here to go free, meaning that the boosted gear will no longer be a sacred gear and I will be free. We won't exactly be partners anymore, and that is what will happen. The soul fragments here will in one way or another return to the originals, D-Drake said. I see, Issei said before he turned away and left his mindscape, a thoughtful expression on his face. Flashback end. He wasn't second thinking on using the move. He had a responsibility to fill, and that would only be possible with that move. He knew he would be able to get a human form with enough training, so that was covered as well. What he was worried about was, what would he do when the war ended and he was a full-fledged dragon, and how would the other pantheons react when the mighty Welsh dragon was once again freely roaming the skies? He was brought out of his musings when a soft hand touched his shoulders. Looking up, he saw Lefay looking at him with a worried expression on her face. The sight of one of his mates was like a light shining through darkness, and felt like a pleasant breeze on the hottest of day. Turning around, he pulled Lefay into his arms, before lowering his lips to catch hers in a heated kiss. A few moments later he broke away from the kiss, his forehead touching hers as he smiled at the dazed look on Lefay's face. Speaking in a low whisper so that only she could have heard him, he said, "Thank you." "What for?" Lefay asked back in the same low whisper. "For just being here with me," Issei replied softly with a small smile marring on his face. No other words were exchanged as the duo just happily enjoyed the peaceful serenity of each other's presence. It was then that Issei knew what he wanted to do after the mess with Trihexa would be over, and by the time he was finished it would be a beautiful sight. Later on, as he lay on his bed with Lefay, he returned to his mindscape and called all of his dragons to him. When everyone had gathered, he said, "I will go through with the move and take down Trihexa. After that, me and D-Drake will travel for a bit and he will teach me how to access my human form. Once we will be done, I will start the process of forming the Dragon Faction." Dragon Faction? What do you mean, partner? Al asked. Isn't it obvious? I will form a faction with only dragons and their chosen mates in it. We will have an identity of our own, and with several top 10 class beings with us we will be safe. Not to mention my relationships with the other leaders will ensure peace, Issei said with a grin. Are you sure that your plan will work, Brat? The soul fragment from Cromcrotch asked. I am pretty sure it will. Besides, this will be the first time in history that dragons will stand united, Issei firmly replied. Where will we stay? Tiamat's soul fragment asked. I'll leave you guys to think the area where we can set the faction. Keep everything in mind, going from attitude to eating to elemental living and sparing. Leave no stone unturned. When you are done, let me know. I will physically start the preparations, Issei said. The dragons were now murmuring among themselves, not knowing whether to go with the idea or not. However, it was then that Tannen stepped forward and said, "The idea will work. I already have a non-official dragon faction working in the Underworld. The idea that Issei has given us is only bigger and will have a good effect for the dragon race as a whole in the future." Before any further argument could have been instigated, D-Drag spoke up and said, "My partner has always achieved the impossible. Are you all beginning to doubt him now? After all the times he has proven to accomplish the seemingly impossible things?" His words once again garnered thoughtful looks from the other dragons, who were now looking contemplative. Issei chose this time to leave, knowing that should he succeed versus Trihexa, a new age would be instilled in the world. Issei stood along the European coastline, unblinkingly staring into the distance. It was only a few hours till the final fight versus Trihexa. Everything was in place, the spell charged and ready to fire. The leaders of all of the other factions were already trained on their positions, each one having been given a temporary power boost from Offeyes. Offeyes had offered him a portion of her power as well, but Issei had told her to keep it as backup in case he needed a boost of power during the fight. Offeyes was not completely convinced, but promised to not only stand by and wait but also bring in help if he needed it. Needless to say, Offeyes was awarded with a lot of chocolate and head pats. His other preparations were already complete, with Tannen and the other free top-tier dragons all had finished their duties in securing big patches of land and stable sources of food. Even the leaders from the other factions were in agreement of there being a dragon faction and were currently working on setting up a number of trading lines as well. As he thought about the future dragon faction, his mind went to his 3 mates and his 4th possible mate. They had taken to spending as much time with him as possible. It was not because they thought he wouldn't live past his battle with Trihexa. No, on the contrary, they had no doubts that he would succeed. They did that to ensure that his mind wouldn't worry too much and to give him a reminder that there was a life waiting for him when he came back and won. He was brought out of musings when he felt a slight rumble on the ground he was standing on. Sighing, he looked up and knew that Trihexa was approaching. He couldn't actually see the beast at the very moment, but that he could feel the effects of its very presence in his surroundings. The trees were beginning to decay slightly. The animals in the area were either reflexively leaving the land or were being dead due to the corruption. The air itself felt heavy, cold and unwelcome, and seemed to take away all hope, leaving behind only despair that remained after destruction. Looking up, he sighed before mentally saying, "You guys ready?" "You bet," Al said. "Let's go, Habo," D-Drag said. Bakuzo, Crumcrotch said. "Of course, darling." Tiamat cooed. "PFT, I was born ready." Yulong arrogantly replied. "I shall assist you to the very end, Issei Hayadu." Tannen said. "Let's just hurry up and get it over with already. I need to go back and start collecting me some panties." Fafnir boisterously said. "Sure, as long as I get to go back to sleep, let's do it." Midgardsamr muttered with a yawn. "I already told you my answer months ago. Let's do it, partner," Vitra said. Smiling at his friend's words, Issei felt the energies of his dragons flowing inside his body. He then balanced all the energies before muttering Dragon's Aspect Overdrive. Immediately he was covered in a multicolored light. When the light died down, he was seen in an armor becomes colored in a mix of crimson and black, and a second pair of dragon wings appear on its back. Totaling and gems on the armor were in 8 different colors, signifying each of the dragons he was currently hosting. Issei opened his eyes and stared at his armor with something akin to awe. No matter how much times he entered this form, it always left his breathless. He shook himself out of his stupor when the tremors around him grew stronger. He knew that it was now time to take action and finally end this mess. Creating several communication circles, he said, "All right, guys, I am going in. Wish me luck and make sure that all of the barriers are in place." After receiving affirmative answers, Issei nodded to himself before he flew into the distance, determined to meet and end Trihexa. After an hour of continuous flying, Issei finally caught sight of Trihexa. It was as impressive and terrifying as always. Taking a deep breath, he started channeling all of his magic energy into his arms before he started chanting. Dominating fires of the purgatorial flames, strength of 1,000,000 collapsing meteors, supreme ice of the frozen Coctius, calamity of the warned and final end, creation and destruction of all life, accursed ending of the ones captured, rest and eternal rest with no rise, take away all the despair and fill it with hope, darker than the black of the starless night, emptier than the endless void, an abyss deeper than infinity, a dream stronger than reality, heed my call, answer my prayer, eternal black hole. Immediately a black hole formed itself in front of Issei before it moved towards Trihexa, expanding to colossal sizes as it did so. All 7 of Trihexa's heads roared in agitation as they felt a strong force pulling it apart. The black hole was sucking in at Trihexa while somehow leaving the surroundings intact. Deciding to take the spell seriously, Trihexa started pulling itself back and out of the spell's range. Issei stiffened as he felt his hold over Trihexa weakening, with the 7-headed beast making its bid to escape. Issei knew that letting Trihexa escape was not an option. This spell was a one-time thing. Not to mention he doubted he would survive since Trihexa would directly attack him the moment the force from the black hole left it. Stealing his resolve, he mentally shouted, "Give me more power, guys. We can't, you idiot. This is the maximum output that you can use while still retaining your humanity anymore, and it'll be years before you have a human form again." D-Drake shouted back with the rest of the dragons nodding along. "That does not matter. If I fail today, it won't mean a thing if I have my humanity intact. At least I'll have years to get my form back if I succeed, so help me out. Channel as much energy as you can." He roared back at the dragons, who were silent for just a moment, after which they nodded and each began channeling even more power into the attack. The rotation of the black hole started speeding up, with its suction increasing all the while. Trihexa was once again firmly inside the pull of the hole. The pull was causing Trihexa to inch towards the black hole. Trihexa roared in irritation and began pulling back with even more vigor. This time even Issei felt himself being pulled towards the hole. In desperation he shouted, "Off-Eyes Chan, it's time." As if she had been there from the beginning, both Off-Eyes and Lilith appeared before flying towards Trihexa and began firing concentrated bursts of pure magical energy towards Trihexa, hoping to not only damage the Emperor Beast of Apocalypse but to also cause it to miss its footing. However, Trihexa wasn't known to be the strongest being in history without reason. The damage, while extensive, was rather quickly healed thanks to Trihexa beyond godly regeneration ability. Even 2 of its 7 heads started retaliating against both Off-Eyes and Lilith, firing strong attacks back. Since Off-Eyes and Lilith were still separate, their attacks lacked the raw power that Off-Eyes as a whole had. The stalemate between the 3 colossal giants was on for a long time, after which Issei felt his power leaving him and his exhaustion beginning to get the better of him. In a moment of weakness, he slightly lost control over his spell before he almost immediately regained it. The small lapse was all that Trihexa needed to assert itself as the dominant one, and it had now partially taken control over the black hole, and was using it to keep Off-Eyes and Lilith in check, all the while pulling Issei in inch by inch. Just when all hope seemed lost, the sky rumbled and began to crack up a little. "What now?" Issei asked irritatedly. Things weren't going his way, and now there was a possible new annoyance coming out. Off-Eyes and Lilith both gave tiny smiles at him after hearing his grumbled question. Both turned to him and in a twin speech, with Off-Eyes opening the conversation, said, "No need to worry. Issei Nai-sama, Baka Red, is here to help us beat Trihexa." Both of them finished simultaneously. Issei looked at them in disbelief for a moment before he heard the sounds of cracking getting stronger. Turning to look upwards, he just caught sight of the sky shattering and Great Red appearing out of a large dimensional gate, looking just as majestic as he was the first time Issei laid his eyes on him almost 3 years ago. Even Trihexa paid attention to the new arrival, knowing that the celestial dragon god was in no way less powerful than itself and could match it hit for hit. Great Red then circled around before he fired a beam at an unsuspecting Issei, whose eyes widened in fear as he saw the wave of magic coming towards him. He closed his eyes, all the while firmly holding onto his spell. He would keep on trying even if it meant death. However, instead of feeling any pain or even any blast, he felt warmth emanating from the beam as it hit him. As soon as the warmth died down, he felt his exhaustion leave him and his reserves starting to refill themselves at a very fast rate. What just happened? Issei wondered. It seems that Great Red used a tiny bit of his power to restore you to your peak condition. This will have quite the advantage as the fight heads into the finishing stages. D-Drake replied. "Ha, that was so very kind of him," Issei mentally said as he closed his eyes before opening them with a battle cry, his power rising dramatically. He then focused all his power and in one dramatic pull took control of the spell from Trihexa.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.